Recall earlier all this talk about the British quote-unquote
Recently, a video has gone viral, which is rehashing the the whole mystery of our affiliation with LaRouche.
earlier all this talk about the British quote-unquote ruling America, which both...
Yeah, I didn't say that, though. What did I read what I actually said, you fucking idiot?
Oz and Hinkle have espoused a British financial cabal occupies America. We have to liberate Canada from the British...
Oh my god, what a coincidence. America was founded in a war of independence. That's our only revolutionary It's just a... oh my god, I just looked at the textbook and... oh my god, it was a war against the British Empire. Holy fuck. Maybe if we're trying to remain faithful to the American revolutionary tradition, we're gonna play up America's founding revolutionary identity in contradistinction to the fucking British Empire, which we also just happen to inherit with the ascendancy of the American Empire in the post-war period. Wow, dude, you're such a genius.
British globalists? What's all this business about the British globalists and British financial cabals?
What's all this business? I don't know. Did you watch my fucking speech? Because I explained it pretty... Again, it's the false posturing that this guy's this curious detective who just so happens to stumble upon these conclusions because he's such a good detective, when in reality, he has shoehorned the conclusion already into the premise so as to lead him to this false conclusion, right?
It comes straight from LaRouche.
No, it doesn't. It comes from... Okay, just do a devil's advocate thought experiment in your head. If we are trying to affirm some kind of American national identity that is based in our revolutionary tradition, meaning we don't want to reject socialist patriotism, what would follow as far as who America's historical enemies are, its founding, and the circumstances surrounding America becoming a global imperialist power? Wouldn't it be a compelling narrative at the very least for us to say that this was a result of the betrayal of our revolutionary founding, and that in the process of that betrayal we actually joined up with the British Empire, betraying our the fundamental foundations of our nation? It's, dude, it's literally such a compelling narrative that it's in fucking Red Dawn. The Soviets in Red Dawn, when they're rounding up people into camps, literally have it played on loudspeakers that imperialist America has betrayed its revolutionary foundations. Just put two and two together, you fucking idiot. It's a logical narrative. But it's William Z. Foster's parents were Fenians. Like, are you stupid? There's nothing. This doesn't come from LaRouche, you idiot. Where do you fucking think LaRouche got it, you fucking moron? LaRouche got it from reading American thinkers at the turn of the century. LaRouche got it from reading history, and he took it. He didn't invent it, you idiot. It's always been part of America's revolutionary national identity. Where did you think LaRouche got it? Like, he didn't invent this shit, you idiot.
This is a word LaRouche used all the time to refer
It's like people who think LaRouche invented the idea of unleashing the productive forces. No, he didn't.
Sinister, shadowy elements, which he and his followers were supposedly fighting. He would refer to the British oligarchy and claim that Britain is the #1 enemy of the United States, and this usage of British has an even older history. During World War II, the Nazis diffused anti-Semitism.
Remember when LaRouche was like I remember LaRouche was a meme on like RiceTube? Yeah, I remember that shit. People don't understand that was the context. You don't get it. He was always a joke. Like, he was always a joke. LaRouche was always a fucking joke to us. Literally always a joke.
With anti-condemning English.
This is taking his... Like, I wish that... Does that guy know what heights the meme has been brought to? Look at this. This video probably has 50,000 views by now. Like, it started out as a meme, and now it's here. That's fucking crazy.
High finance and depicting the British Empire as the engine of Jewish rule, and this theme has persisted among neo-Nazis to this day. This is pretty clearly where LaRouche got the idea of British finance ruling the world. He just excised the anti-Semitism.
It's like he's wearing sunglasses. It's just funny. I don't know.
And developed his own elaborate conspiracy theory to suit his particular brand of fascist politics. One must begin with LaRouche's conspiracy theory of history, which highlights the role of deception and concealment in the transmission of ideology through the centuries. In the secrets known only to the inner elites, LaRouche claims that he and his followers represent a 3,000-year-old faction of Neoplatonic humanists locked in mortal struggle with an equally ancient oligarchy. To avoid repression by the dominant oligarchy, the humanists through the centuries have...
This video is called The Nonsense of MAGA Communism, by the way. Now we're talking about a 3,000-year-old Assassin's Creed thing. We're to blame for this. This is our fault.
Conceal their ideas in much the way that an espionage agent conceals his identity. Indeed, the humanist is a combination of spy and underground organizer. LaRouche cites the example of St. Augustine, who supposedly adopted Christianity as his cover for organizing a united front against the oligarchy.
No, I'm on 2x speed, by the way, and he's reading this. He's taking a lot of time to read this. It's really important for understanding ACP, apparently.
Assures us that they destroyed all past societies they captured.
Yeah, ACP as in Assassin's Creed Pangea. Because we're going 3,000 years into the past. We may as well go fucking tens and hundreds of millions of years ago when fucking Pangea existed.
From Atlantis through Rome, 3,000 years ago, their headquarters were in Babylon. After they engineered its fall, they shifted their command post westward to Rome, then Venice, and finally—
What is this? Why? All we did was pick up trash. What did we do? All we did. That's all we did. What is this?
to London. Unable to stop humanist networks led by Benjamin Franklin and Friedrich Schiller from launching the Industrial Revolution, the oligarchs struggle to slow it down through their control of speculative capital, which allegedly feeds like a vampire on productive capital. But the oligarchs today are extremely worried because productive capital has begun to link up with the powerful, streamlined humanist conspiracy represented by the NCLC. According to LaRouche, human history is Assassin's Creed. And
Bro, I've seen people in the comments be like, great video. This is like really good. What?
malevolent cabal has been oppressing humanity for eons and struggling with heroic Neoplatonic humanists, and he claimed that this cabal today manifests as a British financial cartel which controls America.
Oh, okay, so all of that, and then you finally got to the thing that vaguely sounds familiar to what I said, which was the Anglo-American elite slide in my speech. Okay, so apparently you have to believe in a 3,000-year-old battle of a Platonic Neo-Platonic humanists in Babylon. Apparently you need to believe that shit to accept the very simple fact that there was a profound degree of admixture both in blood and in finance between the ascendant American capitalist monopoly class and the established British financial oligarchy. Apparently, in order to even entertain the conclusion that there was some continuity between the British Empire world capitalist hegemon and the one that literally came right after, you must believe in the Babylonian 3,000-year-old neo-humanist. Fuck, man. What is this?
And bleeds the productive economy dry.
Like, fuck, no one thinks with awareness. Speaking of 3,000 years, like the Anunnaki, I must be a descendant of the Anunnaki. I'm one of the only ones with my third eye fucking open. Because apparently that's what it takes to have the bare minimum of conscious awareness to understand how illogical the line of argument we're being presented here is. Like, you have to believe all that crazy shit LaRouche thought to accept the simple fact that there was an Anglo-American establishment, even though that idea didn't originate with LaRouche at all and is actually true from a factual, historical level.
This is just a variation on the traditional fascist idea about a secret financial cabals ruling the world.
I don't think it's fascist. I don't. I think it's just a fucking another crazy cult in America. I really think so. I don't think there needs to be a comparison to fascism, because fascism literally just said the Jews.
And sapping nations of their productivity and vitality. But this specific form originates with Lyndon LaRouche, and it's obvious.
Yeah, again, it was Marxists who opposed the productivity of the material base with the capitalist elite, who were clearly retarding the forces of production and stagnating them and sapping them, which is what Marx said, actually. In Capital Volume 3, he said the rentier, the financial capitalists, they are parasites upon the productive capitalists. That's what Marx said in Volume 3. He said that in Volume 3. Why are you calling this a fascist notion? I don't know.
That this is where Hasan Hinkle—
Again, he's taking advantage because people watching this aren't educated about Marxism, let alone Marxism-Leninism. So when we espouse things that you need Marxist education and Marxist-Leninist education to understand the context of, instead of him introducing them to that, he's actually, this is what's behind it. It's this Babylonian thing from thousands of years ago.
Are getting this idea? I don't know to what extent they believe this literally. I think British is more of a signifier. It's esoteric of fascist rhetoric, which allows them to signal their affinity for LaRouche, a fascist cult leader who tried—
Yeah, that's what you know what? You're so right. At the Free America conference with Jackson, we needed to signify our affiliation with LaRouche. Look at him, he's doing the Hitler salute. Look at that. But we needed to, that was the goal of that whole conference, was to give coded subliminal messages to charm hole about Lyndon LaRouche.
building laser death beams to destroy the USSR.
Laser. Wow, that's another thing. Wow.
So that's Lyndon LaRouche. But there is yet another major intellectual influence on MAGA communism, one which MAGA communists acknowledge.
To be fair, I would say that Infrared and myself are definitely influenced by the philosopher Alexander Dugin. Like, that would be fair to say. But the party is not, in any way. The party is not. I am one of the only people in the party who has read Dugin. I think I'm the only one in leadership who's actually read Dugin. Maybe Jackson has, I don't know. But granted, I'm chairman, but Dugin's ideas are not on our reading list. They're not mandatory. But I have a very specific dialogue with Dugin's philosophy, which is out in the open. It's not a secret, and you can read it yourself.
Much more openly, and that's Alexander Dugin. So let's talk about him. Alexander Dugin was born on January 7th, 1962. His father was a colonel in Soviet intelligence, and the details of his earlier life are unclear and contradictory for whatever reason. Dugin began his political activity in the 1980s, first joining a secret group of Moscow intellectuals who dabbled in occult neo-Nazism, which is a great start. One of Dugin's contributions to the group.
The Russian underground dissident scene was super edgy, and it was edginess. When you understand neo-Nazism in Russia, you have to understand it as a concrete thing. You can't just say this like group of edgy LARPers trying to be shocking and provocative. That's the essence of neo-Nazism. You have to actually analyze important violence and rhetoric against Russia's minorities. That was what made neo-Nazism decisively a real phenomenon. Right? It was about the sentiment against Russia's national minorities, ethnic minorities, which Dugin never participated in.
Group was translating the work of Italian fascist philosopher Julius Evola, who famously called himself a...
It would not be too unfair to say Evola was a fascist, but the tradition of he's coming from was traditionalism, which comes from Rene Guénon. Dugin absolutely engaged with this tradition, but he always actually rejected fascism as a concrete historical phenomenon. Like, he rejected Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy, always.
Super fascist. Later in the 1980s, Dugin moved away from neo-Nazism and toward Russian ultranationalism. He joined the anti-Semitic ultranationalist organization and sat on its central council. As the Soviet Union approached collapse, Dugin visited the West and made contact with leading figures in the European New Right, and the experience appears to have greatly influenced the development of Dugin's political philosophy. I
want to show you an interesting article Dugin wrote about his views on the European. So he wrote this in 2004. He said, I used to hate Leninists, yada, but something changed. All the people that were the worst scum started denouncing Lenin. But here he says something I like, where I found it interesting. He said, Lenin declared he was a magic Eurasian dwarf who raised jihad on the world of exploiters, smashed the brain of the Philistine, mobilized the nation for total upheaval. In Europe, I met many Guenanians and Indians. Some of them were sloppy schizophrenics, others obedient and politically correct Philistines. They work in banks, marketing. They're a bunch of misfits and capable of original thinking, deeds. The only thing they do is whine and squabble over trivia and grumble around at the world around, which they don't understand and are pathologically afraid of. So it sounds like a lot of this contact he makes with the European New Right does not reflect his expectations. The actual he doesn't really. He starts saying that the Red Brigades in the RAF is 100 times more attractive than the majority of these European traditionalists. So it's interesting because it's not a one-sided picture. This guy's trying to paint a one-sided picture. It's just, if you know who Dugin is, it's not true that he is a far right. It's not true. He is a uniquely Russian thinker, and the Western political axis of political difference doesn't make full sense in the Russian context. For example, the National Bolshevik Party. I was not always confident in saying this, but I am now. National Bolshevik Party in Russia was most definitely a radical left-wing party, and it still has that association to this day. No one in Russia associates it with Nazism. No one. I asked about the flag, by the way. I literally asked. I said, look, why is that flag looking like that? And why is it called National Bolshevik? It sounds like National Socialist. They told me, was this provocateur who was trying to mock the red-brown accusations that were coming from the new Yeltsin elites. So he did this to troll them, basically, is what I was told. Maybe they were wrong, but that's what I was told. But I know for a fact that they were a left-wing phenomena in Russia. Absolutely they were. If you go to Russia, travel there and talk to people, you will learn the truth. They are associated with the radical left. Always were. Even ultra left. Actually, we sympathize more with the KPRF, but KPRF are much more moderately left-wing compared to these guys. These guys were radical anarchists in a way, so it's very much misunderstood thing in the West because of their name and their flag.
In 1993, he co-founded the National Bolshevik Party, National Socialism, National Bolshevism, MAGA Communism, same shit. Dugin.
Oh man, really no, really no, really no. In the case of the National Bolsheviks, it's so stupid. Like, why would you show the ACPs?
1993, he co-founded the National Bolshevik Party, National Socialism, National Bolshevism, MAGA Communism.
But this is the ACP logo. This is not a MAGA communist logo. What are you talking about?
Same
also, the National Bolshevik thing was deliberate trolling. Okay, fine, but why ACP? What did we do? Oh, because I'm philosophically influenced by Dugin. I got it. Yeah. I guess that makes everything Nazi. That's really brilliant reasoning there. No one, don't even read what I said about Dugin. Just do this thing of this logical fallacy of guilt by association, and that's all you need to do.
Dugin's career as an intellectual took off in the 1990s, particularly with his publication of The Foundation of Geopolitics in 1997, which quickly became influential among Russian nationalists and elite military.
So he goes, it's so funny, like National Socialism is the same as national. No, it's not. It's a fundamentally distinct phenomenon, because the National Bolsheviks were not engaging in violent pogroms against minorities, and they also sociologically and materially had nothing in common with Nazism. Only aesthetically there seemed to be something with the flag and the name. But materially speaking, according to the analysis of the Comintern in the 1930s, no. Fascism is a specific phenomenon.
Circles, and his ideology is basically just Russian imperialist nationalism, calling for a vast Russian empire which absorbs all of the former Soviet Union, dominates Europe, and drives the US back to the Western Hemisphere.
God forbid NATO gets abolished.
Western sources are sometimes prone to exaggerating Dugin's influence in Russia and making it sound as though Dugin is writing Russian foreign policy, which he isn't. But Dugin is...
Oh yeah, Dugin has no influence. Sure, believe what you want. Sorry, anyway.
Still a prominent intellectual with a good deal of influence in the Russian political and military establishments. He is a leading intellectual of the ultra-nationalist far right in Russia, which...
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. That would be Antonovsky. Again, dude, it's not true. It's not fucking true. Like, I try to not be a bullshitter, and I'm just gonna tell you the truth about what's going on in Russia's political scene. If Dugin was ever affiliated with the far right, that was an older generation. There's a new red-white war going on in Russia's cultural intellectual sphere about the legacy of Bolshevism and the Russian Revolution, with the new far right being like this. That all comes from the guys from the Telegram, Sons of the Monarchy, led by a guy named Antonovsky. And on the left side is Zakhar Prilepin, Comrade Zakhar Prilepin. He is the bulwark of defending the integrity and history of Bolshevik Revolution and the Soviet era and communist ideas in general in the literary, cultural, and intellectual philosophical scene, I would say. And Dugin is not in the middle, but he is closer to Comrade Zakhar. He is closer. He is closer. Not all the way there, but he's more sympathetic. That is why Dugin likes me and Jackson. He doesn't buy into the far, at least not fully. So there is a far right in Russia. Dugin is not the leader of the far right in Russia. Because also, there's a few things the far right in Russia is characterized by. One is the historical revisionism, anti-Soviet, anti-communism. That doesn't characterize Dugin at all. The second thing is, this is the most important thing, I would argue, because it has more material significance. This kind of Russia as a white European identity versus Eurasianism. And Dugin is much more the latter. He's fully the latter. Dugin rejects the notion of a Russian ethno-state, nation-state. He wants to embrace all of Russia's ethnic and national minorities into one Eurasian identity that includes all of them. And that makes him distinct from the far right, because the far right is playing up on a lot of anti-immigrant and anti-minority sentiments and ethnic hatred and ethnic exclusion about Muslims and about all these minorities and so on. And Dugin is left-wing with respect to that. He's Eurasian. He's a Eurasian. There are so many nuances here, but Dugin is not the leader of the far right in Russia. That's a ridiculous claim.
Which makes it very strange that MAGA communists display such admiration for Dugin. Hinkle and Haas like Dugin.
No, because we actually understand Russia, and you don't know a fucking thing except Wikipedia, you fucking moron.
Really like Dugin. According to Haas, Marxist theory in the West is meaningless without the insights of Dugin. Jackson Hinkle.
You know what? I'll fucking die on that hill. Every fucking philosopher who is able to advance human thinking forward under the nose of Western Marxists needs to be given tribute for inadvertently contributing to the advance of Marxist-Leninist thinking. And I actually will die on the hill that Dugin has contributed to that indirectly. And I argue elaborately why. I have an argument, and you haven't engaged with it. You just, again, are playing up this guilt by association shit instead of addressing the content of my argument.
Calls him one of the greatest men alive today, and Haas and Hinkle have conducted gushing interviews with Dugin himself a number of times. This
Dugin is great. He is a great thinker and a great human being.
Affinity for Dugin goes a long way to explain the multipolarity fixation of MAGA communists are obsessed with
Yeah, it's all because of
multipolarity, and in their
right. That's so true. Why did I take interest in Dugin to begin with, though? Have you explored that, or no? It doesn't matter. All right, sure, whatever you say. You're the expert on me, more than me. I've been a fucking Marxist since 2010, but more about who I am and why I'm influenced by who I'm influenced by. It's all because of LaRouche and the Babylonian of a
geopolitical stance. They are very radically anti-Western. They present their anti-Westernism as a Marxist anti-imperialism, but in fact, it clearly stems from their far-right ideology. They see the liberal West as too woke, and they find ideological kinship with right-wing anti-liberal forces outside the West. Their anti-liberalism is fascist rather than Marxist.
How?
Their adulation of Dugin, who most definitely is not.
Okay, hold on. Their anti-liberalism is not Marxist, it's fascist. Hence their friendliness with Dugin. But we have to establish Dugin as a fascist first, in order for that chain of reasoning to be correct.
An anti-imperialist thinker, and they mix it with this idea of the British financial cabal ruling the West, and hence their...
I think it's true that the capitalist class concretely does take the form of a developed imperial hegemony that originates with the British Empire, but has evolved since then, obviously. But it's not, it's become this diverse, all-inclusive, global, in the sense of representing all cultures. No, because the Turkish capitalist class is a comprador class. The capitalist class in all nations are comprador classes in the chain of the system of imperialism. And only the people that were there from the beginning have maintained their hegemony.
Their support for Russia and China to fight this international cabal, and Jackson Hinkle lives in Moscow now.
We support Russia and China to fight the concrete imperial hegemony that rules the world today, the American global empire. Not the British, the American global empire, because the British Empire was absorbed, or at least fused with, the global American empire. So there's no need to talk about the British Empire here.
Apparently,
very plainly, it's a unipolar hegemon led by the US, which we, of course, support Russia and China against. Now make the connection to fascism, please.
Permanently, take from that what you will. However,
okay, what, is Russia now LaRouche?
Haas and Hinkle are also invested in presenting a communist disguise. They claim to be Marxist-Leninist.
Dude, I was a Marxist-Leninist probably before you even fucking knew how to spell the name of Karl Marx. You probably spelled it as M-A-R-C-K-S before.
And they're invested in keeping up this pretense and proclaiming themselves the only true communist organization in America.
The disguise thing, it makes no sense. Why do we need a disguise when everyone is just openly being a fucking Hitler right now? We would get way more money and followers if we did that. Why would we need it? Why? What's the point of this theory that we are disguising ourselves?
Openly championing a far-right ultra-nationalist philosopher complicates...
But all the nuances are lost on you. It's like Dugin is not a neo-Nazi. He's not a fascist. He's just not a Marxist. No one said he's a Marxist. He's a non-Marxist thinker that I find to be very valuable in the synthesis of a new Marxism, or a new application of Marxism to the 21st century.
According to the idea that Dugin is a fascist is a myth invented by liberals.
Thank God you fucking at least have some familiarity with the actual argument, but you're not even citing the argument. You're just simplifying it.
And woke leftists, Dugin is just misunderstood and unfairly maligned.
That's true, and I explained how that is and why that is. Will you engage with that?
According to Haas, Hinkle also takes a deep offense at anyone who calls...
Hold on, you're not even going to engage with the argument?
Dugin a fascist. Hinkle characterizes Dugin as the foremost philosopher of multipolarity. He's not a fascist, he's a great anti-imperialist thinker. This is helped by the fact that Dugin himself denies that he's a fascist. So according to Dugin, he isn't a fascist, he just rejects modernity, the idea of progress, and the Enlightenment in an...
So did Ayatollah Khomeini and Hassan, by the way.
Entirely non-fascistic way. Okay,
Okay, just like Khomeini. Are you gonna say Iran is fascist?
but whether you want to apply the label of a fascist,
He just said okay, so what are you gonna say now? What's your argument? What's your counter argument, Brandon?
Dugin's politics, and I think Dugin is definitely a fascist, but setting that
Why are you setting that aside? Your whole argument hinges on the idea that he's a fascist in order to prove that we're wearing a communist disguise to promote fascism. Don't fucking run away from it now.
aside, even if you dispute that Dugin is a fascist, he is undeniably far-right and ultra-nationalist, and
No, but how is he far right and ultra-national? Dude, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. It's so frustrating. You've never been to Russia. You don't know anything about Russian politics. If you knew 1% anything about Russian politics, A, he's not far. The far-right people want to reverse and dismantle the whole legacy of communism, and they hate the non-white minorities. That's not Dugin. He's not far, okay? Second, the thing about ultranationalism, that can have two potential meanings. One is ethnic nationalism. That is indeed affiliated with the global right, but that's not Dugin. He's a Eurasianist. It's an inclusive kind of, it's not, he rejects nationalism. He rejects nationalism. He said nationalism is a European principle of the nation state. He says we support civilization states, which that's what he calls Russia is, because it's not one nation according to him. So calling him an ultra-nationalist is wrong. Now, if you want to talk about he has great power projections for Russia, sure, but that's the only bare minimum of an anti-imperialist position you can have in Russia, because that's the position that is inversely proportional to the hegemony of basically the U.S. legacy of U.S. occupation and the restoration of Soviet power, basically. He doesn't say that as restoration of Soviet power, but the Russians who are patriotic, who want to expand Russia and in some way restore its territorial integrity, those are the consistent opponents of American unipolar hegemony. And they do not affirm any kind of racism, because it means mixing with more minorities and restoring Soviet-era diversity.
and this doesn't look like an ingenious 18D chess synthesis of Dugin's philosophy with Marxism.
But how would you know? Because you don't even know, I don't know if it would matter if you made an effort. I don't know if you have the cognitive capacity to even, how would you know? You don't even have the cognitive capacity to like actually follow through any kind of reading of what I've written on the matter. You don't know. Yes, it could very well be a really brilliant 18D chess synthesis or application of Dugin's ideas or interpretation of Dugin under the lens of Marxism. You wouldn't know because you're not even intelligent enough to comprehend, apparently, the specific philosophical position I articulate.
And Hinkle want to portray. It just looks like two American far-right ultranationalists taking inspiration from a Russian far-right.
It looks like this. I haven't done any reading. I don't know anything about who Dugin is. I haven't read him. I haven't read what Haas has said about him. I didn't watch Haas's lectures about him. But it definitely looks this way. What a profound, brilliant line of argumentation here.
Ultranationalist. Before I wrap up the video, I want to talk about the nature of reactionary politics.
Okay, wow. He really summed it up right there. He devoted roughly 10 minutes to Dugin. He wrapped it up by saying, it really looks like these are just two far-right guys who like this far philosopher. Mind you, I haven't actually engaged with anything they've said in any detail about him, and I don't know anything about him either, about where he stands within Russian politics today, or his specific philosophical outlook, or Haas's engagement with that philosophy. But it definitely does look this way if you're uninformed and ignorant about the actual details. It definitely looks this way if you're uninformed. Brandon, you're so smart. To an uninformed, uneducated person, it definitely looks this way. Wow, man. Brilliant expose on the ACP.
Politics, and how MAGA communism helps us to understand it. Reactionaries have something in common with leftists. They are discontent with the present state of things. They are disenchanted with the status quo. They feel aggrieved and frustrated. They believe that there is something deeply and fundamentally wrong about society. They feel anxious and upset about modern life. They have a sense of disempowerment and subjugation, but they believe that the answer is to return to older social forms. They think restoring some imagined vision of the past is going to solve their problems.
Yeah, we're totally going to return to the United American Republic. A United Republic of America, where we have this unity of the USA and Canada, and it's unleashing technology to an unprecedented degree and accelerating AI. And you look at our ACP party program, and it's just a total return to the past. That's what our party evokes.
And the problems of their society. They think the problem is a moral and spiritual degeneration, which they define as the subversion and corruption of the dominant culture, and they inevitably develop elaborate conspiracy theories and esoteric mythologies to explain their worldview. Because
yeah, that's totally our program. That's totally what it is.
Their worldview is devoid of scientific rationality. They think restoring and radically strengthening patriarchal norms, attacking disfavored groups, whether on the basis of ethnicity, religion, gender, or sexuality, eliminating rabble-rousers who divide the culture and nation with ideas like class struggle. They think all of this will rejuvenate society and restore lost glory. Fascism is different from socialism or Marxism in that it isn't really a single ideology as much as a class or collection of jettisoned the white ethno-nationalist characteristic and suited his form of fascism to the American context. But LaRouche's ideology was still very much fascist. There is some universe out there where conditions were different and LaRouche became the
Why? He doesn't even make an argument.
fascist ruler of America, and that universe is horrifying. And
Because LaRouche wanted unlimited power or something, right? What a fucking idiot. This is so stupid.
this is ultimately what MAGA communism is. It's an Americanized form of fascism with roots in the ideology of Lyndon LaRouche. And if you
Who watches this video and sees this conclusion is, wow, oh my god, it all makes sense. This is a again form of fascism. Not Nick Fuentes and the actual Patriot Front people. Not the actual, like, rising, like, you know, it's not like I began with this conclusion and just allowed it to fucking bias every single fucking engagement with everything they've ever said and just assumed it was true without proving it. I have successfully been a detective and just uncovered this conclusion in a totally unbiased way. I totally didn't begin with it from the start.
used with the ideas of a far-right, ultra-nationalist Russian philosopher, to MAGA communists, America is a country besieged by moral and cultural subversion,
When have we said subversion? Notice that. When did we say that?
orchestrated by a shadowy international financial cabal.
No, we said that there's a decay corresponding to the decay of capitalism, and that the ruling capitalist class is profiteering off of that. That's what we said. While we decay, they are sucking us dry like a vampire, just like Marx described Capital in Capital Volume 1.
Americans need to unite across class lines to defeat this cabal.
What do you mean? Our party says the future belongs to the working class. All it talks about is a united working class. When does ACP talk? Oh, you're talking about the Institute for a Free America with the Popular Front thing. That's not quite fascist class unity now, is it? It's just the same thing. But it's not even ACP. This guy's so fundamentally confused, all right? First of all, the Popular Front against monopoly capital is not class collaboration. It is the class leadership exclusively of the proletariat, of the whole people, and without recognition of their class distinctions. Only class that's recognized under the principle of the Popular Front is still just the proletariat. By contrast, fascist class unity gives explicit recognition to discrete different classes that are represented by specific institutions, and the unity is institutionalized. The class unity is institutionalized, okay? The Popular Front doesn't do that because it doesn't recognize, at the level of political principle, any class except the proletariat. Now, finally, the ACP only ever talks about the working class and the unity of the working class.
Like a glory age, which needs to be revived. For the Nazis, it was the image of the medieval German peasant, the idea of blood and soil. For the Italian fascists, it was the Roman Empire, whose glory and prestige they wanted to restore. For MAGA communists, I think their nostalgia is really directed toward this idealized conception of the post-war United States from the 1940s to the...
What? Alright, the Nazis wanted to return to the Middle Ages. Mussolini wanted to return to the Roman Empire. And ACP wants to return to the 50s. There are multiple... I thought we were just going to wrap it up. This is going to take 5 minutes. But the issue is that when communists refer to fascism as reactionary, we don't literally think that Mussolini was really returning the Roman Empire. Because the idea of restoring lost past glory is not exclusively fascist. In the Stalin era, many references were made to the Tsardom of Muscovy and the greatness of the first kind of Russian Empire. It's not an exclusively fascist thing. China's doing it today when it comes to their great civilization. Mussolini was not reactionary because he talked about the Roman Empire. He was a reactionary because within the concrete historical circumstances of Italy at the time, he was actually trying to maintain a condemned status quo. And you think that just means you're conservative, but no. In a revolutionary era, when you are trying to sabotage and thwart revolutionary change, you are definitionally a reactionary. Reactionaries are not necessarily people who want to return to a specific point in time. They're also people who are trying to preserve a status quo amidst revolutionary change by violent means. That's the key word. The difference between a reactionary and a conservative is that conservatives might be skeptical of revolution, but Only when they become revolutionaries do they become reactionaries. And that's what Mussolini and Hitler were. They were reactionaries, first of all, with respect to changes going on in the nature of capitalism. Both Mussolini and Hitler were champions. This is true. They were reactionaries because they represented classical laissez-faire capitalism against the trend of more socialization and socialism. The Nazis pioneered privatization, for example. So it wasn't medieval Germany that they were reactionaries longing for. They were longing for an era where the working class had no seat at the table in politics. They were longing for an era where reforms didn't need to be made. They were longing for an era where capitalism had a classic form, instead of the one assumed after the New Deal in the US, for example, or in Britain under the Labour government, or in Germany that was being overseen by the Social Democrats. So they were reactionary with respect to that. Yeah, the heroic stage of capitalism. It was a very specific thing. It wasn't, the literal mythology was not materially relevant. They weren't literally turning into the Middle Ages.
The 1970s, this golden age of prosperity and national harmony, when America, an industrial powerhouse, and conservative cultural values reigned supreme, with the strong industrial working man who had the authority over his wife, this vision of the past weighs heavy.
Dude, who had the authority over his wife? It's such a specific, strange thing to say. When labor was in a strategically much stronger position, there's nothing wrong with evoking imagery that corresponds to a period when organized labor had much more power and leverage than it does now, okay? This specific weird stuff you're talking about, husbands and wives or whatever, just please keep it in your pants, dude. Nobody wants to hear about your fucking psychosexual analysis. We are interested in the twists and turns of class politics and the strategy for labor. I don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Heavily on the minds of the communists. Now, I do think that the post-war era was better than contemporary America in numerous ways. It really was an era of a broad prosperity and progress relative to now. America was a much more equal society back then. Unions were at their peak, and the balance of power between labor and capital was much more tilted.
We're not literally trying to return. If we were trying to return to that time, we wouldn't be communists. But it makes sense that maybe in some of our members' agitprop, maybe it reminds you of the 50s, because that was a time when labor had more political sovereignty, it had more political power. That doesn't mean we're literally trying to return to that. We aspire toward a future. We're not trying to go to the past.
Toward labor, the gains of economic growth and productivity were shared much more broadly. Housing was a lot more...
This way, if you're a Soviet communist, obviously the USSR was a socialist country. If you're in China, they evoke imagery from the Cultural Revolution. They evoke imagery in Russia today from Soviet times. It's not just because those were more radically left-wing periods. It's also because they're evoking imagery from a tradition where labor, where the proletariat had more power. It doesn't mean they're literally trying to return to that.
Affordable. It was a genuinely
nebulous analysis of aesthetics, as all these fucking people do.
Golden age in many ways, but that's not what MAGA communists are focusing on. It's not the social democracy they care about. It's this vision of a culturally conservative and traditional America and industrial.
Dude, you realize I'm literally a fucking Arab? Like, I don't know what this is. You're showing me something that is fundamentally foreign to me. My tribal Arab traditional values are definitely not anchored, or definitely don't hinge upon whatever this you're showing me is. Okay? Please shut the fuck up and stop assuming that just because anyone has a sense of traditional culture, it means it's the 50s. The reason the 50s was so quote-unquote traditional was just because the working class had much more power and leverage than it does now. Therefore, society was built around its values, for the most part. For better and for worse, too, by the way. But it's just the truth. The Soviet Union today in Russia is seen as more traditional. Women may have had more... That's not true. That's why I don't understand where people are coming from. They're like, oh, Russia regressed for women's rights. I agree, because the rise of the sex industry and capitalism devastated opportunity, but women in Russia today are still very career-oriented. They're very much... That did not reverse. They're very much empowered at workplaces or whatever. Like, Soviet times, though, people were dressed more modestly and there was more traditional family values than now, and there was more... It's just the truth. Capitalism does promote a type of fundamental disturbance of social harmony. It's just true. I'm not saying that the 50s, the status of women was great and that we should return to that. But I'm just... attacking this idea that if you believe in traditional cultural values of some kind, that means you're trying to return to the 50s. That's not true.
The image of the heterosexual, industrial working man patriarch as opposed to the gay female or effeminate barista, this paradise lost and
But you know what nuance you will never, and this is a good way to like wrap this up. You know the nuance you'll never accept in this dichotomy you're creating? What about the blue collar female? What about her? What about the blue collar working class woman? Why does she not exist to you? Why does it have to be the barista or the man? Why can't you also recognize that women wear jumpsuits too, and there are women truckers as well, and there are women in the blue collar working class as well? Because we recognize that, and it's not lost on us. But why is it lost on you? You'll be like, because the service sector is more coded female. And then, you know what? Why are you trying to reinforce that, though? Why are you defending that? It's a bad thing that we have this service sector that's made for women to enslave them, basically. And you're trying, it's like I'm the feminist now, and you're upholding this patriarchal system where what? We're just going to endorse quote unquote women's work now and institutionalize that? What do you mean?
and destroyed by sinister powers that be who have corrupted the culture and sapped the nation's productivity. That's
No, we've explained the breakdown of culture in pretty clear Marxist terms, all right? It's pretty clear that capitalism is for profit, and things that are for profit are not going to reflect the needs of a civilization, okay? So it's going to lead to a lot of problems and decay and confusion. It's going to devastate. Family life is going to be devastated if families can't make a fucking bottom line. If they can't fucking survive materially.
Alright, hey, what's up YouTube? So today we're going to be taking a look at this video, which a lot of people on Twitter actually requested me to translate. Here's the tweet. This is by Kushina, a really strong SoC player here in Japan. This is his first fighting game. He didn't really play fighting games before this. I think he was a Valorant player before. And he went from...
Recently, a video has
Come, battle awaits. 今度こそ共に戦いましょう。Yield and save me some time. There's fight in me yet. 次は私の番。私？ありがとう。みんなも一緒に前へ。心得ました。この戦場、俺の好きにさせてもらうぞ。一緒に行きましょう。あなたを信じています。Yield and save me some time. There's fight in me yet. 次は私の番。私に続け。このまま行きます。この戦場、俺の好きにさせてもらうぞ。闇より潜む罪悪を打ち払い、人々の心に希望の光を灯す。本当にありがとう。この道を一緒に歩んでくれて。
The episode you are about to hear was originally recorded at an MStew epic marathon stream at
And we also get people who'll come around and start talking.
What a treat. I must say, that puts training on the pendulum to shame.
Good evening, and thank you for being patient with us. And blame Haas for the delay. We are on Mediterranean people time tonight, but I am really, really excited to live stream with John and Haas coming off of a really huge announcement. So we will let the promo do the talking, and then we will pass it over to the boys.
I think we could talk about differences of ideology and outlook.
With that in mind, I wanted to ask you, the ACP represents a revolutionary politics. But I want to hear from you about what is fundamentally different about the ACP versus some existing political parties in the United States. And in particular, what separates the American Communist Party from other, quote, radical political parties?
I think we could talk about differences of ideology and outlook and these points of emphasis. And I think this is something that ideologists in the United States tend to emphasize. What are your policy prescriptions and what is your position on foreign events? As far as we're concerned, we support the multipolar world. We support or have solidarity with at least Russia's special military operation. We regard China as socialist. We believe in applying Marxism-Leninism to the American context rather than employing it as a kind of edgy, antisocial kind of ideology because of American anti-communism. So we could strongly emphasize these points, but in fact, I don't think they are what is essential, however important that they are. I think the difference between ACP and these other organizations has more to do with how we conceive of and understand the meaning of what an organization is. How we understand the difference between the personal and the formal and the procedural. Because it should be remembered that ACP is coming from the context of the CPUSA. And it's not like our ideology changed. It was just as much in 2021 when I encouraged my followers to join the CPUSA, contrary to their reigning opinions and even ruling ideology of the CPUSA back then as it is now. But what has changed is something at the level of form and procedure. So a strong point of emphasis of ACP is professionalism. It is emphasizing the impersonal nature of political association. It requires a level of maturity and seriousness which cannot be reduced to the opinions of an individual, the ideas of an individual, the worldview of a given individual, as is in the case of most organizations, which fall under two categories in the United States. On the one hand, you have organizations that simply are part of the tide of the DNC and the Democratic Party. So they just follow the wave, they follow the trend. Wherever the corporate money is going, wherever the ESG, BlackRock finances are going, they follow in tandem and they will never contradict the authorities that are behind these kinds of trends. Maybe the CPUSA is an example of that. It's just about, they call it the popular movement and the people's movement against fascism or whatever. But what they're really talking about is the hegemony of the Democratic Party. And that is a hegemony that is so strong and is so relevant in American politics that they see no reason to distinguish it from the masses themselves. There's always going to be a degree of separation between your organization and the masses, the world outside of your organization. So how do you make sense of that? And I think this is actually where we're different. We neither follow the path of just tailing behind the hegemony that's leading the trends of history. So as they appear, they're not real trends of history. They just appear this way. But on the other hand, you have another category, which is oftentimes not given its due emphasis by critics of the shills of the DNC, which is the cult paradigm. The cult paradigm may hold very strong and principled positions, which on the surface are correct in terms of the ideology. But at the formal level, at the level of the organization itself, procedurally, it's a false position. It's a position based on creating red lines that are ideological, which ultimately can be traced back to the opinions or the outlook or the worldview of an individual, the cult leader. And this group gets its fix from constantly entering into contradiction with the rest of society, and thereby develops a kind of internal cohesion and solidarity, which is based on how much they're ineffective at actually translating their position to the real world. They become insular. They become contented with themselves, the unique culture formed by them. And this is a paradigm that is especially relevant for dogmatic ultra-left organizations in the U.S. that will call themselves Maoists or followers of Enver Hoxha or something else. And so we, as the American Communist Party, from the very beginning, aspire to be distinct from these false paradigms of organization. We want to genuinely be a real organization that is a part of American history, not just one that's reducible to certain ideas or certain doctrines, but one that is genuinely a working organization that's involved with the developments of the real world, that has a place in them. An organization can define itself however it wants, but it's ultimately reality that's going to define the organization, not the organization's own ideas. And so the American Communist Party is not just born of an alternative ideological outlook, but even at the formal level of how it's organized, it is adapted to the national context and to the future, as we see it at least, of culture and association and sociality itself, which has taken on an increasingly cybernetic and decentralized form in the information age. So I think very broadly, these are, in addition to the the kind of strong emphasis on Marxism-Leninism, orthodox Marxism-Leninism. I think these things are what distinguish ACP.
Well, I'm glad that you talked about the difference between ACP and some of these other radical organizations in terms of not playing into the same kind of old leftist dogmas and taking reality on its own terms, so to speak. And one of the realities of the 21st century that I've seen that you deal with very well is the reality of the emerging multipolar world. And of course, as you know, DD Geopolitics has a very robust international audience. And I would love for you to tell us a little bit. We've seen some exciting news come out of the party over the last few days about some of the international bonds that have already been created, which is extremely impressive, just given the rapidity with which the party has been able to establish these connections. But I was wondering if you could just indulge us a little bit on the cooperation of various international communist parties with the American Communist Party and what the significance of this is.
Well, the American Communist Party has garnered a lot of interest internationally, not just because of the storm we've cooked up on social media, but also because international communist parties, and we can guess which ones in particular, are rather dissatisfied with the orientation of so-called Western communists. They're dissatisfied with the increasing degree of opportunism by which they reject multipolarity and increasingly, like the social democrats before them, begin to tail behind and regress behind the existing kind of capitalist establishment centered in Washington, New York, and the city of London. So there is a broad discontent with the nature of Western leftists, their immaturity, their lack of professionalism, their lack of actual organization. And we can talk about that as well. Their unprincipled stances on various foreign issues and their wild adoption of these new kinds of antisocial cultural trends, which one could argue are the epitome of capitalist madness, at least as far as these foreign parties see it. There's a tension in the international communist movement between traditional communist parties and ones that are becoming more influenced by the so-called new left and the so-called, new cultural identity politics and so on and so on.
I must say.
Yeah, thanks, Haz. It was very impressive to me, as I said, how quickly the American Communist Party was able to make its presence felt, not only at home and online, but of course internationally. We saw a lot of slander come out about the party very quickly, which I think speaks to how powerful the movement that the various individuals associated with the American Communist Party have created. And one of the things that we saw was a response from the CPUSA itself, talking about how the American Communist Party, that is, was nothing more than a small group of people who are online. And so I think that it was very impactful to counter that argument, to see the real work that we're doing, not only internationally, but also seeing folks associated with the rank and file of the party on the ground protesting Bibi's speech in Washington, D.C. the other day. But I wanted maybe you to say a few more words about why you put the emphasis on doing this international outreach to countries like Georgia and Russia and their communist parties, and what the strategy was there.
Stroll. Not a bad idea.
Well, we wanted to establish that before anything, we are standing on the shoulders of historical precedent. That's why we didn't want to form a party separate from the CPUSA initially. Because as much as we disagreed with the strategy and the position of the ruling clique within the CPUSA, that party, at least in name at that time, had been historically legitimated by past precedent. And past precedent is a major factor in defining the reality of what Marxism-Leninism is. Marxism-Leninism is about synthesis. It's about the synthesis of thought and reality. It's about the synthesis of different thoughts in relation to new developments. We wanted to establish that we are not trying to necessarily reinvent the wheel, in the sense that we understand we have a great deal to learn from. We stand on the shoulders of giants. We wanted to pay our proper respect to those parties internationally that represent the legitimate continuity with ruling communist parties in the past and those present, as a form of tribute and respect to the meaning of communism. Communism has no meaning aside from the historical reality of communism. And communism has had a very particular political and historical reality in the 20th century and today even. One does not begin resting on the laurels of their own ideas and opinions so conceived, but how history itself has been affected by this word we call communism. So for us, international ties are very important. They establish the context of by what do we mean by communism? And communism at the outset has been internationalist in the strict sense that it recognizes one common world history and one common reality of humanity, not in the liberal sense, of course, which is a prescriptive top-down universalism, but nonetheless an acknowledgement of the international cooperation of communist movements across different national contexts.
And once upon a time, the CPUSA used to stand on this legacy. And over the last several decades, of course, we've seen the erosion of the credibility, not only the credibility of the CPUSA, but kind of what it fundamentally represents. You made a point about hegemony earlier. And whereas the Communist Party of the United States at one point was a real force for pushing forward the needs of the American worker, challenging capitalism, building those strong international bonds, which I see that the American Communist Party is trying to stand on the shoulders of, so to speak. What we see with a lot of and not only the Communist Party USA, but a number of other, quote, leftist parties, is instead being really a tool of the liberal hegemony, right? We see cases where they will either critique countries like Russia, China, Iran, other countries in the emerging multipolar world, for kind of having insufficient radical liberal social policies. And in some cases, I think the PSL might be an example of this, where they project their own kinds of radical liberal ideas onto countries like China that may not necessarily, in a way that might not necessarily be accurate or truly indicative of the way that the Communist Party or the society at large operates. And so we had a big event today. I know that you were pretty busy throughout the course of the day, so I'm not sure if you got the chance to tune into any of this, but of course the Olympics opening ceremony is tonight.
And I was nice enough to make a wonderful montage because I knew that you guys were busy with party stuff. So I made, and for all of you guys in the listeners, but so we're going to play that and we'll get your reactions, what you think about what this is.
Upon provocations and mockeries and kinds of even perversions of the norms of society as a demonstration of their dynamism and just how much they're above it all, really. And it's a kind of classic case of bourgeois cosmopolitanism, perversion, degeneracy even. This is classical. This is the classical language with which communists in the past have used to describe it. It's a matter of mocking the norms of everyday people. Now, I want to be clear about something because it seems like there's confusion on these matters. I don't believe that the norms of the people are static. it is undoubtedly true that across history they change in form. But those changes happen at a level that reflects the necessities and the realities of the people. Changes at the level of their everyday lives, of the relations of production, of the forces of production.
Yield and save me some time.
Without new cultural trends arising on the basis of a close dialogue and sensibility that is based in a respect and recognition of the day-to-day lives of common people, ordinary people, working class people.
Yield and save me some time.
What you really have is a display of class arrogance and exuberance. It's a outright mockery of the working class, because at the end of the day, these provocations attempting to twist gender and challenge them and so on, the realities of gender and all these stuff at the day, those are rooted in necessity. The necessity of having families, having children, dealing with the dynamics and the complications and the nuances of men and women coming to an understanding with one another. What you see here is a kind of total repudiation, rejection, and mockery of that difficult and substantive process. And it's meant to be that way. It's meant to shock one's sensibilities. It's meant to be provocative. Long gone are the days where supposedly the bourgeoisie was rooted in some kind of notion of respectability and its own hypocritical bourgeois morality. It's doubtful whether or not these times ever really existed in the first place, as the bourgeoisie has always indulged in these kinds of trends. But definitely the legacy of the counterculture has been that it has been fully integrated with capitalism and the logic of capitalism and the ruling elites. We have to understand something. The majority of the world looks at that and is baffled by it. The majority of France or even Western countries are baffled by it. It has nothing to do with being bigoted or hateful or hating anyone. It has everything to do with the fact that the elites are simply out of touch with the realities and sensibilities of the masses.
Mm-hmm. It seems like it serves a dual purpose, this kind of spectacle. And in my view, this is another way to, in many ways, demoralize the working class and kind of continue to stoke the culture war, in addition to all the things that you said, Haas. But kind of shifting to a little bit more of a positive note, because I want to talk about how we address this on its own terms. What I would love, because we hear the right-wingers all the time on social media and across various platforms, really double down and indulge in these kind of culture war issues in a way that I don't see as really productive or building anything substantive, while at the same time minimizing, dismissing, or slandering the legacy of communism. But I want to hear from you, because I know that you are very well read on these subjects. What are some of the ways that communists have actually raised national culture in the past, and what could we be doing today? What's your vision for America today to raise our national culture and address these kinds of, I don't even know what to call them, bourgeois decadencies and degeneracies?
The strong point of emphasis for communists in the past has always been the historical traditions of the nation. And oftentimes communists make material contributions to those historical traditions. Russian or Soviet literature did not strictly confine itself to the classics of Russian literature, for example. It also included a new genre, socialist realism, which was based on the living experiences and contributions of communism or socialism to Russian history. But ultimately, a strong point of emphasis was made on the breadth of historical, literary, and artistic traditions from the past. Marxist-Leninists, or communists with a capital C, have always rejected something they've termed liquidationism, according to which the whole past should be effaced and liquefied for the sake of artificially creating a completely new culture that it conforms to one's ideology in the present. This view has always been contrary to the outlook of communists. The outlook of communists was rooted in an acknowledgement of communism as something that rather integrates the rationality of past historical precedent, leading to and culminating into the glorious future the communists are marching in the direction within in the present. So the key distinction is that communists uplift and respect not only the sensibilities of the masses, but of history itself. And they don't want to destroy the achievements of the past. They would rather want to build off of them and be the worthy inheritors of them. So it's history itself, which is of paramount importance for communists. That video you played is deliberately a form of revenge by the ruling class against the norms of the people they so detest and regard as, I guess, false and not reflexive enough, and so on and so on. That's a form of class revenge. And culture warriors do not want to talk about the class element, because to respond to that with a right-wing version or a conservative version is to indulge in the same baseless and substanceless superfice and artifice divorced from the actual realities of your nation. It's to make a statement and make a provocation. Whether this provocation is liberal or rightist doesn't matter. It's not rooted in the actual historical experience and reality of the people.
And I'm glad that you centered that. But I want to get down to brass tacks, because I know our time is very important here. But why should the average American working person be interested in communism? You know, we've heard this argument over and over that this label is, you know, too noxious, that we should avoid it. But we don't. You know, we do it for a very deliberate reason. But I think it's also important to articulate what can communists provide to the average person, and how should we be talking about what communists and communism in general can provide, specifically in a way that is receptive for the average American worker.
If I had to sum up communism off the top of my head right now at this moment, I would say it's about getting your house in order as a country. It's not about reducing everything to economics, but it's certainly about taking responsibility for the shared and common economic realities we have. And we're not doing that. We're neglecting that common reality and treating it as though it's just another commodity and just another kind of financial tool, such that there's no distinction between a speculative derivative asset and homes people live in, or factories the livelihoods of thousands and even millions of people in some cases depend upon. We don't recognize and acknowledge the common substantive economic reality as share as something that falls within the realm of our responsibility. What communism is about, it is about unburdening and emancipating the people from the shackles of financial capitalism, from the shackles of debt. It's about a clean slate and a fresh start for the American people, getting our house in order so that the liberty and pursuit of happiness of the people could be maximized to the furthest possible extent. It's about understanding the root cause of the problems and the crisis we face as a nation, rather than getting distracted and resorting into cannibalism, where we tear each other apart over race, religion, or ideology even. We understand that the crisis we're facing is a crisis of outdated ruling financial and political institutions and a new reality of technology and economics. And I think the distinction communists want to make from other outlooks and worldviews is we want to have hope in the future. We reject the doomerism and this kind of dystopian panic. We want to embrace the future, have hope in it. understand that there is a way through, not necessarily a way out, but a way through that is commensurate with our humanity and our history as a nation.
And I want to stay for a little while on that point of debt forgiveness, because this is something that I've found people from across the political aisle, whether they consider themselves conservative, liberal, most recognize the real problem of debt that we have in this country, both in terms of the social and collective level and at the individual level. Our society is just riddled with debt, from students to people struggling with medical debt. And I know that many are curiously awaiting some more details of the party's platform, and I know that those details are soon to come. But many of the leaders of the executive committee, yourself, Jackson, have focused on this concept of debt forgiveness, both kind of from a historical angle, even a religious one. But I would love for you to maybe elaborate a little bit on why the centrality of debt forgiveness for communists, and tell us a little bit more about what your vision for debt forgiveness looks like for the United States.
Well, Michael Hudson has done a really good job to document the significance of debt in general for not only modern, but even ancient historical economics, and debt forgiveness that has always been a kind of cyclical event in the Bronze Age and in ancient history. And then later, the very question of interest-bearing debt, or usury, which is always what it's been called, was litigated and brought up by the world's major religions. And somehow, when you trace the history of the Middle Ages and the rise of Asiatic land empires and so on, you have contrasting and different outlooks and views on questions of usury. But I don't want to veer off into the direction and lecture on that. But I'd rather like to say that to me, it's a matter of common sense that debts which cannot be paid off should not be paid off. And interest-bearing debt has the precise, and whole sectors of our economy have the precise function of burdening the population and the government, for that matter, with debts, which from a mathematical perspective cannot ever be paid off. So what you have is a new political relationship disguised as an economic one, a relationship of control and dependency on these unaccountable financial institutions, disguised as a free and voluntary transaction between two parties or two rational actors. And nothing could be further from the truth. A kind of robbery is going on where people are becoming enslaved and politically dependent on unaccountable financial institutions. And we talk about the rise of the deep state and all of these forces that control the government, the CIA, civil society groups, NGOs, billionaires, money, and politics. But nobody really raises the question of where that relationship of dependency actually comes from. They tend to reduce it to campaign lobbying and stuff. But that's only one of the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. The reality is our government itself, in order to get on with the day-to-day duties and responsibilities of government to pay for itself, has taken on an immense debt, so severe that 40% of our personal income taxes go to paying off interest on the national debt. And this is a relationship, make no mistake, that is based on political control. It's not an economic relationship. An economic relationship is rooted in the necessities of production and reproduction. It's rooted in the necessities of resources and methods and means of distribution. It's rooted in fair and equal exchange between two parties. It is not rooted with burdening people with unpayable debts so as to take everything they own from them. And it's ironic, I guess, for a neutral audience to hear a communist defending the property of the people, the property that they actually use and which is a part of their livelihoods and lives. But communists regard that property as sacred. communists are not against property in general. We rather oppose the institution of private property, in the name of which these huge shadow and unaccountable financial institutions can take people's homes, can take their personal belongings, can take their livelihood, all because at the level of the letter, right, at the level of formality, oh, it's just a free and voluntary economic relationship. Well, the actual reality is that it could be anything from the truth, because he who controls the monopolies, the things that we all depend upon, regardless of our tastes and preferences, our energy, our water, our farmland, our minerals and resources, our electricity grids, and so on and so on. Whoever controls that has an undue degree of leverage when it comes to defining economic relationships. So the question we have to ask is this: is that sphere of our reality something that should be accountable to us and our capacity as a sovereign and free people? Or should we just say, give it to the devil, whatever, give it to these unaccountable financial institutions, give it to these foreign financial capitalists and domestic capitalists, for that matter, these institutions and corporations which fundamentally are answerable to no one. Just let them do whatever they want and fundamentally own the things we depend upon to live, breathe, have shelter, and eat, and so on and so on. We don't propose that the government should own everything about one's life. We don't even propose that the government should own most of it. But why should monopolies control the fundamental means of production? When there's room for experimentation and innovation and entrepreneurial initiative, we don't have a problem with giving people the breathing room to take that up. You can look at China as an example for the degree to which that the doors for this kind of economic independence have been opened. But the fundamentals of one's economy are never the rent-bearing assets out of which interest-bearing debt is dealt, with those assets being used as collateral. Those should never fall in the private sector, but they can because of the institution of private property. And that's precisely what communists seek to challenge.
I kind of want to do, I guess it's like a flashback verbal montage. So over the last, since October, there's been I really love to observe trends in discourse and trends in sort of what political discourse, where it's going. And so over since October, probably even before that, because they had a little ban the ADL campaign. But since October, we saw a really large emergence of a far right. I hate saying that because it means nothing anymore, but maybe a proto-fascist ideas. But we also have presidential elections this year, so this sort of fractured the right, and we saw the right kind of go off on one side being, anti Jewish supremacy, I guess, and then the other side was the kind of Christian conservative Zionists and then the conservative Jews, and then MAGA. We thought MAGA was going to kind of bring them together, but then the far right people said no, they like the Jews too much. So now Kamala might win, but then Bibi comes and Kamala skips Bibi's address. I'm just not really sure what's happening. So I don't want to I'm throwing it all at you at once because it's kind of just the way that and then you guys kind of emerge this very far left, what an authentic left movement should be. So we have all of these sort of pendulums swinging all over the place. How do we coalesce? And what do you think about the election and really and Bibi's visit? And I'm sure we'll go into all of it.
Yeah, sure. America has not had a left wing in a long time. Any examples of the emergence of an authentic left-wing politics for power in this country? They've taken on disparate forms. The most recent one, I think, was Bernie Sanders in 2015. But notice he wasn't considered part of the leftist left. He wasn't considered woke, or he was criticized for these things, actually, being Bernie bro is you're not sensitive enough to cultural issues and whatever. So I suppose the left and the right in the United States, first of all, is defined by the distinction between the Democrats and the Republicans, and secondly by the culture war distinction between, you know, the so-called progressive culture warriors and the equally stupid, you know, right-wing reaction to that. And both are actually firmly right-wing. They are both firmly right-wing. The right-wing in the sense that they defend the status quo and the established order. They're rooted both in the ruling class and ruling class ideology. And the actual left-wing politics has always been obfuscated. And it's like the CIA has performed the perfect kind of rigging of the political architecture of the political landscape of the United States, doing everything possible to ensure there is no left wing. There is no authentic challenge to the government. I mean, why wouldn't they have gone out of their way to rig it so it's as such? It's always the left that had to apologize to these identity politics nonsense people. You saw it with Bernie. I mean, he found himself compelled to bow his head and apologize. Same thing with Jeremy Corbyn. So that was the first wave of left-wing politics in the 2010s, and it fizzled out and it failed because they just bowed before the ruling class hegemony and didn't even put up a fight and say, no, we stand on a left-wing politics. In any case, the trend of world history is different from the US. For example, in Ukraine, the liberals are allied with the Nazis. There's a perception that liberalism is left-wing for some odd reason. It's not. Liberalism is right-wing today, and there actually is no liberalism. It's called neoliberalism, and it is fundamentally right-wing and always has been. Neoliberalism is right-wing. So it comes as no surprise that Nick Fuentes and others are starting to sympathize with Kamala Harris, because why wouldn't they? That's the default tendency around the world for the right wing to be solidly behind the neoliberal class. In Europe, I suppose there's a right-wing populism, which I suppose has deviated from that. But then, even if you look at France, and you look at the reaction of the so-called populist right to Mélenchon's marginal success, they started fear-mongering and using neoliberal language, which is very interesting. So the primary thing is neoliberalism, and that we are living in a time where the political alignments don't make sense according to the paradigms that we're used to. Left seems right, right seems left, whatever. But all this is about a broader political realignment, which is rooted not in the precedent of the 2010s or the 2000s, but rooted in the realities of power. To that end, I think that from what I can gather, the Nick Fuentes far right not only has a problem with Trump's Zionism, but I've even noticed they have a problem with his messaging is, for them, according to them, too pro-working class. And they detest that. They don't like that. And I think that there's this kind of class dimension to it, which is very, very clear and obvious. And it's class struggle that defines politics ultimately, however much it's all rooted in false consciousness. So it's not to say Trump is the working class candidate, but you could see how, you know, the far right is becoming a lot like the Azov far right, the far right around the world, basically. But again, it's a controlled opposition. It's a false dialectic. It's very easy for there to be a far-right opposition. Why? Because just look on the History Channel. Hitler is the villain they want to have. That's the villain they find acceptable. Watch Marvel movies. The Nazis are villains they find acceptable. They don't find a left-wing villain thinkable or acceptable. It's just not possible. It's not even possible to consider that there's a left-wing opposition. That is impossible. As a matter of fact, anytime there's a left-wing opposition, they insist that it's actually far-right and it's neo-Nazi. Why? Because they have they find that an acceptable alternative. They find it within the realm of possibility that we can become a Nazi fascist state. They may lament it on some existential and poetic level, but ultimately they regard it as possible and ultimately acceptable. They don't find left-wing politics acceptable. That is like beyond the threshold of conceivability. It is a traumatic reality. It's one that can't even be spoken. The reactions to the American Communist Party, look at how irrational they are. Look at how contradictory they are. Tell me there's not something pathological going on.
Yeah, I mean, we're Jewish.
Wait, can I play it now? I think he's in a better mood. Wait, no, never mind. It's gone anyway. I don't have the video. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's very crazy. On one hand, we're Jewish, we're anti-Semites, we're Hitlerites.
Yeah, you guys are fascists, but I mean, you guys get the same sort of vitriol that I get. I've gotten, you know, Zionist, but also Nazi and Hamas.
It's retarded because in back then, when they accused us of this, it was censored on social media. So I guess they could say, oh, they're just not admitting they're fascists because they don't want to get censored. Well, now it's not censored. It's not censored. You can freely Hitler post and beep Hitler.
Every space.
And not only that, but you'll be rewarded for it on the algorithm. You'll get a lot of praise for it. You'll get a lot of connections for it and friendships for it. And we reject it still. Our enemies have yet to explain why that is. They keep going back to this, circling back to the same retarded argument, excuse my French.
You can say retarded.
Somehow we want to co-opt the real powerful, and I think I saw a guy say the what is the word he described the Twitter left? The what did he say? It was like he said it was the bustling, not the bustling. He said it was like the
yes, it was, it was a like
he said it was the
verse and
we're trying to destroy the
vibrant community.
The vibrant Twitter left that's our goal, is to just, and it's like, what are you talking about? Vibrant. What the hell are you talking about?
It's such an understatement.
Yeah. Our goal is like these. They don't realize we are already living in a future where you don't exist, because we can see in the long term you're not viable. Okay, you're already being plagued with a cognitive dissonance, which you're projecting entirely upon us. The reason they attack us is because they have cognitive dissonance. If we didn't exist, it would be very easy for them to just become the far right or liberals they want to be. But we give them the pretext to project their cognitive dissonance in a way that makes sense to them. Oh, the reason I'm having, it's just the infrared and ACP is doing a psyop on me. That's why my views are not commensurate with reality. Is if we could just get rid of them, then I would be content with my outlook and worldview, and everything would make sense. So it's just a very funny position, I guess, we're being put in.
And it's so crazy to me to hear this argument that we're co-opting like symbols of communism in order to actually steer people a fascist direction or something, when we repeatedly embrace the historical reality of communism. You know, I don't know anyone other than the Midwestern Marx group and Infrared that does that. And, you know, in order to really co-opt something, what we would actually be doing is using the symbols of communism and attaching it to a historical or material reality that was fundamentally anti-communist, right? But we're less fixated on the symbology, even though we still employ it and figure it to be important.
John,
it's just so bad.
I have to play it now, though.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, thanks, guys. Hold on.
All right-wing infighting is like, who can out-schizo retard who? They're like, well, you know how they fight? They're like, actually, Putin is the Jew, and NATO is the Aryan. Like, no, NATO's the Jew, and Putin's. And then the guy goes, you're all Jews! The guy Shlomo Rubinstein controls all of this.
Yeah, that was a good summary of
That's
exactly the arguments that we receive on the right. But it's not all that different on the left either. You know, this notion that somehow we are fascist sympathizers, even though we embrace literally the legacy of Stalin, and these will be people who, I don't know, it's hard for me to even describe where this
The reality is simple. They cannot confront fascism. They can't confront it. They can't confront this growing rehabilitation of Hitler. They have no response to it. They can't respond to it. In the face of it, they are weak and ineffective. And you know what they say? They say it doesn't matter because all of these Nazis are just fringe. No, they're not fringe. It's really taking hold in the consciousness and minds of young men in this country. How widespread it is online speaks for itself, but I think a lot of people can see how widespread it is everywhere. And they even try to say this is guilt by association. They don't realize the sanitized academic and corporate settings you work in, that's not the reality of most people in this country. And they have no way of confronting and challenging and fighting the far right. They're enabling it, as a matter of fact. They try to make it seem like because we're the most effective in fighting the far right, that we're somehow tainted by it itself. Why? Because we're pulling people away from that. And they say, well, no, I mean, well, you're providing an alternative to it because the reasons why people are being duped by the far right is just because they're bad people and you're bad people too. Like, well, that's not true. That's never been the communist position historically. The communist position historically is that the fascist far right lied to people who would otherwise have good intentions, and tried to deceive them, planting within them a false consciousness, turning their economic and class discontent into something that's racial or some otherwise distraction. And it's always been the duty of communists to wage the anti-fascist struggle, to win the hearts and minds of the working class. That was the meaning of anti-fascism. It wasn't censorship and violence. The violence of the real anti-fascists of the past was always in self-defense. Real anti-fascist work has always been the work of addressing the root cause of why masses of people are turning to the far right. And on the basis of addressing that cause, affecting that reality such that their discontent could be articulated in a way that is rational and commensurate with the reality of class struggle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've given that up. They've given it up and turned it into a matter of what? Good people versus bad people? Well, they just want to lose beautifully then, because they are going to lose to the far right with that mentality.
And I think the issue of Palestine is a great example of this, where we see in a reaction to the fundamental injustice that many people are seeing, and for the people who, for whatever reason, reject communism, reject the American Communist Party, so on. I've noticed the trend of many liberals being kind of influenced by this Hitlerian kind of rhetoric that pins all of the blame, or the blame specifically, on the Jews as a ethnicity and religion. And so I think that just kind of underlines the need for a party and a political movement that can actually give synthesis and rationality to these things. And Haza, I'd like to ask you about, we saw the event a couple of months ago, the Free America to Free Palestine event. And I would love maybe for you to say a little bit of words about the significance of the Palestinian struggle for the party and for yourself.
Well, the Palestinian struggle has become a global symbol of people fighting for their sovereignty. and fighting for their existence
Oh, very
in the face of the inauthenticity and the oppression, not just of Western colonialism, but of the institutionalized form of capitalism itself, in my view. We see in the United States that people are simply trying to get by and make a living and live a dignified life. And on the one hand, you have these attempts to artificially create synthetically different, ways of life that are predicated upon exclusion, such as through gentrification, for example, such as through political correctness, for example. That's not to say that things like political correctness can be compared to the oppression of the waged by the IDF, the murderous genocide waged by them. But it's rather to say there is a global struggle of people attempting to acquire some kind of popular sovereignty, some kind of voice, and some kind of existence. And, the states aligned with unipolar capitalism increasingly have to resort to exterminationist and violent means to maintain their own status quo. It's also true for the protesters, the student protesters. Look at the response by riot police and the state authorities to that, the overwhelmingly violent responses to that, to crush them and basically silence them and erase them. And Palestine has become a symbol for people around the world fighting for their emancipation, for their self-determination, for their freedom. And the great thing is it's not a struggle predicated on an ideology. It's not predicated on a specific idea. It's predicated on the real existence of the Palestinian people and the actual substantive ties they have to that land, the culture they have, the community they have, all of which is legitimate from a historical perspective, rooted historically. So this is the significance of Palestine. It's a rallying cry for the forces of multipolarity throughout the entire world. And in the American context, I'd like to think that there's a connection, and I believe there's a connection between the struggle for the Palestinian people to acquire popular sovereignty and that very same struggle by the American people.
Go ahead, sir. No, but so I wanted to address a couple of the comments that I'm seeing here, kind of emphasizing again the role of Jews specifically when it comes to Palestine. And I think it's very important for us to remember that when it comes to capitalism and imperialism, these are superficial realities that have to be dealt with on their own terms. Scapegoating or defining one particular race or ethnicity as ultimately responsible or ultimately culpable is, number one, not even true, because as we know, in the United States, our government, you look at any institution, it is not a majority of Jews. And of course, we know that the United States plays an instrumental and fundamental role in the creation of the state, the artificial state of Israel, as well as the ongoing genocide, facilitation of this genocide, the prevention of resources getting in and out of Gaza, the military assets that have been stationed in the region to prevent the access of resistance from actually liberating the Palestinian people. And none of these are contingent or have anything to do specifically with a specific group's race or religion. And it's just really an easy way out. If that's the way that we want to go, that this is just a cop-out. And we have to be able to have the confidence and the clarity and the rationality to deal with these superficial realities on their own terms. So I just want to be very clear for the people listening that we're not going to abandon our Jewish brothers and sisters. We will never abandon our Jewish brothers and sisters and slander the normal Americans that are living in this country just because of their race or religion. And we also have to recognize how many brave Jewish people are also involved in these protests that we're seeing in Washington, D.C. and around the country. So I just want to make that abundantly clear for everyone. where we stand on that. How's
Yeah, I
any-
mean,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, I totally agree, and it should be emphasized that the conflation of Judaism with Zionism is a form of Zionist propaganda, and whoever's engaging in it is engaging in Hasbara, if I'm saying it right. You're engaging in propaganda for the Zionist entity. You're reinforcing the loyalty that some Jews, or many Jews, we should rather say, have in the West to the Zionist entity. You're making an egregious error and conceding to the Zionist entity the very basis that it has as an ideology in its in the occupiers living in Palestine. It would be much more productive to recognize the truth and just state the truth plainly, that Zionism is an inauthentic attempt to give expression to the consciousness of the Jewish people who belong to many different nations across the world. Not one nation, but many different nations. And that the sacred connection between Jews that they feel with one another is fundamentally something that's rooted in their religion. And that there is a crossover between religion and ethnicity in some kind of way doesn't change that, because a nation isn't reducible to an ethnicity in the first place. And moreover, a Russian Jew and an American Jew are not of the same nation. On a religious level, they may have solidarity. Muslims are also obligated, by the way, to have a solidarity that crosses national borders, but it doesn't change the laws of the national reality. It doesn't change the laws governing history, according to which people constitute themselves differently according to different national contexts. And it's precisely the exclusion of Jews from nations on the basis of their religious background that gave rise to Zionism in the first place. It's why Theodore Herzl said the anti-Semites shall be the greatest allies of the Zionists.
I think that's actually a really poignant place to end it, because Hazel was already 3 hours late. But we did come up with a really great name for your propaganda department, which is Hasbara. Get it? That's amazing. We can co-opt that and take it back. But I just want to read this one Joe Sims, I don't know who that is, asked me to pass on to you all that he can't be here tonight, but his pronouns are they, them, and he asks you all not to clap because he is noise sensitive.
Okay, well, no objections for me on that front. Totally respect his wishes.
Well, thank you, Haz, and we're going to open a space in your honor. So if you have time after whatever it is you have to do, please do pop in. We'll be fighting Nazis, I'm guessing, probably, because they're all in the chat. So go ahead, Haz, plug yourself, and then we'll let you go, and I'll do the rest.
Well, I'm Infra Haz on Twitter, and that's infrared.gg if you want to find the Infrared website. If you want to find ACP, just acp.us. You know, simple as that. Anyway.
Bye, Haz. Have a good one.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody. It was a really, really good stream. We have some super chats. And a book recommendation. I love when you guys give book recommendations. Lifting the Veil: An Investigative History of the United States Pathocracy. Really cool. Matt, thank you for coming. You guys can support us by buying a membership on YouTube. I don't know how much it is or anything about it. You'll have to ask Area. Joey sent us a bunch of love. Thank you, Joey. And it's really good to see you back after a very long and not needed hiatus. Well, maybe needed for you, but not us. Not needed hiatus. And everybody showing their love for the ACP. We will go open a space in like 25 minutes, and we will be back on Sunday with Professor Morandi. Go to our website, buy some merch, give us a donation, and go check out this really cool new design I made. Go ahead, Aria, you can show them.
Walter. We have Walter, who is a state representative from Minnesota, HD30A. What's going on, Walter?
How y'all doing? I'm just hanging out. It's late at night. I'm in the final week of a very contentious legislative session and just having a good time. You mentioned a phrase that caught my attention, which is popular sovereignty. And the reason why that phrase catches my attention is because that was quite literally the concept that was advocated by Stephen Douglas in the historically famous Douglas-Lincoln debate. And what he was advocating for was slavery, quite literally. He was saying that if U.S. territories that want to expand and want to establish themselves, if they want to vote as the people that other human beings are less than, then they probably ought to be able to because they have popular sovereignty.
Okay.
And so I guess what I'm wondering is, like, is your conception of that out of sync with that historical analogy, or are you talking about something
I think
completely different?
the notion of popular sovereignty definitely does not originate in that. That seems like an opportunistic use of an Enlightenment concept at the time. For the purposes of advancing the interests of the planter class. So definitely not. For example, I'll give you an example of what I think, is a form of popular sovereignty. The popular sovereignty of the Palestinian people in Gaza who are fighting for that against occupation. It's actually something I think is similar to when the American people were fighting the occupation of the British. That's really where you see popular sovereignty try to assert itself.
I mean, okay, I'll take that for granted. My question is,
why do you gotta take it for granted? Do you not agree with it, or?
No, I don't, because the people of Hamas want to destroy the Jews.
Why would why would they want to destroy the Jews?
Is there any reason that could possibly be legitimate?
No, it's really weird. Like, you're saying, oh, they want to destroy the Jews. Like, where, how, based on what? What could possibly be the reason?
The river to the sea, that whole concept is obviously intended to convey the sense that we should engage in genocide against the Jewish people in that area.
How is it genocide to demand a one state that doesn't exclude all non-Jewish people by definition?
The state of Israel literally does not exclude anybody. There are Arab people who live in Israel.
So can a majority of the so-called country of Israel be non-Jewish ethnically according to their racial conception of Judaism, which is actually against the Torah and against the Jewish religion?
Are you suggesting that the state of Israel discriminates against who can be part of their country as long as they're peaceful?
They literally don't allow anyone to become citizens except people that have blood quantums that come... It's like literally out of Nazi Germany, where you have to have blood quantums of the right race in order to be a citizen. You could literally be a guy living in New Zealand, and if you have the right blood quantum, they'll open the door for you. Welcome! You are the citizen. Israel claims to be the state of all Jews in the world, based on a racial notion of Judaism. And it defines that state based on that. And, you could see why that would upset the people who were, like, already living there. Kind of like...
Well, why did they... That being the case, why did they accept and grant rights to people who are not Jewish?
Because they anticipated those people will always be a minority. If there was a right of return for the Palestinians who were expelled in 47, 48, then that would no longer be the case. So would they tolerate a non-Jewish majority? Is that even possible for a so-called Jewish state?
Would any country tolerate being taken over by people who are not associated with the nation?
So it's kind of like, do you support apartheid South Africa? Because that was their same reasoning, that we can't let black people have voting rights or else they're going to take over our white nation.
Well, absolutely not. I mean, but that's
What's
not
the
the same
difference?
thing at all.
Why not? Why not?
Because the Jewish nation in Israel, like, the Jews have been historically persecuted for thousands of years. Like, there's been no place they can go.
Why is that the problem of Palestinians? What do they have to do with that?
The nation of Israel is historically belongs to the Jews. I mean, they've been there for thousands of years, and there's no.
All right, what
historical
okay,
claim.
where you said you're in Minnesota? What land?
Yeah, sure.
What people does that land historically belong to?
Well, I mean, I pay my mortgage and I pay my property taxes, so it belongs to me.
So just paying mortgage and property. We went from they're allowed to go and steal all this land because they had ancestors that were there thousands of years ago, to paying mortgage and property tax. What is the what legitimizes a people to just steal land? You know, if it's not.
They didn't steal land.
Well,
like
really
anybody,
and they're still
anybody
doing
who
it.
wants. No, listen, brother. Anybody who wants to live in Israel without killing people can do so.
That's not true. If you're Jewish, yeah, according to how they define it. But if you're non-Jewish, you can't. Unless you were granted the right a long time ago. You can't. I can't go there. Can I go there? I can't.
I would love to.
Are you Jewish?
No, sir.
Even
I would
you
love to
can't-
have
even
evidence
you-
of what they're
even,
claiming.
Even you can't go.
Okay.
Why are you defending?
Fair enough.
Why are you defending Israel? They don't even want you in, because according to them, you're not racially allowed.
I don't think that's true.
It is.
I think I can go there tomorrow.
Well, not as a citizen.
Well, if you can provide me with evidence of that, that would be significant.
They're not gonna let you in if you're not Jewish, according to them.
So I mean, on what basis? So on what basis does any nation have a right to determine who comes in, who can't
I
come
don't know,
in?
but in Israel, it's based on race. That's the problem.
All right. What about the United States? Did we get to determine?
Not on race.
Did we get to determine based? Like, what do you think about when Trump in his first term said that people who are coming from predominantly terrorist-oriented nations should not be in the United States? Is that a bad thing?
Again, we're talking about race here. In so-called Israel, it's a Jewish state for the Jewish people, which is a racial concept to them, to the Zionists. If the U.S. started, having racial laws, I think that would be pretty concerning.
Of course it would. I'd be the first one to object to it as the
object to it in Israel, where it's a racial apartheid state.
I don't believe you. If you could prove that to me, I would probably change my tune, but I don't believe you.
So, do you think it's a form of discrimination that if you have a certain blood quantum of Jewish, you can be a citizen, but if you're non-Jewish, you barely have any chance of that?
I mean, so the question that you're asking could just as easily be applied to any of the tribal nations that we have here in the United States of America. So, you know, I have some native blood in me somewhere deep down. My wife probably has more. Her grandmother is a elder in the Chippewa tribe.
Nations are literally defined by lineage. They're not full-blown ethno-states. They, you know,
Of
you
course
can't
they
claim
are.
to
Of
have
course they are.
lineage from a group.
No,
if you don't.
literally, of course they are. Like, literally, you have to prove that you are racially aligned
No, you
with
just
their
have to
lineage
prove that
in order to be citizens.
you have descent from the, but that's like a tribal identity. That's not an ethno.
Okay. What's the difference between that one you're talking about in Israel?
Because Israel is a full-blown ethno-state that has a law of return.
So is literally every tribal nation in the United States of America.
They're not ethno-states.
Checkmate.
They don't actually have real sovereignty.
Checkmate.
They don't have
Checkmate.
sovereignty, Walter. There's no checkmate. They don't have sovereignty. Plus, you're missing
Of
like a
course
really.
they do.
You're,
What are you kidding me? You're telling me that the tribal nations in the United States of America don't have sovereignty? They would all object to that pretty
they don't.
aggressively.
Well, I don't care if they would object. It's the fact that they don't have sovereignty.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else
They
to
can't
talk to
build
you about
nuclear
because
weapons.
look,
They can't have their own army. They can't have their own anything. It's not sovereignty.
okay, all right. So apparently sovereignty is based upon whether or not you can build nuclear weapons. This has been a very entertaining conversation.
Literally, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Literally.
You lost it. I appreciate it.
Literally. That's literally it.
Okay. Enjoy that. Have a good night, man.
Well, why do you love racism?
That's a ridiculous question to
Why do you
ask to
love
a half
Hitler,
black.
Walter? Why do you love Hitler?
That is a ridiculous
Why do you
question to
love
ask
Hitler?
to a half.
Just answer it.
I'm not going to accept your stupid premise, you fucking retard. I'm a half black, half white man.
Yeah, a guy who loves Hitler. Why do you love Hitler, Walter?
I don't, dipshit.
It seems like you do.
And no matter how many times you say it, is not going to make it true.
So you
Like,
support
the fact
Hamas.
that-
So you support Hamas.
No, you support Hamas.
So if you don't,
Clearly.
so
Like,
so
that's
you
how we
love
started
Hitler.
out, is
So
you
love
supporting Hamas.
Hitler. You're the biggest Hitler lover.
Okay. Oh my God, you're hilarious, dude.
No,
I
I'm not
love you.
hilarious. I'm not laughing.
Have a good time. Have a good
Why
time.
do you love Hitler? Why do you
Wow.
love the racial laws?
Enjoy yourself, dipshit.
Why do you love Hitler's racial laws and worldview? That's all I'm asking. Oh, he left. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll never know why he loves Hitler.
This is Richard Wolf from Democracy at Work, responding to another Ask Prof. Wolf question from our Patreon community. And this question comes from Carl. And Carl refers us to a recent appearance on a right-wing show, a talk show on television or a podcast, in which a supporter of Donald Trump's MAGA movement, Make America Great Again, refers to something called MAGA communism, and even identifies himself in the conversation as, matter of factly, oh yes, I am a communist. And what Carl wants to know is there some redefinition, some change going on in communism that might make it somehow a partner of right-wing, fascistic, or other right side of the aisle movements. So let me respond, and I'm going to do it historically so you can see the point I'm trying to make in that way. Throughout history, every time that socialism or communism have come back into the political arena, and I should mention to you all that they have been pronounced dead and gone and over with over and over again. I'm often reminded of the famous letter Mark Twain sent to the Hartford Courant newspaper in Connecticut, where he lived. After reading his own obituary in that day's paper, he wrote to the editor, "Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated." The reports of the death of socialism and communism have been exaggerated by people who wished they had disappeared, wished they were gone from the historical agenda, but it has never been the case, and it isn't that now either. So what's going on? Answer is, if you're a political movement and you want to get supporters at a time when socialism is attracting more and more interest, well, you might be tempted to grab hold at least of the name. And I'm going to give you some examples of how that has happened. Probably the most important example is the one of Adolf Hitler in Germany. Hitler tried to build a movement in the 1920s in Germany. But the problem for Hitler was, during the 1920s, what happened to Germany was a major reaction to having lost World War I, which traumatized the German people. Likewise, traumatizing them was the worst inflation any modern capitalist economy has ever seen up until that point. 1923, the value of the German Deutschmark collapsed basically to next to nothing. And the 50 years of scrupulously accumulated savings by the German working class, a very frugal, savings-oriented working class, all of that was reduced to nothing. All that money they had squirreled away in an account couldn't buy you a quarter pound of butter. And these two events traumatized them. And then came the Great Depression of 1929, and it took them over the hill. But through the whole 20s, what was alive and creative in Germany was socialism. It was what replaced the defeated, discredited German aristocracy. Kaiser Wilhelm, the emperor of Germany, until the defeat of that country in World War I. So the socialists were everywhere. Music, art, culture, politics, they go socialism, socialism. And Mr. Hitler made the decision that to build up his movement, even though it was the opposite of socialism. Hitler hated the Soviet Union, which is where socialism had won the governmental power in 1917. He hated the left. He hated socialism, had fought against it, had been involved in violent efforts against it. But he knew that to build a movement, he had to somehow tap into it. So he chose as the name for his political party the National Socialist German Workers' Party. That was the full name of his party, because the first word, nationalist, in German is National, and the first four letters are N-A-Z-I. That's why it's called the Nazi Party. But the fact that Mr. Hitler took the name socialist fooled very few people in Germany. It didn't make much difference. And the very people he began working with who were interested in socialism were ejected from the Nazi Party, often with violence, in the years later on in the 1920s. So don't be fooled by MAGA communism. Yes, it's a clever putting together of things that don't fit. It will get you some attention for a while, but there's nothing in Mr. Trump or the MAGA movement that is anything other than fundamentally hostile to almost everything that socialism has meant or could mean. If discussions like this clarify issues for you, and we hope they do, and that's why we make them, then please partner with us. Share this video with others who might be interested, who might share some of your interests and come to like this kind of program. We're getting very close to 300,000 YouTube subscribers. If you have not become one, please go over to YouTube, click on Democracy at Work, and become a subscriber. It costs nothing, and it builds the partnership between you and us. And also, if you find these kinds of videos valuable, please know there's a whole library of them at our Patreon location and at our social media outlets. And last but not least, if you can help defray some of the financial costs, we will be grateful for that kind of support as well. Thank you.
This is Democracy Now!
That Donald Trump and MAGA, just like Joe Biden and the Democratic Party by funding a genocide, is here to bail out the Democratic Party. Soon as Donald Trump won, I saw people say, oh, there's going to be a MAGA dominance in politics. I'm like, man, I don't know about that, man. I know how this duopoly works. You had Donald Trump and MAGA that put America last. You have Donald Trump that openly betrayed his entire base when he ran on an anti-war platform. Now he's still funding the Nazis in Ukraine. He's floating the idea of invading Nigeria. The only thing he cared about doing as president as far as governing on behalf of Israel and censoring Americans. You guys think there's not going to be retaliation to this? This moment right here is the exact moment that Zoran Mamdani won this election. Now with Haas, we're going to explain what the election with Mamdani means. I think a lot of people are getting way too excited, which is the problem with the professional managerial class. Because remember, fam, the professional managerial class views victory as just winning the election and winning the election only. Fam, the battle is supposed to just begin if you're a Zoran Mamdani supporter, and already seeing these people playing and acting like his lawyer instead of holding him accountable, because Zoran is already tweeting nonsense about how we got to fight against anti-Semitism. But it was this moment right here, because the way I'm taking this, because the same way I laughed at Democrats when Trump won, I laughed at MAGA when Biden won in 2020. I'm always going to laugh at the loser. And this is, we're witnessing massive meltdown from the Zionist lobby because of this. So this is a fantastic rhetorical victory against Zionism. And it is funny seeing the Zionist meltdown. I will enjoy this, but I'm going to show you guys the exact moment which represents the change of the American psyche. This moment right here won Zoran Mamdani this election.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies
Come on,
fighting
man.
on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel?
as
mayor?
I will be doing as.
This is the exact moment he won the election. Like, you could pack this shit up right at this exact moment. And the Zionists overplayed their hand because Zoran Mamdani didn't even want to talk about Israel-Palestine like that. They themselves made this a referendum. And I don't know if they was like doing a live, almost like they're using the New York election as a way to test the waters of how the American populace are feeling about Israel, Zion, because they made it about Zionism. Zoran, like, bro, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, I condemn globalized intifada. I want to run about the cost of living for New York. And as these people made it clear, the ruling class made it clear that they didn't give a fuck about New Yorkers. They care about, and they only care about governing for their favorite apartheid genocidal regime. And they're just a small part of the cope. This is why we're seeing the Democratic Party revival, because Donald Trump and MAGA is doing their part. The same way that Biden did his part to revive Donald Trump by committing a genocide, by continuing to fail the American working class by breaking rail strikes. That's what we see in the Trump administration. This is the he's the ambassador to Israel, isn't he? 30% of Jewish Americans voted for Mamdani. So you guys lost the information war. Here's Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL. You already know the ADL's having a meltdown. Let's listen to it.
And I will tell you, I've gotten so many calls from Jewish New Yorkers who are alarmed. Their kid was harassed in college. Their child was bullied in K through 12. Their synagogues vandalized. So here's what ADL is doing right now. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back, and we will hold Mamdani, Mayor-elect Mamdani, accountable. And I will.
Come on, man. So I can enjoy these moments. These moments are hilarious. I want to take advantage of any political event that captivates the masses in order to spread my message of anti-Zionism, raising awareness about how we occupied by these Jewish supremacist scum. And unfortunately, I see the pressure working. I've seen the pressure working already on Mamdani. And I have made an argument, and we've seen it. The argument made by many of my Palestinian friends who've been critical of Zoran, that he actually legitimized many of the Zionist talking points against the Palestinian movement. By condemning the Palestinian resistance, by condemning globalized intifada. He's not shifting the Overton window to the left. He's legitimizing talking points that Zionists should have been conceding to us. So as people are uncritically cheerleading for Zoran Mamdani, you had the Zionist class who they was going to work. And they have successfully shifted Zoran on his positions on the NYPD. He apologized for calling the NYPD racist. And now he has this insane Zionist who pledged to crack down on anti-Semitism. and is that he's going to keep at the NYPD. And I can't wait to ask. I'm going to ask Haas about this, but every time I hear Zoran describing democratic socialism, it always makes me want to vomit. Like, I don't want socialism to be blamed for when Zoran Mamdani inevitably fails to decrease the cost of living for New York. Because Zoran Mamdani hella overpromised. And this is what we've seen time and time again. These people are allowed to call themselves socialists. They're here to drag what it means to shift. They shift what it means to be a socialist to the right. That is what we see from AOC. These people are advocating for a welfare state. Now, if you don't think this is a criticism, that's okay. It's not, everything I say about Zoran Mamdani is not meant to be a scathing criticism. So if you like welfare capitalism, then I guess Zoran Mamdani is your guy. But I'm way beyond welfare capitalism. I want to completely destroy the political power of the capitalist class. I want a dictatorship of the proletariat. This is not that what Zoran is doing. Zoran conceding to landlords. Him making alliances with the business capitalist class. This is not engaging in class struggle. He already promised landlords that, hey man, I'm not gonna do anything that harm your profits and harm your power. That's what he said. So if you want welfare capitalism, Zoran is your guy. But Zoran is not a socialist. And there are a lot of DSA people get upset when you say this, but we have to gatekeep what it means to be a socialist, because there's an active campaign to shift what it means to be a socialist into supporting Banderite Nazis, to condemning the resistance. If you're a true advocate of the working class, a true socialist, a true communist, it's upon us to gatekeep and be 100% clear about what our intentions are. And every single time I'm hearing Mamdani ask this question about socialism and communism, he runs away from communism as fast as possible. This is the anti-communism that you see among the progressive managerial class. Instead of using this opportunity to explain why we should be challenging the power of the capitalist class, the DSA elected, what they do is they immediately cave to the framing. They promote this false idea of democratic socialism, as if socialism isn't inherently democratic. But I'll let the video play, because this is, we didn't have to correct the record on this. And even if you like Zoran Mamdani, you should be calling this nonsense out. Why are people acting like lawyers on behalf of these politicians? So we have Haas who will be joining us soon. I want to get your thoughts on this, because this is, every time I hear this man talk about socialism, it makes me want to vomit. So let's play this clip, and I'll bring our guests in to respond.
Us now.
And the communist joins us now. How do you respond to that when somebody comes up to you and says, I can't vote for you because you're a communist?
I said, there are reasons you might not want to vote for me, but let's be honest about my politics. I'm a democratic socialist, no matter how many times President Trump calls me otherwise.
Yeah, explain the difference. What is the difference between a Democrat, a democratic socialist, and a communist?
Well, I'm a democratic socialist who's also a Democrat.
Right.
And when I say I'm a Democrat,
I'm a democratic socialist who is also a Democrat. Emphasis and underline the word Democrat. Because Zoran Mamdani, he said very clearly that he wants to save the Democratic Party. He wants to remind the Democratic Party of their working class roots. It's all a PR campaign to save a capitalist party. But I'll let him finish his answer here.
Democratic socialist and a communist.
well, I'm a democratic socialist who's also a Democrat.
Right.
And when I say I'm a democratic socialist, I explain it in the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said that call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
Right.
And what I actually find is that when you're speaking to New York,
This is just a small point, but I said this 1,000 times. I hate when people quote radical black leaders to explain their liberalism. Don't quote MLK to explain your irrelevant, contradictory ideology. I hate when they fucking do that, because MLK called out militarism, was critical of capitalism. So they always use this quote, which as a standalone quote is not a bad quote. But that quote is not a good quote if you use that to justify why you're not engaging in class war. Socialism is not when you're able to vote for a welfare state. That's essentially what he's advocating for. Anyway, let me continue. I'll both play. Let's continue stuff. I want to get Haas stuff on this.
Socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
Right.
And what I actually find is that when you're speaking to New Yorkers, they ask you less how you describe your politics and more whether there's room for them in that politics.
Right.
And New Yorkers are asking me, does your politics have room for my struggle to afford my rent, my childcare, my groceries? And frankly, President Trump ran an entire campaign focusing on the cost of living, focusing on the promise of cheaper groceries. And his inability to do so is now making him increasingly desperate to try and stop the campaign that will actually deliver on the same diagnosis that he shared.
Yeah.
So I want to get Haas in. I want to get your thoughts on this. We have the chairman of the ACP who will join us on RBN once again. Thank you for joining us on RB and Haas. I did. Good to have you on again, brother.
How you doing, Nick? A long time no see.
Absolutely, man. You was in China, man. You was killing it. You was killing it. How did that even come about? Because before we get, I want to get your reaction to the clip of Zoran, but the ACP is meeting with the Chinese Communist Party. You guys meet with resistance fighters and Hamas. It's great to see. So, welcome to RB. How did that trip even come about?
Well, it was hosted by the Renmin University in China. They were holding a strategic dialogue. I think they do it yearly. And Professor Wang Wen, who connected us, he was very interested in our perspective because he wanted a voice for a newer generation, and he saw the American Communist Party, go so viral and become so prominent online, and he was thinking, this is very interesting. We have Americans who are inspired by us. They have taken inspiration from China, So, he was interested in our perspective in that capacity, I guess.
Yeah, that's dope. As we have social democrats who condemn Maduro, like Zoran Mamdani. He condemned Venezuela and Cuba as authoritarian states. We have the ACP who's willing to meet with the enemy of the empire. You got to give props to that. So it was cool to see this. It was cool to see this. But I want to get your thoughts on this clip and your thoughts on these democratic socialists in general, the way they tend to define their socialism. I remember Zoran was speaking with Hassan Piker. We covered this a long time ago. I defined socialism as our access to the ballot box. And I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? So this is the clip where Zoran, I'll play it again. I want to get your response. And I also want to get your response and the response of ACP, how the working class should be responding on. So let me play this clip. I want to give you the response.
No matter how many times President Trump calls me otherwise.
Yeah, explain the difference. What is the difference between a Democrat, a democratic socialist, and a communist?
Well, I'm a democratic socialist who's also a Democrat.
Right.
And when I say I'm a democratic socialist, I explain it in the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said that call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
Right.
And what I actually find is that when you're speaking to New Yorkers, they ask you less how you describe your politics and more whether there's room for them in that politics.
Right.
And New Yorkers are asking me, does your politics have room for my struggle to afford my rent, my childcare, my groceries? And frankly, President Trump ran an entire campaign focusing on the cost of living, focusing on the promise of cheaper groceries. And his inability to do so is now making him increasingly desperate to try and stop the campaign that will actually deliver on the same diagnosis that he shared.
Man, polished as hell, but I can't stand his answers on socialism. What's your thoughts?
First of all, I can't stand this guy. I'm just going to be honest. I can't stand hearing him. I can't stand his face. I can't stand his voice. I can't stand his stupid-ass smile. I hate looking at this guy, so I get triggered automatically whenever I see it. But regarding his answer, I mean, look, this is what you call, somebody who's apologizing before they even had anything to apologize for. Why are you a socialist? Well, he's quoting Dr. King. As if that's gonna what? I mean, what is that gonna do as far as getting you out of the deep end or the hole you're in? You think so? I mean, he says, well, what does that mean that you're a democratic socialist? Well, I just think there should be a better distribution of wealth, is basically what he's saying. And he's misquoting Dr. King to basically confirm what Fox News says socialism is, which is just redistribution of wealth. When in fact, socialism is about ownership. It's about changing the ownership. It's about changing the sovereignty. And the only way you can do that is if you address the question of imperialism. Because the way that capital is owned and constructed and structured in the USA is as imperialist capital. It's intertwined with the global imperialist system. And so he wants to take revenues from that system and basically kind of just promise free shit to more people from it. And that's his whole selling point. The only way you can be a socialist in America is if you're an anti-imperialist. Because if you're saying we need to seize our means of production, we need to have ownership of our production, we need to have sovereignty over production, then what that means is we have to make it accountable to us and us only. We can't make it reliant upon financial revenues that come from exploiting the rest of the world. We have to have and own our own shit.
Yeah. Very well said. The Social Democrats, they just want to divide the spoils of imperialism. They're upset that they're not getting cut of the pie that we're stealing from Africa and the global South, that they don't benefit from our extraction from oil. And when you see these Social Democrats in the DSA, it's clear to me that their agenda right now, and history will be told whether they will be successful or not, but they are desperate to prevent a rise of an ACP, of an RBN, of any anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist movement outside of the Democratic Party. I said this when Zoran Mamdani won the primary. While people were surprised, Haas, I told you guys I'm not surprised at all, because Mamdani is a God's gift. And God, he's an amazing politician. I don't think anyone can deny, like, in terms of what they were looking for. He's very polished, very well spoken. In a time where people are fleeing the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party committed a genocide in Gaza, after the progressives took L after L, Bernie lost multiple times. You had Cori Bush, who lost her seat, Jamal Bowman, who lost his seat. It started becoming 100% illogical for anyone to advocate running as a Democrat. So what did the establishment need? You have to give the progressives a bone. You have to give them something to chase so they can give up a mayorship in New York to some guy they can easily control, because they can't give the illusion that you can't win at all within the Democratic Party. So Zoran Mamdani was actually a godsend to them. So these are the people who the success of Zoran is extremely critical to their brand. And I can show you guys 1,000 tweets like these. I could have grabbed more, but I'll show you just a few examples I've seen that shows that these people are, the number one concern is to stop a third party. Like, Democratic leaders are begging to lose their base to a third party. This is in response to Hakeem Jeffries saying he doesn't view Zoran Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party. So you see how Nina Turner and these people are 100% tied to the change of the Democratic Party. Here, Emma, I'll get your thoughts on this, Oz. Our democracy survival? Imagine how much of a privileged brat you have to be to be talking about the survival of American capitalist democracy. But here's her tweet, and I'll get your thoughts, Oz. Our democracy survival hinges on and Democratic Party leadership.
if I may,
go ahead.
You know what it is? We, the American people, we're supposed to have a contract, right, with the government. Supposedly, that's what they say. It's like the Constitution is our contract. So we have this contract, and so that's what we have, apparently. That's what we were sold on. And it's like, the reality is we have a regime that is extending beyond the enumerated powers given to it within its contract. And one of the ways it does that is this two-party system. It's an unspoken rule. It's almost like it's law that there's only two parties, and that's it, Democrat and Republican. And why is everyone who's trying to build anything outside of that villainized, have their character assassinated, hunted down, persecuted, whatever you call it? Because we're all supposed to accept implicitly the truth. The truth of the matter is that the only parties that can have any chance are the ones approved by the regime. So what our question should be is, what is this regime? Where is that in our constitution? Where do we sign up for that? Well, when did we get this fucking regime that decides what politics has to be? And when did we vote for that? When did we sign up for that? I mean, it's like an Emma Vigeland, who's an airheaded bitch. I'll just say that. I don't have a fucking problem saying that. If I were to ask her, Emma, why Democrats, though? She'd be like, well, I'm just being realistic. That's what they always say. Well, I'm going to be realistic. Yeah. Okay, so your realism is based on an implicit acknowledgement that the only way to do politics is in America is the way that it's regime approved. And you know what? That would be fine in a way if that was written somewhere, but that's not even formally supposed to be the case. Like, where is that in law? How can we participate in politics if there's no way to fucking make it accountable to us?
Exactly.
Why are we implicit? Why do we agree to this like cynicism? Emma Vigeland, all these like Democrat retards who sorry, we're on YouTube. I'm gonna try to calm my tone. But all these people who try to set the terms of politics, you know, what gives them the right to do? Where does that come from? You know, I'm not saying I'm some, you know, extremist who's like living in the clouds. We have a country, we have a constitution, we have laws. So why this cynicism and this so-called realism that says, oh, that's not realistic to be outside the Democrats? Well, why not? Like, says who? Well, because voters won't change. No, this isn't an issue of voters. This is an issue of political operatives lacking a spine, having no backbone. Because if Emma Vigeland or any of those other people that you showcased decided to step out and say, okay, you know what, we're going to commit to a new party, guess what would happen to them? The media would write hit pieces on them. They would get villainized on social media. Yep. All their connections with NGOs would be severed. No more friendship with Alex Soros. No more donors. No more connections in high places. You become de facto what you and me are, a dissident.
Yep.
Now, Nick, why are we dissidents? Have we broken any laws? Have we done anything that is in violation of the U.S. Constitution or even the law itself? No, we haven't. But we're treated by the system as dissidents anyway. You, me, and everyone else who's outside of it. And this is the unspoken truth they all recognize. Zohan recognizes it. And they smile. They look in the camera and they smile at us without addressing that elephant in the room, which is, where did we, the American people, sign up for this unaccountable regime that looms over us like this scary, spooky ghost, but nowhere is enumerated in any law, in any code, in any constitution, in any social contract, in any agreement? We are living under a dictatorship. It's that simple.
Don't you know we had to work within the two-party system, though, Haas? Because the capitalist class told us we have no choice.
Yeah, we have no choice. And they rule us openly. You know, in the past, it would be a veneer of democracy. But in reality, it was the rule of the bourgeoisie. Now there's no more veneer. These political prostitutes, and that's what I'm going to call them, these political prostitutes look in the camera and they smile at people like you and me and everyone watching this. They look at us and they say, you know what? This is the reality. The Alex Soros, the billionaires, the capitalist class, they rule you, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you know what? You may as well vote for Zoran. You may as well support AOC and Bernie, because maybe you'll get some free healthcare. I don't just want free healthcare.
Absolutely.
I want dignity as a U.S. citizen.
Very well
I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to be a serf. I don't want to be ruled by this shadowy, unaccountable, pedophile billionaire class that we have. How can we hold them accountable within the two-party system that they control? We can't. There's no voice for the people. I'm a communist, you know that, right? But I'm reaching out to everyone. We, the people, have no voice. Whether you're a communist, you're not a communist, it doesn't matter. You're either part of their big, sleazy, disgusting club, or you're a dissident. Hey, why don't we start asserting our rights that we have on paper, at least, right? Because if those rights we have on paper formally no longer apply, I think we have a problem. Okay?
Well said.
I think that if they're going to come out and admit we're just living in a dictatorship, do it. I mean, let's see if the population will accept that. But we need that confrontation.
You guys realize that's real revolutionary optimism, what Haas said. It's weird how they twist it. They say that we are the nihilists because we demand more for the working class. We are the one who aspire to have the power to bring the capitalist class to their knees. And we want to get to work in order to accomplish that within our lifetime. Isn't that correct, Haas? So
Absolutely.
Why are we called the nihilists? We are the revolutionary optimists because we look at this capitalist structure, and the number one thing we want to do is tear that down. The real political nihilists are these scumbags. So I'm so glad, Haas, you teed this up perfectly for me, because they're gonna explain why the working class in this country has no choice but to organize with genocidal fascists, but to organize within the capitalist party, because the working class is weak, Haas. We have no choice. But
they're nobodies. They're not Alex Soros. They're not billionaires. They're a bunch of nobodies and small people. That's what they say. And they smugly admit that. That's their arrogance.
And this is why you see the New York Times and corporate media write glowing articles, positive articles for Hassan Piker. This is why the guy on the right has an MSNBC contract. The lady on the left, Emma Vigeland, she's invited on MSNBC. I see her all the time when I do my Oppo research because they love nothing more than platforming dumb leftists. So this is why they get the contract. You don't get the contract if you have the politics like me and Haas. That is not where the grip is at.
Bro, they have not even mentioned or covered ACP one time in mainstream news. Not even one time.
I noticed.
You know,
we were smeared at RB as media as the most insane far left network in America. That's like the only mention they would give us. Like, oh, look at these fucking crazy conspiracy theorists.
Did you see how the Daily Show was giving attention to Joe Sims, the old head of the CPUSA?
I didn't see that, but I saw that you guys were dragging it. I gotta check that out. But
it's crazy. They're more irrelevant than we are. They have less people than we do objectively, and look at the coverage they get versus us. I mean, yeah, they just shut us out straight up.
Yeah, without shame. Let's play this clip because man, we're gonna have a lot to say here. Here's Hassan Piker and Sam Sear doing their job for the establishment, spreading political nihilism.
I know a lot of people. Some people fancy me to be far too radical, and others say that I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. But like, the reality of the matter is, I obviously have a larger ambition to restructure American society in a way that benefits all workers, right? And I think that the road to achieve that does move from within the Democratic Party, at least.
Some people, Haas, call me a Democratic sheepdog. And then in the next sentence, he explains why we call him that. You guys see how in their worldview, the working class is weak. We have no choice but to go through the Democratic Party. How is this not political nihilism? So using this strategy, which has been the dominant left strategy, at least my entire lifetime, and I'm actually being very lenient with that. At least my entire lifetime, the dominant left strategy has been what, Haas? To infiltrate the Democratic Party and shift it to the left. Hey, fam, what has the working class achieved using this strategy? The only thing that you guys have accomplished is pushing the Democratic Party into supporting a genocide that you failed to stop. You didn't even stop the genocide. Democrats lost. Like the Democrats had to lose an election. You guys didn't even stop the genocide in Gaza. And this is what I mentioned in my speech that no one covered. None of these people covered because I was dropping truth bombs on them. Did you guys get Medicare for all, Haas? Do we have health care? We got a union. We got a president busting unions. That's what we got. Do we have an increased minimum wage?
I'll tell you realism. To me, realism is this. Let's drop the pretenses. I'm talking to these people. Let's drop the pretenses. And let's acknowledge the simple fact. There is no way we're going to improve the life of working people through the system. There's no way. All we can do is fight through the system. We can fight. We can start our own party. We can engage in politics. We can fight. But the only way we're going to deliver change, observable change for the working masses of this country, is by threatening the integrity of the entire system, by overhauling and changing the entire system. And at the minimum, at least if there was a threat of that happening, they would do the reforms that these social democrats are fighting for. Social democratic reform was never won at the ballot box. It was won at gunpoint by Soviet tanks and Soviet airplanes and Soviet nuclear weapons pointed at Western countries, and all the working people of the world being like, why should we be slaves of this horrific capitalist system when the Soviets have an alternative? So the capitalists said, okay, we can't let the Soviets win over our working people. So what we're going to do is we're going to give them these concessions and we're going to give them these reforms so they don't overthrow us. That's the origin of social democracy in practice. So my question to all the social democrats who are trying to reform the system, where's your leverage? You used to have the Soviet Union to point to and say, if we don't win, they're going to win. What do you have now?
That's a great
what leverage does Zoran have? think about it. Zoran's now elected, right? What incentive does he have to even carry out a radical program of reform versus the incentive to sell out? It's the AOC dilemma. It's the Obama dilemma. It's the same one. Okay, you got elected. You're in power. Let's weigh the incentives. You have strong incentives to just turn your back on everything you promised and just sell out and get with the program. Or you can fight, but if you fight, it's like you're taking risks and it's a long shot. And if you had the balls to do that in the first place, you wouldn't have been a Democrat. You would have been like Nick and Haas. You would have been outside the system. So you already don't have balls. So for the same reason that you decided to be realistic and run as a Democrat, you're going to be realistic and just sell out immediately. Just like Obama, just like AOC, just like Bernie.
Yep.
And it's simple math to me from where I'm standing.
And Zoran's a young guy. You guys think he's going to risk his future as a congressperson, as a senator, bucking the system too much? That's why he's already conceding on things. That's why he already planned to fund the NYPD more. That's why he kept assigning in charge of the NYPD. Because he plans on running for Congress eventually. It doesn't start with Mary. He's a young guy. He has a long career. And you guys have no mechanisms of accountability. But before we continue to destroy these talking points, if you're on the RBN YouTube channel, make sure you switch over to Rumble. We also on Kick too. I know you stream there sometimes. Also on Kick. I'm on other platforms. And you also can follow me on my personal channel. But I'm going to end the RBN stream here. But we're still live on multiple platforms. So let's get back to that. I don't want to cover this video too much longer. I just do one more clip. Because I cut it off a little bit in the beginning, but I just want to emphasize this is what the politics of the DSA left is. This surrender to the Democratic Party and begging for crumbs. And they make this devil's bargain I explain all the time, Haas, where they want to serve the United States empire. They're willing to support the Nazis in Ukraine because they think if they are obedient to the U.S. empire, they'll be more willing to implement the welfare reforms that they want. They'd be more likely to increase the. So that haven't even worked. So if you think I'm just being if you think me and Haas are being unreasonable, it would be different if they had like tangible victories. Like Haas, imagine if they had all these victories for the working class that they accomplished, we would have nothing to say. Like
we would look stupid.
Yeah, but they have nothing, and you know in your personal life, the working class audience that watch RBN, you know these people haven't done shit for you. Most people know they haven't. That's why our criticism is extremely scathing, because it's not like you're winning. That's why it's insane that you guys are so smug and arrogant about the strategy that you guys failed. Look at Sam Cedar. Look how much gray he has in his beard. Look what you've been doing it since you was a young baby-faced MSNBC reporter.
No, hey, this guy Sam Peter, he'll mock you. He'll make a video saying, "Oh, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm wise. I know what I'm doing." Buddy, what the fuck do you have to show for anything?
Nothing. That's the annoying part, Haas, is they act so smug with no victories. That's what irritates me. But anyway, let's continue this. I don't want to hammer on this too much. By the way, we're also going to cover Nick Fuentes' insane neocon speech approving the Venezuelan regime change. We're going to cover how MAGA led to this situation in the first place. We're going to show how the Jewish Republican fascist Congress is melting down over what I think is a controlled opposition in Nick Fuentes and the rising. So that's going to be our next segment. We'll get to that here very soon. But I'm going to just play a little bit more of this because I truly want to lay out the nihilism of this strategy. And then I'm going to show you guys how Zoran is moving in a way that should be deeply concerning to anyone who was even a supporter of him. Because I don't know how you feel about this, Haas, but I said 1,000 times, you guys see how hard I dragged Zoran Mamdani, and I will continue to. But I'm not going to blame people who are in such a desperate situation that they was like, man, I want to take this gamble because I want to lower the price of this. But it's my job to expose why that's a horrific strategy. And it's our job to show these people a different option other than engaging in electoralism. So I know it's easy to smugly cast people aside because I was a dumb liberal before, but I don't want to do it. For ordinary people, I'm like, man, I think it's a mistake for you to support Zoran these people, but here's the alternative. We have mutual aid programs, we have the ACP. Let's give people alternatives. You guys see how these people do the exact opposite. Their job is to depower you, to sell to the working class that they have no choice but to trust figureheads like Zoran. But let's play the clip. I'm talking too much. Let's
That benefits all workers, right? And I think that the road to achieve that does move from within the Democratic Party, at least in the interim, to at least build class consciousness and build the networks that you were suggesting that are an absolute necessity to create points like structures of pressure against all people in positions of power.
What pressure have you had? What pressure, Haas? You guys couldn't even stop your party from committing a genocide.
There's no
Go ahead, Haas.
There's no pressure because there's no leverage. The way the Democratic Party sees it is very simple. Trump is the successful one so far, right? And the Republicans are successful so far, right? In winning people over. So the Democrats are like, hey, us or Trump. That's where the leverage is. So when people that want to be more to the left of the Democrats go through the Democratic Party to affect change, all the Democrats are going to do is be like, you don't have any bargaining power here because the alternative to me is the Republicans. So you choose me or you choose the Republicans. The only way that you win is if you get out of that fucking bullshit system.
Yes.
And you win over a bunch of the people that are misled by the Republicans. You win over a bunch of people misled by the Democrats. You go back to the Democrats and say, hey, fuck you. We won over all those people that were voting for Trump. So you can't use them as an excuse anymore for your own bankrupt politics. And the minute a third party like that happen, you would see Democrats, Republicans, and Trump unite immediately into one party to do everything they can to stop it.
You guys see how they use terms like class consciousness in order to convince you to vote for a Democrat? I know you see it all the time, Miles. These fucking annoying DSA nerds. They will quote Lenin in order to.
I am so sick. Why do we got to be roped in with these people? It's like since Obama and Bernie and AOC, they define socialism.
It's disgusting, man. That's why we have to gatekeep it. That's why we have to do. That's why we have to correct the record. But go ahead, Hobbs. We have to.
We got to kick them out. We got to just make them expose them. You're not a socialist. You're not left wing. You're some kind of liberal monster. I don't know what to call you.
All right, guys. I promise this will be the last clip. We'll move on. I keep interrupting it because I can't. I have a hard time watching this shit, to be honest. But this will be the last clip, and we'll move on.
At least build class consciousness and build the networks that you were suggesting that are an absolute necessity to create points like structures of pressure against all people in positions of power, and certainly the Democrats.
I think you use the institutions that you feel like you can use at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch.
Are you speaking from experience? What experience do you have?
I think you use what you have, and I have a lot of wisdom on this. Let me chime in. When I was going hard against the force the vote people, and I was saying, well, the way that AOC can win is do the dumb shit she's already. I was proven right. Remember how we have Medicare for all now? Sam Cedar's wise way worked, right? It's been 4 years.
Imagine being that old and smug. I'm telling you guys, once I hit 60 and we still have a capitalist class, I'm gonna chill, man. I'm gonna turn it over to the next generation. I might mentor them. But if I'm fucking 50 or wherever old this guy is, and I still haven't accomplished anything, I'm gonna take a back seat. I'm still fucking young. We're still damn near in our rookie year. We're so damn young. But imagine being this old. You got grades all over your face. What you should do, man? I'm gonna tell you the real trick.
Well, the reason, Nick, you don't get it. The reason that we've been losing is because I'm just smarter than everyone. Everyone's just so stupid. If everyone was smart like me, we would have a great country. But everyone's just an idiot, and I'm just smarter than everyone, okay?
What a dipshit. All right, I'll just play that part again.
And certainly the Democrats.
I think you use the institutions that you feel like you can use at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch of tools. Sitting
Exhaust all options.
Exactly. And because there is virtually no evidence that a third party, at least on a national level, has the ability now or the strength to do anything.
Hey, Nick, I don't know if we're still
on here. Go ahead.
I don't think, are we still live? Because it's I'm hearing some people are telling me it ended.
Oh, it ended on one stream. I think I'm still live. Chat, let us know.
Okay.
I'm live on X.
Okay,
Twitter.
got you.
I just ended on one. I'll try.
Oh, I got you. No problem.
Yeah.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, it's all good. But you guys see how what he says is ahistorical, by the way. Even if you just look south of the border, like the Marina Party in Mexico started as a third-party movement. And they gained power because they defeated the neoliberals in Mexico. You know, the person in power right now, I know she's not perfect, but she have a lot of anti-poverty programs she implemented, and she was able to implement those anti-poverty programs because they defeated the neoliberal class by separating themselves from them. That is not the way that you describe infiltrating some capitalist system and tricking them to vote against their class interests somehow. What are you gonna do? Engage in some mind jiu-jitsu to convince the capitalist class to vote against their interests without any victories? You pretend this is the way. When we see the blueprint over and over again of the rise of Marxist and socialist parties. But anyway, I think I'll hammer it on this segment a little bit too long, so I will move on because you guys see that's their. I said it 1,000 times. These Zoran Mamdani supporters, their number one goal right now, post-Israeli genocide, they saw those polls, Hans, of the American people wanting a third party, rejecting Zionism, and they freaked out because nothing scares these people more than an anti-Zionist, pro-working class movement existing outside the Democratic Party because this is where their financial structures take place. Sam Sitter has an MSNBC contract, and that's why he forced to support the Nazis in Ukraine.
When we see courage from these people to go against the structural incentives to sell out, I'll take them seriously as a voice. But I look at these people, they're political prostitutes. They're nothing else. Because think about it. I mean, if you're truly principled, you don't care about MSNBC. You don't care about all the benefits and contracts and shit you're going to get. But that's what they're motivated by. So if you're not willing to risk that in any kind of way, I'm not going to take your voice seriously. It's that simple.
Yeah, very well said. And this is, you guys saw the hotspot video I did in the beginning. I didn't have a time to do a long segment, but I did a hotspot video showing how Zelensky was giving honors and words to neo-Nazi brigades in Ukraine. This is why I covered in my hotspot video. I don't know if you saw this, House, but Zelensky is openly honoring Nazis in Ukraine. And despite this going viral and worldwide, we're seeing so many of these footages and instances of Nazis being part of the Ukrainian military. You want to know who is still in denial in the year 2025?
To Ukraine after everyone is now, like I was saying last week, the same progressives who have a problem with Plattner's old tattoo have no problem with supplying billions of dollars in weapons to Ukraine after everyone has now seen that Ukrainian military is covered in swastika tattoos. Be consistent. Well, first off, that's just simply not true.
What?
Oh my
that's
God.
Simply not true.
Way overgeneralizing.
Overgeneralizing?
Fuck, I forgot this guy supports Ukraine, right? Fuck. This guy's not even left wing and like, what is this guy? He supports Ukraine. You're not gonna make it. What are we even talking about?
This is the DSA network, Hans. Like you guys know Emma is a dues-paying member of the DSA, and the DSA view the majority report in Hassan Piker as almost like their independent media outlet. The same way MSNBC is for Democrats.
These guys are to the right of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, they are. They are insanely to the right. I would never ever support the NATO left ever again. So I don't want to go on too long of a rant, but I explained this 1,000 times. What one of the first things Zelensky did when he took power? One of the first things they did was ban the right to collective bargaining, banning socialist parties, banning opposition parties, banning and rolling back labor rights. So what? And how do you know this very well? Was one of the first things that hit?
You sound like a Russian propagandist to me. I don't really think that what you're saying is credible. Can we fact check that, please?
So these social democrats support a Nazi regime who suppressed labor rights, and they were
Nick, the funny thing, these people are trying to gatekeep the left against us.
Yes.
They call us Nazis all the time. Can you please hold the Ukrainian government to the same standard you hold to us? Think about that. We're Nazis and we're fascists, but the Ukrainian regime, the Kiev regime, which literally legalizes Nazi battalions, is a pinnacle of progress, and I don't understand. I hate this fucking guy, Sam Cedar. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't have a petty hatred of this guy. I do. I fucking hate him.
I do too, man. Like, so on RBN, we 100% embrace the hatred of these class traitors. Trust me, because they are denying that Nazis are in Ukraine, and I don't want to even spend that much time. I just did a hotspot video showing this, and I showed all the pictures of Zelensky meeting with the United
How
States.
am I a fascist and the Azov Brigade is not?
Yeah, the ACP. These people think the ACP.
Yeah, ACP is fascist, but the Azov Battalion isn't.
Do you know the RBN is secretly part of the Red Brown Alliance? House? That was the smear they loved to use on me. Hey, Nick is part of the Jimmy Dore left, the Red Brown Alliance left.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, you guys are making
brown.
alliance. You guys are making alliances with Nazis.
They don't even have the
Ukraine.
red part. They just have the brown part. You know.
That's a good. They don't have the red part. They just pure brown. Just organizing with Zionists, supporting Nazis in Ukraine. Wait, let me move off on this guy. But look, these are the people who are considered the credible mainstream left. The people who apologize for
Last
Nazis.
week, the same progressives who have a problem with Plattner's old tattoo have no problem with supplying billions of dollars in weapons to Ukraine after everyone has now seen that Ukrainian military is covered in swastika tattoos. Be consistent. Well, first off, that's just simply not true. That's just
Trust
simply
me,
not
bro.
True.
Way overgeneralizing.
Overgeneralizing. I think that's funny. It just shows their alliance. I would never. Zoran Mamdani. The same way his head chopping supporting wife support the Free Syria movement. Like his wife supports the head choppers in Syria.
No, that's
for a damn
Islamophobic.
fact.
You can't. No, come on. They're freedom fighters.
Yep. Sorry. Oh, sorry. But you guys know
the Assad regime. It was really bad, and the Al Qaeda seemed like a reasonable alternative to me. I'm Sam Cedar, and we need to support Zelensky. You know.
He did a great job avoiding any question about Ukraine. You know, the media would never ask him, but you know, the second that Zoran is ever asked about the Nazis in Ukraine, you already know he's getting that massively wrong. But anyway, despite Hassan, I just thought it's funny. I want to get to our next segment, but this is kind of funny because Hassan, despite Boot looking for Zoran Mamdani, he was condemned. You guys know that he was like condemned by Mamdani over his 9/11 statements. Mamdani, I condemn Hassan. They openly did this Piker. So this guy did all the propaganda for Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani won the election. He was like, hey, I don't know this guy. I don't know you, bro.
Yeah, we can show you. We have no motion.
This is just like when Kyle Kalinske was kicked off his show by Bernie Sanders, despite glazing Bernie Sanders for years. So Hassan was denied entry into Zoran Mamdani's victory party because, according to Zoran Mamdani, Hassan fucking Piker is too spicy for him.
Yeah, we can show you. It's fine. We have no motion. We're out. We're done. We're washed. We're washed.
Probably getting kicked out within the next 15 minutes.
Most likely. We'll be escorted. No drink tickets. No drink tickets, no bitches. No drink tickets, no bitches.
He's taking it well. He's taking being rejected by this guy he's been doing propaganda for a very long time. I'm not gonna lie, he is taking that pretty well. But it's just like, man, we don't know you, bro. So Zoran Mamdani is already distancing himself from this DSA supporters. He's already doing it.
Yeah.
And this here is what I view as the worst nightmare blunt rotation of all time, because these are the people they allowed in his victory party. Look, they have Mehdi Hassan, Jamal Bowman. You know Jamal Bowman who voted for the Ukraine proxy war even though he didn't know what
This fucking Mehdi Hassan MI6 piece of shit. I can't stand that guy too. I am the authority on everything that is pertaining to morality and ethics when it comes to left-wing politics. You have to listen to me. I'm Mehdi Hassan. I know everything that I'm talking about. He's a fucking British spy. Fuck this guy.
Another head chopper supporter. He's another Free Syria supporter. He made it.
You are incredibly immoral for refusing to support Al Qaeda in Syria. Al Qaeda has done nothing wrong. ISIS has done nothing wrong.
Hey fam, I cannot underestimate how much damage Mehdi Hassan has done to the Free Palestine movement, because there are a lot of people in the Free Palestine movement who still believe Mehdi Hassan is a good faith actor to this day. And Mehdi Hassan is responsible for brainwashing and convincing a lot of pro-Palestinian people that the head choppers in Syria was pro-Palestine.
Nick, why don't you answer this question? I speak in a very harsh tone against Benjamin Netanyahu consistently. My words are so harsh for him. I have done so much for Palestine by my harsh denunciation of Benjamin Netanyahu. You still should support Democrats. You should still support the system, and Israel still has a right to exist. However, my tone of voice is very angry at Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's his entire brand. I'm gonna quickly get through these last few receipts. I don't want to play this video. This video is as cringe as it looks, even in mute. The head chopper brigade, and remember, Jamal Bowman is the guy who voted for the Ukraine war despite not knowing what the Donbass was. So this is the NATO left. Like, people think I be talking like this is what the NATO left is. Sam Cedar, Mehdi Hassan. He's like, I support you. If you stand for Palestinian resistance, you must support the Nazis in Ukraine too. That's the position that these people take. Anyway, let me move on because I gotta get to our Nick Fuentes segment. But here's Zohran Mamdani. His first tweet, fam, as mayor. What is he doing? The first tweet is him legitimizing the anti-Semitism hoax that we have been debunking on RBN for years now. Look,
I literally in a given day get DMs worse than whatever this is. Like, am I a victim? Zohran should pass laws to protect me from all the people that say racist shit to me. Apparently, right? Because I'm a victim now. And what is this fucking graffiti? I bet Zionists themselves did this shit.
Yep, absolutely.
I bet you that who does this? I've never heard of anyone doing this shit.
So the first tweet you send out is legitimizing this obvious.
This is the most urgent, important thing facing New York right now. Okay, it's not homelessness. It's not all the poverty. It's anti-Semitism.
What did I tell you guys? Like all the Zohran people who was upset at me. There was even people like, Nick, come on, man. I said that when Zohran Mamdani takes charge, he's going to weaponize the NYPD against pro-Palestinian protesters, just like every other administration. People are like, man, Nick, you just talking shit. Then he announced that he was going to do this. He said he's going to implement an anti-Semitism task force. So he was already selling you out. So the first tweet, he had one tweet where he said, thank you for electing me and giving me power. And then he sent out this tweet. This is disgusting and heartbreaking acts of anti-Semitism. What did I tell you guys? This is exactly what I predicted. They're going to use the Muslim progressive as the way to legitimize the anti-Semitism crisis, which is used to censor Americans and implement a Jewish fascist police state. And who do they need to legitimize that, Haas? They can't have some white guy. Because when they did that last time with Biden, they wasn't buying it. What they need a Muslim Zionist who legitimizes the existence of the state of Israel. Anyway, let me finish the tweet because it's absurd. This is disgusting and heartbreaking act of anti-Semitism, and it has no place in our beautiful city. As mayor, I will always stand steadfast with our Jewish neighbors to root out the scourge of anti-Semitism out of our city. So how long? How long is it until we see the NYPD start beating the shit out of Palestinian protesters? Exactly what I mentioned. Exactly what I said was going to happen. And to your point that you mentioned, Haas, and I'm gonna speed this segment up. I know we're going a little bit long here. But
Yeah, they straight up. It's like a Zionist psyop. They fucking will do this shit to themselves and then say that they're victims.
Every single one of these stories should always be taken with a grain of salt. It's very important for them to fake these anti-Semitic attacks, and we covered it. This is why I said that anti-Semitism, the psyop is bullshit. I'm around the most radical pro-Palestine, from the river to the sea motherfuckers that walk in this earth. And I'm sure you are too, Oz. And I have not met one person, despite me being around a ton of Palestinians. I'm talking about the most radical of the most radical, fam. I have pro-Palestinian roundtables. I have not heard one person my entire life said, hey, Nick, I don't like those fucking Jews. What's up with the Jews? Have you ever heard? I never heard anyone be like, man, fuck those fucking Jews, man.
Nobody, never. Because at
It's
the end
only
of the
the
day,
right wing feds. It's only the Nazi
Yeah,
fed
that's
people.
just-
We will get to them soon. We will get to them soon. But it's only those fed boys and the right that do that. But no one, especially among the left.
nobody actually hates real Jews. Nobody
And
hates Jews just for being Jewish, okay? Nobody
Yeah,
that I
nobody-
know, at least. I'm sure
Yeah,
they
it-
exist, of course, but it's like
And
our
they're the most-
circles, the left wing. No, we don't hate Jews.
Yeah, it's the most obvious psyop used to smear the left. They did it forever. They call Malcolm X a fucking anti-Semite. It's been a long proven tactic of the Mossad. So if we know that there's a history, and I know you do know this, Zoran, of Jewish people faking anti-Semitic attacks in order to legitimize the police state, why is the first fucking thing you tweet about that? So who sent him this tweet? So you guys think Zoran is browsing Twitter? He has interns and shit tweeting this for him. That's how politicians generally work. So you know that Zoran Mamdani, who has damn near, I'm sure he's over 1 million now. Like, where's he at? Yeah, over 1 million followers now. So you were just elected mayor. Think about it, Haas. You know the world is watching your first tweet. You know that your first tweet is going to carry so much weight. Look at the impressions that this tweet got.
Oh my God,
10.1 million views. So Haas, you know, and they know that the first tweet you send out has massive weight and will define the rest of your political career as mayor. So what is the first thing that Zoran tweets out while he has the eyes of the entire world on him? That he knows they're going to get at least 10 million views. Legitimizing anti-Semitism hoax bullshit. So I don't want to hear you guys say later, oh my God, Zoran Mamdani betrayed me. No, you guys knew exactly what the fuck you signed up for. This is exactly what me and Hod warned you about. This is what all the homies warned you
Nick,
about.
I'm gonna be real, okay? When I first heard about this stupid guy, I was actually shocked because I was like, I hasn't everyone gotten it now? Like, I didn't think people would have the audacity to do this again after AOC. I was surprised. I was like, look, I'm gonna confess something. When we launched ACP, we were thinking, this shit is dead. Of course it's dead. I mean, the whole DSA, AOC, like that's just over. It's done. It's buried. Like it will never recover from like how much AOC and Bernie and like how much they just betrayed everyone. Like, okay, everyone understands now. It's never gonna happen again. So when Zoran occurred, it was actually a big surprise to me because I was like, wait a second.
Same here,
Are they
man.
actually selling this shit again? Like,
Yeah, that's the same thing I said.
And then I'm like, really? Like how many more fucking times are we gonna have to deal with this? Like nothing is moving forward as far as like the mainstream left. Like they're not, it's just like forever. It starts with Obama, right? It's just so what is it gonna take to convince these people that it's bullshit? And then you gotta think. It's like, well, the major popular talking heads who are favored by the system, who keep pushing these people on us, they do know better. But they're agents of the system. They're compromised. They have to be compromised. Nobody about their damn mind who saw what AOC, Bernie, and the rest of them have done as far as selling out would ever dare to do a repeat like this unless they were compromised.
Yep.
From the get-go,
So I covered one of my first you can find it on YouTube. One of my favorite segments I did all year because it attracted a ton of tears. Like the amount of Zoran fans like, Nick, what the fuck? Because it was like when Zoran was catching steam. So I'm like, let me look into this guy for 1 second. And the first thing I found is that he was funded by the Working Family Party. And I'm like, you guys know the Working Family Party is funded by George Soros, right? So I had a video. I had a viral tweet thread where I was like, hey, man, you guys know that Zoran is taking billionaire money, right? Like, you guys are shifting.
This is literally one of the most anti-communist families on planet Earth. They bankrolled the color revolutions in Eastern Europe in the late 80s. These guys are literal fascists. They're Nazis. They cultivated the rise of the Nazis and the far right in Eastern Europe. And they took credit. Soros takes credit for taking down the communist states in Eastern Europe.
Jesus Christ.
And that's who we're dealing with.
Those are the people who was donating to Mom Donnie. I was like, hey man, I thought that you guys was against like super PACs on principle. And then it's like, no, we gotta do whatever we take to win. I also shared this. Liz Simmons, a diehard Zionist who advocated for the crackdown on freedom of speech of Americans, a diehard genocide supporter. She donated $250,000 to Zoran's campaign. So the second that she did it, you guys see, I tweeted this out literally a week afterwards. Well, I was like, bro, what the fuck? Why is he taking not only just billionaire money, he's taking billionaire money from Zionist billionaires, Elizabeth Simmons. And then people were surprised when he came out later and said that he's going to keep, I keep forgetting her name, but that crazy Zionist NYPD chief.
Can I say something?
Yeah, for free, Oz.
I don't want to be out of pocket, but it's just like I'm itching to say it.
No, we don't hold back on RBN, man. Trust me.
Okay, like I gotta be real. Like I'm raising a question. It's not racist. What's the difference between Zoran and a call center scammer? Am I allowed to say that? Like that's what I see a scammer. He's just straight up bamboozling everybody. All this shit comes from him smiling like that and promising shit. And he's just a run-of-the-mill scammer. Taking everybody for a ride.
All right, man, we can continue this. I gotta move on for this segment because this is a fun stream. It's always great having you on, Haas. I'm gonna end it here just on our elections because I don't even have the energy to do a segment on this. I will just mention it. I might do one later, but the Democratic voters are so cooked they literally voting to have the CIA govern them directly. So the person who AOC fundraised for, I didn't have a time to do a segment on it, but I'm sure you guys seen it. AOC sent out fundraising emails in support of the genocidal Zionists that came directly from the CIA. Look, Abigail Spanberger, former Congresswoman and CIA agent, will be the first woman to serve as governor of Virginia. Aren't you motivated? Isn't that amazing? Isn't this a victory for feminism? The first CIA governor is a woman. So this represents how cooked the Democratic Party is. And these are the people that AOC and Zoran Mamdani are 100% okay with forming a coalition with. Like Emma Vigeland, and this is what drives me crazy, because it would be one thing if they was principled. I may disagree with them, but if they was principled, they'd be like, man, I'm okay with organizing with liberals, but I'm also going to organize with the ACP. I'm also going to show up to RBN Mutual. If you're one of the people that like, man, you just a super happy motherfucker, and you're like, I want to organize with everybody. Imagine if you showed to Trump rallies, MAGA, like, what could I say? Like, man, this guy's principled. You want to organize with anyone. That is not the case. PSL, the people who show up to No Kings rally, the people who support Zoran Mamdani, they would never show up to an RBN Mutual Aid event.
No, never.
The same way they would never show up to an ACP event.
Never.
They would never show up at a MAGA rally. It's a Democratic campaign farm, and that's what annoys me. Now, you guys are okay with these people being a party with these people, but you can't associate with us. But anyway, I'll give you last thoughts on Zoran, and now I'll get to our last segment. I'll try to make the last segment a little bit quicker on Nick Fuentes. But Haas, do you have any final thoughts on Zoran, on the election, and the absolute state?
I need more time to think about and process, like, what does it mean that we're doing this repeat? Because I thought we were past it. I thought it was over. Apparently not. So what does that mean, you know? And when I say that, I mean, like, we need to strategize a way to stop this cycle from happening. It just keeps happening over and over again. You know, we are facing the most difficult war of our information warfare and being outside the system. And it's like, it's exhausting because how do we get the attention, you know, that these people propped up by the system do? How do you compete with that? And we have to really think about that, you know, and I have thoughts of myself, but I think that if any, you know, in the same way, you know, when like Trump won in 2016, a lot of leftists were like, you know what, we should self-criticize, go back to the drawing table and be like, what did we get wrong? That's how I feel about Zoran in a lot of ways. Like, how did this happen again? How do we let this happen again? You know, what are we doing wrong maybe to not communicate clearly or loudly or intelligently enough in terms of like getting it out there, like why this is a dead end.
Yeah.
You know, so that's my takeaway, I guess.
You're 100% on point, man. Because I had the same like there was a part of me that was feeling dread. Like, man, we really do. I know exactly what you mean, man. I like you phrase it perfectly. Because I explained on one of my streams before. I was having one of my meltdowns, and I was destroying Hassan. I was like, God, I'm not doing this because I want like clicks or anything. I'm not doing this because I'm jealous of this person. I'm doing this because these people for whatever reason have massive relevance in the United States left. There are young Gen Z people for whatever reason that trust these people. And I have watched these people for 10 plus years lead the working class off a cliff. The RBN is a post-Bernie movement. Unlike many people, we did not ride the wave of Bernie Sanders. We was a left-wing think tank that developed to analyze what should the left do post-Bernie Sanders. So when you describe how people start falling for it again, because our big thing, we wanted to get people into mutual aid, start organizing ourselves, to have ourselves build out our own government. Like we need our own socialist infrastructure government within the system. These are things that we've been advocating for, just brainstorming. So to see people regress and go back to 2019, it is 100% depressing. So I 100% relate to what you're saying. But let's get to the last segment. I know I don't want you to be too much longer, Oz, but I'll make this last segment a little bit quicker because we have to get to Nick Fuentes. We have to get to Nick Fuentes, and the reason why the pendulum keeps swinging. I explained this in my intro monologue, how the ruling class designs to keep the pendulum swinging. Whenever Democrats need help, the Republicans will help them out. Whenever Republicans need help, the Democrats will help them out. I know we viewed January 6th as a joke, but a lot of people thought that MAGA politics was dead after January 6th because he scared the shit out of the suburbanites. The suburbanites were scared as fuck after January 6th, and that led to Joe Biden winning. That's one of many reasons, right? So MAGA and Republicans was weak. So what do Democrats do? They fund the fucking genocide. They break rail strikes. They do whatever it takes to help elevate the other party because we know the duopoly system cannot work without two strong parties, and they actively work to facilitate that. So we're going to cover why there was this massive blue wave yesterday. Why New York would even consider voting for a Muslim progressive is because we had Republicans who put America last. We witnessed the rise of the I don't know how to say it, goypers, the people who are critical of Israel because the American people are rejecting Israel, and even on the right, you've seen these politicians called out for it. So I'll play this video, and I'm leading to Nick Fuentes here because they're now their new golden boy that they are taking advantage of. They're taking advantage of this situation. So here are Republicans who can't even answer the question on whether they view America first or Israel first. And this kind of cuckery is what led to the rise of Nick Fuentes in the first place. That's why I'm starting here.
Excuse me, sir, America first or Israel first? Come on, sir. You answer right, you might have a future in this town, bro. You'll never be anywhere in politics without having a backbone and a spine, sir. Chicken.
So that was a base video. So there's this push on the right to hold their politicians accountable who's selling out the American people to Israel. And the establishment in the Republican Party understands this. So I'm going to show you guys this first before we get to Nick Fuentes, because here's Lindsey Graham that had this Republican Jewish coalition Congress, which is essentially a Jewish supremacy rally. Like I could show you guys so many clips from this, but this fucking gathering, they might as well have Klan hoods on. Like they might as well have Nazi insignias on. The shit we seen coming out of this Republican Jewish coalition was insane. I don't know how much you've seen of it, Haas, but I'm gonna show you guys.
I saw, yeah.
This is the neocons on the right melting down about Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. So let me play this clip, and I'm building this because we're gonna get to Nick Fuentes here very soon because he's playing a very important role. We discussed how we have left wing ops that work on behalf of the Democratic Party.
They have the same.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Nick Fuentes, he's the op for the Republicans, and this is the reaction from the establishment on him.
He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump.
What?
So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
We're killing all the right people. And I said it all the time. These people are gangsters in suits. Everything that they paint Hamas and terrorists as, this dude just bragging casually how we murdering children in Lebanon with pagers. Yeah, we starving children in Palestine. This is the Republican Party that they want to see. And people like Mark Levin, they're having a meltdown because even the most brainwashed right-wing spin is looking like, hey, man, I don't think we should be spending our taxpayer money on this. And this is the message that Nick Fuentes is saying. So let me play the black clip. I'll get you in there, Oz.
And I just want...
Here's Mark Levin melting down because people on the right are starting to see like, hey, man, this fucking America first thing is a scam. It was an Israeli op.
And I just want the anti-American, anti-Israel, anti-West crowd to understand something. You're going to have to come through me and millions of people just like me, and you're not going to make it. You think your stupid little podcast, or your stupid little subscription program, or your little TV show,
fucking
maybe you have a
boomer.
little radio show, is going to change the world like hell it is. Not if I and everybody else.
You
have something
think?
to say about it.
You think your so-called telegraph, your pigeon by the letter? You think that your Morse code machine and your so-called, what they calling it, a telephone? Is that what it is? You think that's gonna stop us? No. These guys are fucking boomers.
Boomer as fuck. Boomer as fuck. And isn't that like a terroristic threat? Like this is the Jewish fascists openly admitting that you have no control over your government. I think, as goofy as it sounds, I think this is a threat that the working class should take seriously. Like,
no, yeah, of course.
Imagine saying this unironically and not realizing you're a Darth Vader. Like people are against us killing kids. You think you're gonna change the world? Like I think this is self-humor.
Or your little TV show, or maybe you have a little radio show. It's going to change the world like hell it is. Not if I and everybody else have something to say about it. And
you think you're going to change the world? Not if I have anything to say. But imagine saying a sentence like that and not immediately realize
This guy already has been changed. All right, he literally has no touch on it. He's literally talking about the radio show. He's talking about fucking radio, bro. This guy's totally. He's lost the plot.
So you guys see how I've explained it 1,000 times before. I view our politics as legitimate as the WWE, as pro wrestling. It is fake as fuck. Like the Hassan Pikers who we just showed, they were supposed to be the babyface. Like I explained it 1,000 times. The babyface is the person who's supposed to be the good guy. The Zoran Mamdani is the good guy. The Chuck Schumer, he's the heel. Chuck Schumer is the approved heel. Even Jon Stewart will go after Chuck Schumer because he's the bad guy. You guys see how they have approved bad guys? And the approved bad guy from the Republican establishment is now Nick Fuentes. He's the guy who's beyond the pale. He's a crazy neo-Nazi. But I'm gonna ask you guys a question. You had Randy Fine, who openly endorsed carpet bombing Gaza. Like he openly endorsed mass murdering Palestinian children. So what makes Nick Fuentes uniquely evil compared to someone like
his
Randy
whole
Fine?
edge and popularity comes from this fake perception that he's like this big bad villain or scary guy.
Exactly.
If that was taken away, he'd be a nobody.
And we exposed him before in our last stream. But despite what the Hills, what the real bad guys do, people like Lindsey Graham, they exist to uplift who Nick Fuentes actually is. Like the same way that Hill's supposed to make the babyface look good. Like it's the fake criticism.
So
because Nick Fuentes at the end of the day is a neocon. He is
so
advocating.
Nick, if I may, real quick, because I've been thinking, it's like we say dialectic. This is what it is, okay? This is their system of control. They have an understanding of dialectics up at top. I think they do, Because what they do is that they have one person, they have a Randy Fine, and then they anticipate the response to Randy Fine, and they capture and seize upon that response so that they can control it. And in this way, they have a controlled dialectical system And everything is dialectical. I mean, I'm a Marxist. I think everything is dialectical. But they've created a dialectical system where they anticipate potential opposition, capture it, monopolize it, control it, and seize upon it. And it's a fucking puppet show. And you got to ask the question. We see the hands. Okay, we see Nick Fuentes, Brandy Fine, whatever. Who's controlling that shit? Like, where's the head? Ask the question, where's the head?
And Nick Fuentes was allowed to exist, and this is what his Goiper army don't understand, because he's here to legitimize the anti-Semitism host that they want to push.
This is a glorification. This what you're showing now on New York Times.
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
a glorification. I've
Look at
never
this
seen
glamour
somebody
shot.
gassed up. He's gassed the fuck up. They don't. You think they don't know how to fucking hurt someone's image? Nick, I think you would find that laughable, right? You don't think these guys in the New York Times and the media know how to hurt someone's image? Of course they fucking do. They do it to us all the time. They know how to fucking tarnish someone's image. You think this is tarnishing someone's image? You think this is tarnishing his image? They know what they're doing.
The same way they did the glamour shot, the amazing article about Hassan Piker, and
They know what they're
leading the
doing.
voice to the left.
Of course they know what they're doing.
Come on, do you guys think this is fucking legit? So Charlie Kirk dies, and they see the rise of young youth going towards Nick Fuentes. And you got to understand, Nick Fuentes' entire criticism of the Republican Party wasn't based on class, wasn't an analysis of imperial structures. It was, they won't let me into the club.
And if they do, he'll sell out immediately. And he already is. And they haven't even let him in. But it's never been about principle. It's always been about, I was locked out. I want revenge. That's all it is.
So now they're trying to use Nick Fuentes and prop him up as the new Charlie Kirk. And I truly believe that they have people like Lindsey Graham, and you had all these Ted Cruz call him out by name to elevate him. And now they're doing these glamour shots on him. And this is why, because he's not a threat to the system. This is Nick Fuentes coming out full-fledged as a George W. Bush Republican, because his criticism of Zionism had no substance of it. In fact, we explained how his criticism of Zionism was simply jealousy. He wanted to implement white Zionism in the United States, and he's upset because he viewed the Jewish Zionist community as being more successful at spreading their supremacy than him. So here, this is Nick Fuentes endorsing the regime change in Venezuela. And we end our stream on this. I know we're going a little bit long, but let's play the video and we end it on this last analysis here. This is why Nick Fuentes is being propped up, and this is why he's a complete fraud.
I actually probably favor regime change in Venezuela, to be honest. I think that is a perfectly legitimate strategic goal of the United States. You know, we talk all the time about Israel and the war over there, and those are wars that don't benefit the United States. I actually think it would be beneficial if we had a pro-American regime in Venezuela. Probably would be good for us because of the resources they have.
That's what Jesus said. It's Christian.
Imagine how much of a charlatan you have to be spreading the idea to your poor, uneducated white audience that United States regime change war benefits the American people. That's the argument. I don't even want to spend that much time. I know we went long. I don't want to spend that much time debunking this because we know why this is absurd. The same way I went after Marjorie Taylor Greene for supporting it. But he is making the argument to his poor white supporters who did not benefit from United States imperialism already. They're somehow going to benefit from capitalists privatizing and stealing Venezuelan natural resources. You think that shit going to trickle down to you, son?
I'll just say this. There's two possibilities. You know, the first one I think is the most likely. He's getting an order. He's getting a call. And he's saying, "Hey, you have to take." And he always moves this way. He always conveniently takes the position that, in the end, supports the hegemony, right? But then the second thing is he might be LARPing as a realist. You know, well, the United States has all these countries are motivated by self-interest. This is what happens when you don't have class analysis. Okay, the United States benefits. Who is the United States? Is it you? Is it me? Who is it? It's a ruling class, and there is a conflict of interest within America between different classes. If you're an idiot who doesn't have class analysis, you're just going to say, well, you know, there's just a little bit too much of a Jewish lobby. Otherwise, there's a unified United States. No, there's not. There's a class distinction And there is no unified United States interest. No such thing exists. What the United States wants is what the ruling capitalist class wants. And yeah, that includes the Jewish capitalist class. That includes the Zionist billionaires. But at the end of the day, they're not motivated by the Talmud. They're motivated by their bottom line, which clearly is inversely proportional to the interests of the American people.
Yep. Remember, never forget, Nick Fuentes was at the January 6th protest, and he told MAGA supporters to storm the Capitol, and he wasn't arrested. Isn't that interesting?
No, it's why, Nick. He said I killed Charlie Kirk. Enough said.
Yeah, I saw.
He never retracted that, by the way. He said that we killed Charlie Kirk. The ACP did.
Bro, you know how fast we would be in Guantanamo Bay if we had a left-wing January 6th? Can you imagine if Haas was at the Capitol? Like, we need ACP to storm the Capitol.
I want to actually be locked up in Guantanamo. Information that I even haven't before. You know, not only do I get questioned every time I enter this country, every single fucking time. I mean, it doesn't, even if I'm coming from Canada. But if I have friend or family that crosses from Canada, purely personal, by the way, you know, nothing political, they're getting detained and questioned too, just because they know me.
Crazy.
So how fucking crazy is that? I was never involved in any criminal anything. I wasn't at January 6th. The only reason is because of my views. Fucking crazy.
Hans, it's always great having you on, man. We can go all night, but I'm gonna end at around 90 minutes. It's great having you on. Any last final thoughts on whether you want to talk about the future ACP, what the left should be thinking after the last night's election, wherever you want to take it. It's great to have you on, Hans, as always. Fun conversation. Any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Thank you so much for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Always a great time.
Well said. Make sure you guys follow Haas and reject the professional, liberal, managerial class, cancel culture bullshit. If you see someone who is advocating for the working class, who are advocating for anti-imperialism, don't convince these fucking gatekeepers. This is what me and Shama, we talking about these gatekeepers. Don't allow them to convince you to cancel ACP members. Don't allow them to convince you to cancel anyone who is asking questions about the Democratic and Republican Party. Reach out to your neighbors. Reject liberal cancel culture. I appreciate you guys. Have a great night. Take care.
Yield and save me some time.
Here we're going to be looking at some excellent criticism coming at me from someone who made a video that is like straight out of 2016 BreadTube. And this is very good because it's actually extremely related to something that I've been wanting to talk about in a main channel video. Like I've been slowly sort of developing an argument that I wanted to make as like a post-mortem on like that era of like left-wing YouTubers, like the BreadTubers, so to speak. And this is just a great opportunity to do that because it really exhibits a ton of the characteristics that I wanted to talk about in that video. It's a video that also very much is precisely like what I've been talking about regarding these sorts of like centrist/center-left people who posture as like radical leftists and how they deal with criticism coming at them from the left. They can't really respond to it honestly on the basis of the evidence and the arguments. So what they do instead, they just don't engage at all. Because if they did engage, it would become very plainly obvious for all to see that they were the ones who were actually in the wrong here. Because if you apply the principles that they themselves claim to uphold to these arguments that they're making, and the counter-arguments against them from people like me who are further to the left than them, it will just expose them for what they really are. And you can't have that. So they're trying to like sort of redefine what it means to be on the left to the point that it doesn't really mean to be on the left. It means like you're an American centrist who like wants rights for gay people and non-white people, and you want some social welfare benefits for you, and you don't really care what happens to people in other countries as a result of your country's imperialism. That's what they want to mean left, okay? And people like me make it hard for them to do that. So they try to come at me, but never in a way where they actually refute anything that I'm saying. This is a perfect example of that. So one of my criticisms that I was going to make of like BreadTube in the past was that it sort of used pomp and ceremony and like vaguely sort of pseudo-intellectual posturing to sort of make the audience feel like what they were watching was very important, when it was generally about topics of not exactly earth-shattering importance. And what was being said about these topics was also not very intellectual, nor full of much substance, to say the least. But these videos were very overproduced, and they had like this sort of intellectual aesthetic to them that could sort of mislead you into thinking that you were watching something profound, when in reality, they weren't really dealing with topics of super real-world importance. Now, they did every now and again, like trans rights and stuff like that, but a lot of it was just very sloppy, to use a more recent term. You could talk about actual real events that are presently happening of like global consequence, imperialism, for example, or you could talk about like the rise of like the groypers on Twitter or something, and they would always choose the latter. That was what they would choose to like get really pseudo-intellectual about, and like make a 2-hour-long video with 15 outfit changes and 5 scene changes about. And this channel that just tried to refute me is precisely that. Now, I don't mean to poison the well here, because I am going to go over her video. I'm not saying this to poison the well. I'm saying this because it's just so perfect, perfectly in line with what I've been wanting to talk about recently in regards to the failures of BreadTube and what we can learn from them. So this channel is, I've never heard of it, but Trash Discourse. You look at the videos that she has made in the past. It's like, did Hitler have a micro penis? I don't care. I don't even really know what to say about a lot of these videos. Like, some of them are on topics of consequence. As I was saying, every now and again they did talk about things that actually matter, like Then They Came for the Deaf. That's a good topic to talk about. But it's always, when they do talk about a topic of actual consequence, it's always something to do with their own in-group, right? Like, you're an American, there's deaf people around you, you might even know deaf people, you might have deaf friends, you might have deaf family members. It's easy for you to sympathize with deaf people because deaf people are a part of what you consider to be in your in-group. It's a lot harder for you to sympathize with Palestinians. They're not a part of your in-group. So in your base of content, they tend to be totally ignored. What your country does to them tends to be totally ignored. That is the sort of BreadTube creed, the BreadTube motto. Me and mine before everything else. Or me and mine in lieu of everything else is more adequate, more accurate. Cucks and earnest defense. What happened to sexy plumber porn? Tomboy X kind of sucks. Is Chappell Rowan secretly straight and Republican? Weird Mormon sex stuff. Look, this is precisely the sort of BreadTube channel that I was looking to critique in the video that I'm probably going to make in the future, though. I'm making no promises on it. It's something that I've been building up to very slowly, and I have a lot of other things that I want to make beforehand. But this is the video where I am refuted, supposedly. I am proven to be a Nazi. It's called Nazis Are Recruiting You Using Left-Wing Buzzwords. I am so excited to show you this because it is just such a fantastic example of everything that I've been talking about with the failures of BreadTube and how people who are like centrist / center-left but who like to posture as radicals cannot deal with criticism from people like me who are much further to their left and who who remind them of the existence of their country's imperialism. They really don't want to talk about that. So let's see. Just to note, this video just completely needlessly has multiple scene changes, multiple changes of outfit. It's the exact sort of BreadTube video that I'm talking about. Like, whenever there's a quote, it's read by like one of her friends, well, like another YouTuber who reads a quote for you. This is like the characteristics of what BreadTube was in the past, and part of why it died is because they just didn't talk about anything of any importance. They focused way more on like production value, which isn't even that good, especially in this case, and like the audience overlap by practices like getting someone to read a quote for you rather than just reading it for yourself, for example. It was like a human centipede of clout that was much more focused on posturing as intellectual and posturing as speaking of issues of importance rather than actually doing those things. So let's look at the part of this video that specifically deals with me, because it's a fucking doozy, let me tell you. I really hope that she actually like refutes something that I've actually said rather than just making shit up. I really hope she deals directly with my arguments and the evidence that I present for them, because that's always what we want to see, right? You want to see people who are capable of defending their beliefs, who are capable of standing on the facts and the evidence, the arguments and conclusions that are drawn from them, right? Let's see.
Defenders of bad empanada specifically always say, well, he's spoken out more than you, so I wouldn't go talking like this because he's talked about this way more than you.
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Is that what people say about me? I would hope it's not that. I would hope it's that I make good arguments and I actually provide evidence for them. I don't think there's anything specifically virtuous to speaking out about certain things, like just giving token acknowledgements of certain things. It doesn't really do anything. What's important is having the correct political line, having the correct principles. Those are the sorts of things that I argue for. Just not like empty acknowledgements of things, which for like an American, like aesthetically focused leftist who's very focused on like identity politics, it doesn't really surprise me that you try to reduce that to just this, like token acknowledgements. No, that's not what at all my content is directed towards. Like, I don't just make a bunch of videos where I like say, oh, look, I talked about this certain thing or this other certain thing. I make videos arguing about things. I actually specifically don't talk about certain things because I don't know about them. And you know, we're all human. We don't have time to talk about every fucking thing in the world. It's normal. But, you know, let's see. Let's see what else she's got to say.
As if speaking out online is activism, as if this is the goalpost for what good activism looks like. Posting is the highest form of praxis. As if it's the
This is called propaganda. Propaganda is in fact very important. Propaganda not only brings people potentially onto your site, which is one thing and something that I'm not particularly focused on, but it also ensures that people have the correct political line, the correct principles that are absolutely necessary to enact anything resembling actual meaningful change in the world. By meaningful change, I don't just mean for Americans, okay? I mean the world. Americans, regardless of your identity category, you're in like the top 5% of the world. Even the poorest Americans are pretty high up there. So that's what my content is mostly directed towards, especially on my second channel, to talking about what should we be advocating for? What should our line be? I understand that for someone like you that doesn't seem important, because I don't know, what seems important for you? I'd love for you to explain for us what's more important for you. Propaganda's not important. Fundamentally, YouTube videos are the same sort of thing that or they can be rather, you know, I'm not obviously saying that all YouTube videos or even a slight portion of them are this. But if Karl Marx lived today, he would make YouTube videos. You think he wouldn't like try to disseminate his words to the greatest audience possible? Of course he would. People back then, like Vladimir Lenin, did like epic fucking clapbacks on people. Half of his fucking theory is him writing responses in like communist newspapers to like leftists who he disagreed with. This is just what propaganda looks like in the modern day. This is indeed what theory is going to increasingly look like in the modern day. It's going to be condensed into video form, and I hate it because it's more work than it used to be. Obviously, writing a script and then reading it and editing it and then uploading it is a lot more work than just writing an essay and then upload it and then, you know, you're done. You publish it, you're done. But it's what things are. So, yeah, you're just discounting what is essentially political propaganda, political theory as posting. What do you think is more important? I'd love to hear you. What is more important than enforcing actual correct political lines that are explicitly needed for real-world action to have any meaningful effect or tangible benefit for anyone? Because it doesn't matter if someone's out there in the street fighting the cops, if what that person's fighting for is, for example, a 1% wage increase for Americans. That doesn't change anything. What if they're like at an arms factory trying to shut it down in order to impede the American genocide of Palestinians? Now that's actual, real world practice, following a good political line that can actually affect something. There's differences between these things. Real world activism is not a virtue merely for its existence, right? Charlie Kirk was a very effective real-world activist. Would you say that he is an example who we should follow? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
most and best that anyone could possibly be doing. As if no one in real life is taking any real-life actions.
What is your opinion of Palestinian resistance fighters fighting back against Israeli and American genocide? What do you think about that? I'd love to hear what you think about that. Those people are a billion times braver, more effective, fighting for what's right, way more than you ever will be. Why can't you even say a good word about them? It's easy to find gotchas here, like that, because these people are just fundamentally substanceless.
If they are, it doesn't matter, because it's not posted online. And part of this is that people are living their entire lives online nowadays. Everything is just a little performance that you do for the internet.
You're definitely going to see her demonstrating her point here by actually analyzing a word that I have ever actually said, right? She's going to demonstrate how I'm not advocating for anything of any importance by actually going over my words, right? Now, she doesn't do that, as you might have already surmised.
Real. The ultimate form of praxis is profiteering with online slop content, which is what these people are doing. I don't know why no one realizes that these are genocide profiteers. They've appeared on a few fundraisers, but largely their content is monetized. And
oh my god. If you talk about issues of actual real-world importance, you are a genocide profiteer making slop content. Is the word Palestinian mentioned once in this video? The only time she mentions the word Palestine is to praise Lindsay Ellis for making a single video about it. That's actually almost unbelievable. Talking about genocide is slop content. I'd love for you to tell us. I'd love for you to explain to us precisely what you think. Talking about the crimes of your country, doing genocide for your benefit, is just slop content. This is the exact fucking argument that fucking ContraPoints made. She said, talking about dead Palestinian children is just like political slop content that doesn't change anything, and you should stop doing that, please. Just stop fucking talking about it. I don't want to hear about it. Stop. I'd love for her to explain to us certain things. Like if we look at my channel, the videos that are made specifically about the Gaza genocide, could she explain to us why it's not important, for example, to like explain how Zionists who are pro-genocide, who are pro that genocide, argue, so that others know how to argue against them? How is that not important? Why doesn't it matter? Why do you think that demystifying and refuting a genocidal ideology isn't important? Why is it not important to refute the narratives, like the narrative of the endless anti-Semitism crisis that is specifically constructed to excuse Israel? Why is that not important? I'd love for you to actually deal with the content of my videos and explain these things. Why is my an hour and 30-minute long specific argument arguing for why there is genocide in Gaza by the standards of the international legal definition and international law precedents? Why is this not important? Why are your videos about in defense of cucks? Why is that more important than this? I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler here. It's not, okay? It's not. It's fucking not. This is someone who simply wants to shut down uncomfortable facts about the world by just calling it slop and attacking the people who make it, rather than even making a slight effort to refute what they're saying. It's insane, it's disgusting. It makes someone like this uncomfortable that someone like me talks about how people like her, as Americans or Westerners in other countries, too, I'm not letting you guys off the hook, you know, Israelis, Brits, Europeans, whatever the fuck, live in countries where you can take real meaningful action. You can put real pressure on your governments about things like genocide in fucking Palestine. I tell you that and it makes you uncomfortable. So what do you do about it? It just, talking about Palestine is just fucking slop. Don't talk about that shit. Let's make videos about defending cucks. The goal of these people, they're just so selfish, so entirely focused on themselves that they just make arguments like this that are just frankly disgusting.
They are profiteering off of a genocide, personally enriching themselves by making endless slop content about a topic that people actually care about, but not really saying anything about it, just constantly pumping out the same slop over and over again.
Okay, so are you going to actually provide examples for how my videos on Israel-Palestine do not actually, as you said, say anything about it? Could you do that? Because that's what you're accusing me of here. Where is your example of that? This is what I mean. These people don't argue. They don't provide evidence. They just make confident statements. It's literally nothing but that. It's crazy that they are this confident while also being so wrong.
Telling your viewers that watching these videos is praxis, actually.
Cite a single fucking time where me or any of the people you pertain to be critiquing here have said that. Cite any example of that. Where has anyone said this is praxis? This is a point where you would make a citation. Why don't you do that? Why do you have no evidence for your claims? It's almost like you can't deal with what we are saying. You can't deal with our actual arguments. You construct this ridiculous straw man of what we say and do instead and argue against that in lieu of that.
all while seeding their viewers with these right-wing beliefs.
What the fuck? Which right-wing beliefs?
Slowly.
That US imperialism is bad and that Americans in their inaction are partly responsible for it? That's not a right-wing belief at all.
Indoctrinating them into right-wing conspiratorial thinking. That's why Cavernacle seems so threatened.
Fucking Cavernacle? That's like the most unobjectionable Jeremy Corbyn type guy in the entire world. Even he's too radical for you?
By what he calls the Nebula Elite. Which is just straight up an anti-Semitic and anti-queer dog whistle. It's a train whistle.
What the fuck are you saying? What? It's anti-Semitic to note the fact that there's like this group of creators who were, many of them were founders of the Nebula platform, who just don't talk about anything of actual importance. And when they do finally try to cover things of actual importance, they just turn out to be fucking liberal. This is being said about like Lindsay Ellis and PhilosophyTube. So PhilosophyTube hasn't made a single, basically no statements on Palestine for the entire duration of the Gaza genocide. Very suspect. And then when she finally does mention it, it was like a liberal Zionist both sides sort of statement, offhandedly in one of her videos. Lindsay Ellis made like a very liberal Zionist video where she spends like 30 minutes talking about the history of anti-Semitism going back like 3,000 years in a video that was supposedly about the Gaza genocide. Okay. You can critique those people for that, and you can be like, but this is weird that these people who seem to be regulating their beliefs along liberal Zionist lines are all on this, well, not all of them, but many of them are on this Nebula, the same platform, right? These people are all millionaires, by the way. Calling them elites is fucking true. These people got in early into YouTube, and they made, like, basically the sort of substanceless trash content that I was talking about at the beginning of this video. And they're living large off that. And none of them are Jewish. None of these people are Jewish. What are you fucking talking about? Anti-Semitic dog whistle. Is the word elite an anti-Semitic dog whistle even when these people are verifiably elites? Anti-queer? What are you talking about? Is Nebula queer? What the fuck are you saying? Oh! Is there a queer elite conspiracy now? You can't actually refute what he's saying. I don't even know if he said this, by the way. She didn't actually show us any evidence of it. She's just like defending Nebula creators because she's a parasocial fan of breadtubers who stopped being relevant 5 years ago.
Those trains.
You just throw out a list of isms. That's anti-Semitic, that's anti-queer. No, I'm not going to explain how. I don't have to deal with your criticisms of my favorite creators because I threw out the isms at you. Oh God, shut the fuck up. Learn to argue, learn to engage. Please learn to engage. You people don't engage at all. I know why, I already explained why. It's because if they were forced to engage with people further to the left than them, it would reveal them as not being on the left at all, and that fucking terrifies them. That's why they just scream isms at you. I hate using fancy Latin-sounding fucking logical fallacy terms, but it really is just, they fucking do straw mans, and then they just throw out ad hominems at you, and they never actually deal with what you're saying.
The ones you're thinking of. He's so threatened by those people because he needs people to watch his content, because he's profiting off of it.
This tweet is a joke. Only listen to me instead. You think you really think you should only listen to him instead? It's a joke tweet.
If they go and watch better creators like Lindsay Ellis.
In what way is Lindsay Ellis a better creator? What would you say is the video that she's made that was the most important? That was the most profound, that most accurately described the world as it is and what should be done to change it? You'll come up short for any of these people because none of them have ever made a video of any such importance. Yet you love them anyway. You should interrogate why that is.
Or anyone, pretty much. Then they won't be watching his bullshit, his slop. His boring slop where he talks in a flat, affected colonizer accent into the camera.
What the fuck? Cavernacle, from what I've seen of him, he factually talks about things that matter a lot more than what these people do. Like, let me compare his channel to the sort of like thing that you make, like in defense of cucks, talking about racism on the left. Conservative racism against Indians is out of control. Nick Fuentes is a monster that Ben Shapiro created. The conservative meltdown of Azor and Mamdani. We need to talk about the racism against Indians. Look, from the videos that I've gone over there, he's talked about issues of actual consequence and importance more than you have, by far. So I don't fucking understand where this is coming from. How do you deign to say this about this guy? Like, and what do you mean? His boring colonizer accent? What's your accent? You're speaking in a fucking Yankee accent. Do you think you're like some sort of spicy Latino or some shit? No, you speak like a generic American to everyone else. He's speaking in a flat affected colonizer accent. He's boring. He's boring. That's your argument? You're not going to show us what he actually said that you disagree with? You're not going to prove him wrong in any way, shape, or form? You're just going to say that he's boring and he has a colonizer accent and it's slop? And that's it? You have anything of substance to say? Come on, man. Like, I'm not mad at this. I know it seems that I'm mad. I'm exasperated more than anything. I'm exasperated. I'm not screaming in anger here. I'm not angry. I wish that they could engage. I long for a fucking argument with these people. I want to talk about evidence and facts and things that actually matter. And all that they do is like, they construct a straw man that's not based on anything you've ever actually said. And then they throw ad hominems at it and just scream that anti-Semitic. Whoa, you said that Nebula is like very curiously full of creators, co-founders, who just don't talk about anything of importance. Oh, that's an anti-Semitic dog whistle. I'm tired. I'm not angry. I'm just fucking tired. Because people don't engage. I'd kill for an argument from you. Even if you tried and did so badly, if you could make an argument while trying your hardest not to do so in a condescending tone that is completely unwarranted for the actual substance of your content, I would commend you at this point. I would commend anyone who just tries to make an argument. I would commend anyone who goes in and responds to me or Tabernacle or anyone else who she supposes is like a Nazi, which is what she said in the title here. I would kill for you to respond to one of our videos and explain how you think that they're wrong with evidence, without throwing out a single ism. Try that. Without doing like this condescending voice where you're just by default correct. You don't even need to explain why you are. Please try it. I beg you people. At this point, engaging with like center leftists like this who like to posture as radicals, who like to posture as progressive as you should be allowed to be, they are worse than neoliberals. I appreciate neoliberals because they tend to make arguments. Now, neoliberals make dishonest arguments. They manipulate the data. They dishonestly present the data. But at least they use it. At least they try. Fundamentally, I think the American left has lobotomized themselves by focusing way too much on emotion, feelings, identity politics, standpoint epistemology. They have forgotten how to argue. They have lobotomized an entire generation of potential radicals into being nothing but this. What's going to happen when you need to argue for what you believe in, but you don't know why you believe it? What's going to happen when just throwing out a bunch of isms isn't enough to convince someone and you need to actually tell them why you believe what you believe? You're going to be fucked. If there's anything good about my content, it's that I discourage this, okay? It's that I want you to think about what's being said. I want you to try to argue against it with facts and evidence. I want you to not just try to offhandedly discount it, even if you disagree with it, even if it's just very wrong. Oh my God, it's painful. I'm making a video like on the career of Chomsky. It's coming up probably in a week or two. And one of the points that I make in that video is that people have forgotten how to refute Holocaust denial because all that we do, we exclude people from even having the opportunity to engage with it. So now people don't know how to refute Holocaust denial anymore, and this is resulting in a resurgence of Holocaust denial. Because of people like this, they don't know how to refute you, but they just like intuitively feel like you're wrong, so they just try to encourage people to not engage with you. And this has real world consequences. Because if you don't know why something is wrong, when people like this, who are supposed to educate people, others on why these things are wrong, how to argue for what they believe, don't do that, what happens when the people who you create find an argument against what you told them to believe without telling them why? That's quite convincing, at least on the surface. They don't know why it's wrong. They're going to be sucked in by that. You are creating the very Nazis who you pertain to be against in your inability to refute an argument or provide evidence for any of your claims. And you have fucked up an entire generation of first world potential radicals in doing this.
Just the same things over and over again. Boring slop content. And occasionally disrespects his girlfriend in front of his entire audience. His content sucks ass.
So she's just accusing someone of domestic abuse while providing no evidence for it. It's insane that these people just feel like they can do this. Like, when I made a fucking 2-second long criticism of Lindsay Ellis, she literally posted on Twitter or Blue Sky accusing me of being a pedophile. She's just making domestic abuse arguments against someone in lieu of fucking refuting that content. I am angry now. This is actually just disgusting. What a fucking disgusting pig. You can't refute what someone says, so you just accuse them of a bunch of isms and accuse them of fucking domestic abuse? That's a serious fucking allegation. Where's the evidence of this?
Ass. But because he talks about important issues, people...
Yeah, because he talks about important issues. I bet that makes you feel inadequate because you don't do that. Why don't you do that? Why don't you show us how it's done? Talk about things that actually fucking matter instead of cuck porn or whatever.
People feel like they have to watch it. They refuse to, put in the work to actually make entertaining, good content.
Do you think this is entertaining, good content? What is entertaining and good about your videos? Do you think that background, like scene changes and outfit changes are what makes content entertaining and good rather than substance?
Instead, they have to sabotage other creators who are making good content.
Oh man, it hurts.
So that people will watch them instead. Don't watch that other person. They're problematic. Only watch me. Only listen to me instead.
Okay, that's just not true. If you want to get as much of an audience as possible, you don't do that. You do the opposite of that. You don't rock the boat. You praise others. You want audience overlap with them. Every single time that I have ever critiqued someone, these like fake radicals, these like centrists, center-leftists, who always come down on the side of liberalism when push comes to shove, I lose subs, I lose viewers. That's not how you gain viewers, because you're alienating the fans of people, people who like care more about personalities than they do substance. By critiquing them, they get uncomfortable. They don't want to see conflict. Conflict makes them uncomfortable, even if you're right. So you lose subs, you lose viewers when you critique them. That's just a fact. That's how it actually works. What you're saying isn't the truth. By discouraging people from watching these other people, what you're doing is potentially leading people to be more correct, but you're hurting your own audience, you're hurting your own potential viewership. So you're just completely fucking wrong on this. I mean, let me show you an example, right? From my own channel. When I was making videos about Ethan Klein, I was gaining a fucking ton of subscribers, right? Because, like, debunking Ethan Klein, it's very, like, non-denominational. Anyone from, like, liberal to far left thinks Ethan Klein is a moron. That gets you a ton of viewers. Hassan Parker was watching my videos. People who hated me since, like, the beginning of time were suddenly like, damn, Bannerpana is actually pretty cool. I like his content. That got me a ton of, lots of extra viewers, like hundreds of, like, my videos on Ethan Klein have like 200,000, 300,000, 200,000, 400,000 views. More than normal. What happened when I started critiquing people who are more like, who might potentially dislike Ethan Klein, but who the people I'm critiquing potentially have audience overlap with those dislikers of Ethan Klein? Like this video right here, where I critique Philosophy Tube, Hassan Piker, and Lindsay Ellis. Way fewer views. This video right here, where I critiqued a ton of like center-left to left-wing figures for their whitewashing of the American military. Only 82,000 views. You can see there, you get fewer views when you critique people who posture as being on the same side as you. You alienate potential viewers. You don't gain them. You have to be very principled to critique these people, because doing so hurts you financially. And it causes people like this to attack you with dishonest lies. Okay? So she's just plain wrong here. She's made that up. That's why she's not providing any evidence for it. If you could provide any evidence that me critiquing, like Lindsay Ellis, helped me more than it hindered me, I would love for you to show me that. Please, empirical evidence, show me. You haven't done that. You haven't done it for Tabernacle either. You're just saying this is what's happening. Like, this is how these people argue. You have to take them on faith. They don't need to provide evidence for their claims. They just throw isms at you, and they condescendingly describe some sort of fault they have imagined with your character. Like in this case, right? She's not refuting the Tabernacle's arguments. She's speculating about his motivations for why he makes his content. Even if he was only interested in money, that's still not a rebuttal to anything he's ever said. I said this too. I've said this too about people who I now disagree with, like Hassan Piker. Ethan Klein made the same argument she's making here. Ethan Klein always says about Hassan Piker, Hassan doesn't really care about the issues that he talks about. Hassan only does this for clout. And why does that matter? If his arguments against you on the actual issue, Israel-Palestine, are still correct, you don't get to argue around that by just speculating about his motivations. That's what she's doing here. There's like an endless array of logical fallacies here. I fucking hate to use the term logical fallacies because they're usually employed by like losers with like Roman statue avatars, but in this case it really does apply. This is nothing but logical fallacies. It really is.
This effectively creates a campaign to push women and marginalized people out of leftist spaces.
How?
Because let's be honest, who is making good, entertaining content on the left?
Is the point of left-wing political content, as you call it, to be entertaining, or is it to educate? Is it to propagandize? Is it to set a political line? I'm glad that you admit that it's just about entertainment for you. I mean, is that all you care about? Entertaining content? Like, these people, in refuting Lindsay Ellis when she's wrong, they're pushing women out of the left. Are you fucking kidding me? You think there's not plenty of women and marginalized people on the left? I have news for you. You're not marginalized. Lindsay Ellis isn't marginalized. You're Americans. You're in the fucking top of the world. Doesn't matter how many other identities you have, you're still an American. You know who is marginalized? The Palestinians being fucking genocided by Israel. There's plenty of fucking women and marginalized people advocating for them, not that their identity matters. How fucking dare you try to frame yourselves as marginalized people being kicked out of the left? Well, the topic of, like, your evidence for that is these people talk about Palestine too much. These people talk about actual people who are marginalized on a global scale. The wretched of the earth, the lowest of the low. The position that is enforced upon them, that puts them into this position, is explicitly enforced on them by your country, and you benefit from it. And you're condescendingly talking to a camera about how millionaire Lindsay Ellis, who gets millions of views every single time she makes a video about, like, what? Like a fucking Disney movie or some shit? She's the real marginalized person here, and anyone who critiques her is by default a misogynist. People who, by the way, have nowhere near her amount of reach and her wealth, her fame. What the fucking hell are you talking about? You don't even see people outside of the US as humans, do you? To, like, frame her as a marginalized person, especially while claiming that people who talk too much about Palestinians, according to you, are like attacking marginalized people when she's your example of a marginalized person. It really is what I said at the beginning. These people only talk about things that are, if they ever talk about something of actual substance, it's always something that's relevant to them and theirs, so what they consider to be their in-group, in this case, like Americans, right? So they're happy to talk about things like trans rights, or as she did, like she made a video about like blind people, right? Because there are trans Americans, you know, there are blind Americans. This affects me and mine. And this sort of mentality has just made her lobotomized to the point where she believes that Lindsay Ellis is like a marginalized person who's being kicked out of leftist spaces. That's unbelievable. Lindsay Ellis is literally like in the top global 0.0001%. What the fucking hell are you talking about? You don't get to appeal to a supposed marginalized identity when on one side here we have people talking about the Palestinians being genocided by your country, and on the other side we have a fucking millionaire entertainer who makes videos about Disney movies. This is unbelievable. The audacity. These people have never sat down and thought about their beliefs for a single second. They have never engaged with criticism. That's how they end up like this.
Because let's be honest, who is making good entertaining content on the left? Lindsay Ellis's video was an existential threat to these channels, which is why Bad Empanada immediately...
What the fuck are you talking about? How is her making a video an existential threat to my channel? What do you imagine that her making a video could possibly do to my channel? What the hell are you talking about?
Began harassing her and
I began harassing her? How?
Posted a video slamming her.
I posted a video slamming her? I made a video explaining why I think her video is bad. Yeah, that's what I did. You're allowed to refute people. That's not harassment.
In which he was holding a knife and then sent her a series of strange...
Holding a knife? He was threatening her? Oh my god. That's like the joke thumbnail that I use. Because these people, in lieu of being able to respond to me, they try to frame me as crazy. So I love that picture. I put it in like as many thumbnails as I can, like this one right here as well, recently. It's a funny picture. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's holding a knife? He's threatening her? Do you have any plan to refute the actual content of that video?
Messages and emails.
Sent her a series of strange messages and emails. Okay, so let's go over just how much of a lie this is. So what actually happened here, in chronological order? I made a video going over the data for this idea that there is a crisis of anti-Semitism in the Western world. I showed in that video extensively, by going over the actual data, that there is not, in fact, a crisis of anti-Semitism in the Western world, okay? In this video, one of the people who I used as an example of people who claim that there is an anti-Semitism crisis was Lindsay Ellis. She claimed that anti-Semitism is rising. I even use her as an example of a pro-Palestine person, which is very generous. Even many pro-Palestine people tend to just accept that there is this ever-present global anti-Semitism crisis as an uncontroversial fact that they need to specially account for some reason.
Because global anti-Semitism is rising, it is not helping anyone to deny that.
This ad is... So that's like a 3-second clip of Lindsay Ellis. That's the extent of her being featured in this video. As an example of someone who is ostensibly pro-Palestine, but who spreads the idea that anti-Semitism is rising, despite the fact they haven't actually seen any proof of that. And then I go over the fact that anti-Semitism isn't actually rising. It's a beat-up. The data is basically made up by pro-Israel lobby organizations for the purpose of getting people to sympathize more with Israel. Okay? That's the argument made in this video. Very clear argument, and I'd expect you to be able to refute it if you disagree. What did Lindsay Ellis do? Did Lindsay Ellis refute my argument in this video, or acknowledge that the criticism was fair or anything like that? Let's look into what she did. Okay, so what happened is that because of that video that I made responding to her and explaining specifically how she and others, including like Hassan Piker, were wrong, I posted that video, and Lindsay Ellis posted on Blue Sky saying that me responding to her on that made me a ghoul, that I have a hard-on for Nebula and trans women, and I am anti-Semitic. And then she claimed that I am trying to get her family swatted. I didn't even mention her. I've never mentioned her by name, by the way, ever, on any of my social media, on any of my channels. Not at all. That 2-second clip was the extent of my engagement with anything she'd ever posted. And her reaction to that was claiming that I'm trying to get her swatted because I refuted her in one video. Very well, I might add. And then she complained that people watch my videos. She posted a bunch of other stuff as well. Like even worse stuff. Like she accused me of being a pedophile. Or insinuating that I'm a pedophile, rather. Lindsay Ellis says the grand, pitiful conspiracy fanfic world he is building would be funny if he hadn't allegedly tried to get people killed. What grand, pitiful conspiracy fanfic? What the fuck are you talking about? My video was specifically about the facts regarding the idea of there being an anti-Semitism crisis. I literally just boringly go over the data for like an hour. What the fuck is she talking about? And then someone said he's allegedly had to flee the country. I heard there was allegedly more than one. For a poor, penniless fuckboy, he sure gets around. So these people are literally accusing me of like being a wanted international criminal. And the reason why these people started spreading this allegation against me is because they were calling me a pedophile, right? So that's what she's insinuating here. This person is trying to frame me as harassing Lindsay Ellis because, for one, in response to her literally lying about me, just lying about me in the most defamatory and disgusting way possible, because I critiqued something that she said for 2 seconds, this person is trying to frame Lindsay Ellis as a victim of harassment. She was harassed because I sent her an email trying to get her to stop defaming me as a pedophile in reaction to me critiquing her and explaining why she's wrong once. And me making a video where I expand on that, when I critique her video on Miss Rachel, that's also harassment. Why? It's just fucking harassment. You respond to these literal multi-millionaires with millions of viewers as a much smaller creator, and you explain how and why you think they're wrong. That's just fucking harassment. Now, here's the actual truth, okay? What's harassment is reacting to mild criticism from a much smaller creator by spreading the idea among your audience that they're a wanted international criminal who's on the run for pedophilia charges. Now, that's harassment. That's actual harassment. These people have just completely redefined what harassment means to basically like anyone responding to anything that I say on the internet for any reason that I would rather they didn't say. That's harassment. It's what I've been saying, right? In lieu of any sort of engagement with the critiques of their ideology, of their beliefs, they throw out isms at you, they scream harassment, they speculate about your motives, but they never refute what you actually say. And the reason for that is because they can't engage with what you say, because it would expose them as not being on the left at all. So they need to just offhandedly discount you and discourage people from engaging with what you're saying, because if they did, it would reveal that these people are not what they say they are. They're trying to enforce themselves as the acceptable limit of the Overton window. And in doing that, they are actively trying to harm most people in the world, because that is the result of them doing that. Because they aren't anti-imperialists, they're comfortable with imperialism. And that's the fundamental disagreement here.
Because better content about the topics they talk about is an existential threat to their whole monetization strategy. So when a creator does talk about Gaza, the thing that they constantly drill that people should be talking about, they don't celebrate that.
I don't think my content is directed towards telling people to talk about Gaza at all. My content is directed to explaining things to people, to arguing things to people, to researching things of importance related to Palestine, to Zionism, not to like saying this person doesn't talk about this. I never said these people don't talk about this. Though I do think it's interesting to think about why they don't, and then when they do talk about it, they mishandle it so badly because they try to play both sides. That's my critique of them. My critique of them is never, they don't talk about this. My critique of them is always, when they did talk about it, they mishandled it so much because they're trying to appeal to both sides. That's actual grifting, right? That's actually like intentionally regulating your political beliefs because you're worried about alienating a portion of your audience. That is real grifting. Going light on a genocidal ideology like Zionism, that's actual grifting.
They instead attack, which betrays the reality behind the situation. They don't really want other people talking about this.
Do you think like just talking about something is a virtue? Charlie Kirk talked about Gaza. Was that a virtue? Was that a good thing? People can talk about things and mishandle them or be wrong about them. And when that happens, anyone who wants to respond to them is perfectly validated in doing so. Let's talk about your real motivations here. You just don't want to be criticized. You want to frame yourself as the acceptable limit of left-wing politics, and you don't want anyone telling you otherwise. That's the real thing here.
They just hold that up as the goalpost because that's what they're doing. So they say, this is the best thing that we could be doing. This is the most important thing. The thing that I'm doing. Making slop content.
So, slop content isn't videos about, like, the fucking metaphysics of Disney movies. It's talking about Palestine. I would love to see this person try to engage with any of my main channel content. Their head would fucking explode. They would not be able to. That's why this is what they're making.
Creates kind of a weird double standard where they're the only people, them and their friends, are the only people talking about this correctly, and everyone else must be shunned.
Who's my friends? I don't have any friends. I don't talk to almost any other creators. I don't even know what you're talking about.
In this exact same space, have this pattern of attacking any creators who actually do make videos about the genocide. They attack them for not doing it perfectly, for using algo speak to get around censorship, for like any little thing they can find to attack and discredit people who don't look exactly like them.
Who don't look exact? What the fuck are you talking about? How are you possibly trying to turn this into a fucking first world identity politics social justice thing? I have literal like extensive videos on why it's extremely important to have the correct line on Israel-Palestine. Because liberal Zionism is incredibly insidious, and if you're not careful, you're going to end up advocating for Zionism. That's why I have this video, for example, on Owen Jones, a British white man with a colonizer accent. What's the subtitle of it? How you inadvertently support Israel, in which I extensively explain why it's important to critique people who spread seemingly like nice-sounding narratives about Israel-Palestine, but are ultimately both sides' narratives that come from the ideology of liberal Zionism that uphold it, and that ultimately do a disservice to the Palestinian cause, that harm Palestinians, and that will harm them even more in the future. So I have an extensive video explaining that. My critiques of these people who you think, just because they said the word genocide, are beyond criticism, is that they do that. They are liberal Zionists who spread liberal Zionist talking points that are ultimately harmful to Palestinians. Now, I'd like to see you try to engage with my video critiquing the Lindsay Ellis video on this, because I explain this very in-depth. But she doesn't do that. She just shows the thumbnail, points at it, insists it's wrong, and that's it. That's the end of the day. They fundamentally can't engage because they're wrong and they know it, but they don't want you to watch to engage with the content that shows it. That's why this sort of argument is made. Remember that. Marginalized people. What effect does it have on Palestinians? Actual marginalized people. Some of the most marginalized people on fucking earth, literally being genocided by your country. Some of them might even look like me. You think how someone looks is what matters? No. Plenty of them are white even, or they at least look white. How do you think it affects them to have people like Lindsay Ellis or Philosophy Tube or whoever else, or Hassan Piker even sometimes, spread arguments that lead people into upholding liberal Zionism an ideology that will perpetuate their oppression and their dispossession. It's not going to be very good for them, is it? But I guess what matters is that, like, Lindsay Ellis got some mild criticism because she made a liberal Zionist video. And I dared to explain to people the problems with that video. And that's harassment, actually. And this shouldn't be allowed because she's marginalized when she's a millionaire. A white millionaire from the United States of America. Literally the top 0.00001% of people in the world. She's a marginalized person who's being pushed out. It's a chilling effect. It's a chilling effect. Because someone whose videos get 4 million views were critiqued by someone in a video that has 50,000 views. You are fucking crazy. Like, you people love to talk about privilege. You are absolutely exploding with privilege. You have the most important privilege of all. Imperial core privilege. To you, issues of world-shattering importance. People literally being fucking massacred for their race by your country. Are slop content. Those who desperately try to correct people who are wrong on this, they're making slop content and attacking the real victims. Rich, white American women. But to be clear, it doesn't matter that she's rich, white, and American. What matters is that she's wrong. You can be rich, white, and American, and you can be right on this. There's rich, white Americans who are right on this. A lot of the time, at least. Norman Finkelstein is a rich, white American who's right about this. Who else? Let me just throw out some token names here. Because this is what these people like. Like they want me to, like, just name tokens. All they care about is identity. So let's attack them on their own grounds, right? I'll throw out some rich, white Americans who are right about this. Like Calla Walsh. She's great. She occupies arms factories for Palestine. She has the correct anti-Zionist line. She's a rich white American. Maybe she's not rich, actually. I don't actually know, but... Ooh, shit. What are you going to do? Ooh! I did identity politics. What's your argument going to be? This is substanceless garbage. I don't give a fuck about who these people are. I care that they're spreading harmful narratives that ultimately harm Palestinians and that will harm them further in the future. The reason why we got the Gaza genocide in the first place is because of liberal Zionist narratives like this. Zionism, framed as being pro-Palestinian.
Who make videos about this topic. And what this has is a chilling effect on marginalized people. They see other people
marginalized people
getting piled on for talking about the genocide, the thing everyone says they want us to be doing.
I don't care if you talk about it. I would prefer that you don't talk about it, because if you do talk about it, you mishandle it so grossly that you end up leading people into narratives that prevent efficient combat against Zionism. Like, the anti-Semitism is rising. That's a great example of this. Because if you convince people that Jews are perpetually in danger of, like, this ephemeral hatred, anti-Semitism that's always there and always super important, when the actual fact is that's simply not true. And this is a narrative that is spread by pro-Israel organizations in order to try and get people to sympathize more with Israel because it's Jewish. That's a harmful narrative that people like that spread, that hurt Palestinians in the long run, that lead to things like the Gaza genocide. Because of this idea that instills in people that Jews are perpetual victims, they can't do genocide. They can't do bad things. They can't do ethno-nationalism. Or there's something that is uniquely acceptable about their ethno-nationalism. So if you're going to mishandle things in a way that leads people to ideas like that, then you should not cover it. And I'm glad, I would prefer that you don't. It's not that you're not covering it that's the problem. It's that if you do cover it, a lot of the time you get it so wrong that it's harmful. And yeah, I think you shouldn't cover it in that case. Just like I don't cover things that I don't really know much about, and that me talking about them, I'd probably do more harm than good. It's a normal thing. We can only know a finite amount of things. We only have a finite amount of time. We can only cover a finite amount of topics. It's okay, if you don't know about something, to not talk about it. Unless, of course, like, the rest of your politics are very much related to that. Like, if you're someone, for example, who advocates for voting for the Democratic Party, I would expect you to reckon with the fact that the Democratic Party are genocidal and massacre people in the third world on the regular. But if you're, like, you know, some random creator who makes videos about Disney movies, then okay, I wouldn't really care if you don't talk about that. But overall, I think these people do a disservice to Palestinians, and I've explained that extensively in my video critiquing Lindsay Ellis. It's not nothing to do with identity politics. I don't give a fuck about the identity of the person speaking. What I care about is the potential effect of what they're saying. And here is my judgment on her video, by the way. This is what this person is trying to say. I was harassing her by saying this, by critiquing her video. An important thing moving forward is that we are able to spot this sort of framing and correct ourselves on it. And my opinion is that people like this are not suited to make long-form content where they pertain to be going in depth on this topic. I'm all for them making statements. I'm all for them lending their support. You know, I'm all for them posting on social media about this, calling it genocide, whatever. But if you have this sort of like liberal Zionism poisoned framing of the situation, you aren't doing good by covering it in depth. You're doing harm. You need to interrogate that before you sort of put yourself forward as an authority on this, as she did in this video, as anyone who would make a video like this is doing by default. Because the fact of the matter is, the reason why we're here, the reason why the Gaza genocide could have occurred, is because of this framing of Jews as innate victims, is because of this like disbelief that Jews could do things like this, that they're not like other people, that they're not just normal people who are also just as capable of anyone else as falling into an ethnic supremacist ideology that gives them benefits at the expense of others. That idea has enabled Israel to the point that it can brazenly do genocide and the world does nothing about it. And she spreads the idea in this video. She takes away agency from people doing the genocide, from those responsible for this regime of ethnic supremacism in this video. And if we all believe in this framing, it doesn't matter if we declare ourselves to be anti-Zionists who are against the existence of a specifically Jewish ethno-state. It doesn't matter if we support a one-state solution with equal rights for all. You're not going to get there because your framing of the situation suits Zionism perfectly well. Your framing of the situation is what got us to where we are today. Genocide. This will keep happening unless you frame this in the correct way. And that's why I think these sorts of videos, as well-meaning as they clearly are very damaging, more damaging than they are helpful, particularly in the longer term. Because if we keep thinking like this, the solution that we will get in Palestine, as I said, will either be a Zionist one or no solution at all. And then the same thing that happened in Gaza is going to happen in the West Bank next. So is this video significantly better than a lot of other people's either lack of comment on this topic or horrible Zionist comment on this topic? Well, yeah, it is. But that doesn't mean it's particularly good. In fact, as I argued here, I'd say it's really like detrimental overall. The framing is just totally off. The framing is going to mislead people into supporting like Zionist solutions, you know? Okay, so I'd like for Trash Discourse to explain to me how what I said there was harassment, first of all, and try to argue against it. To try to actually form an argument against it. What is wrong about what I said there? Why should it be impermissible for me to refute Lindsay Ellis for the reasons that I stated there? To argue against her viewpoint on this. Why? You have no argument. You have no response. This is what you do instead. Vaguely gesturing at me and Cavernacle and whoever the fuck else, and just implying that we shouldn't even be allowed to speak. We shouldn't even be allowed to talk about these things. And you wonder why people call people like you a Zionist, because how aren't you one?
And they say, well, I'm not going to cover that because I'm just going to get attacked for...
Okay, great. If you're going to do liberal Zionism, I'd prefer you don't cover Israel-Palestine. If you're going to mislead potentially millions of viewers into believing harmful liberal Zionist ideas like both sides, Jews are innate victims, we need to treat Israel differently because it's Jewish, then yeah, don't make a video, please. I said that pretty well there, didn't I?
Not doing it to the absolute perfection standard. They're going to find some bullshits, some misspeak, some issue, and they're going to attack.
She's just lying about the fundamental disagreement here. She has to frame what is ultimately a disagreement on I'm saying your ideology leads to fucking genocide. Your ideology led to Gaza. It's going to lead to another Gaza in the West Bank next. That's what I'm saying here. And you're just acting like it's a small little misspeak.
Attack me and send their followers after me. So marginalized people.
There's nothing but marginalized people just invoking identity politics bullshit. You're not marginalized. You're American. You're American. You're an American with fucking bisexual lighting and multiple scene changes and a skull in the background, making YouTube videos. Lindsay Ellis is that, except 1,000 times richer. Where do you get off saying that you and her are marginalized, but not the Palestinians who people like me are desperately attempting to get you to take the correct line on? Because what I'm ultimately saying here is nothing new. For a Palestinian, nothing that I'm saying is special. But for you, it is really an existential threat to your posturing as a radical. Oh, how the tables have turned, right? Speaking of existential threats. If people knew what you really are, which is just a Hillary Clinton liberal, then man, your posturing as like a left-wing radical would be fucking over, wouldn't it? That's the real problem here. Uphold the fucking Palestinian national line yourselves. Uphold the basics of the Palestinian struggle. If you want to approach this from a marginalized identity politics line, fine. Type the Fawabet into Google, please. Palestinians, some of the most marginalized people on earth. I want you to type that into Google and look at what these marginalized people want you to uphold, okay? Because that's what I'm doing. How about you do it too? That's all I want from you. I beg of you. If you're going to invoke identity politics endlessly, you're going to lose, because the people who we're talking about here are infinitely more marginalized than you could ever imagine yourself to be.
Videos about these serious topics, and then you get people saying, well, why aren't these marginalized people making videos about this stuff? They don't care about the things that we...
Who said that? It's just endless straw man, right? She doesn't actually provide any examples of what she's saying. She doesn't show a single second of the people she claims to be refuting, actually speaking. It's just this, endlessly. Just her making assertions, fighting straw men. This one's a doozy too, because she outright admits here she has not even watched the content of the people who she claims to be refuting, whose entire ideology, whose entire being, whose entire base of content she thinks that she's refuting here. Watch what she says about her engagement with said content.
Creators' experience in trying to talk about these topics. But to be clear, I don't really watch this content. I don't watch Bad Empanada or Cavernacle or Vosh or Hassan. I have no interest in that. I watched some of Bad Empanada for this video. I've clicked on a couple of Cavernacle videos before. I've thought, wow, this guy is really boring. He has a terrible colonizer accent. And I already know all of the information.
You have a colonizer accent? What the fuck are you talking about?
Saying. And I just clicked off immediately. But
okay, so she's never watched the content that she claims to be engaging with. There's not a single clip of any of the people whose videos she claims to be refuting here in this video. There's not a single clip of any of that. She outright says, this is boring, it's boring, I don't have to engage with the people who I claim to be refuting, I can just call them boring and move on. Because that's what matters, right? Not substance, not facts, not evidence, not arguments, not coming to the right conclusions. This is boring, unlike my video, where I do 5 pointless scene changes while talking to a camera in a colonizer accent, while providing zero evidence for any of my fucking... Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god. This is a great example of the level of substance, of the sort of thing that these people imagine to be world-shattering issues that they think are worth covering. Not Palestine. No.
Things at the same time. Unfortunately, I did, after, being exposed to these things through other people posting, and then finally checking it out for myself, I did notice the same patterns that I noticed with the leaders of the Nazi furry movement in the 2010s.
Could I possibly have asked for a better example of what I was talking about in the intro to this segment? The Nazi furry movement in the 2010s. That's your example of political importance, of something that you think is worth researching and talking about. Furries on the internet, Nazi furries on the internet, nonetheless. When that is what seems to you to be a thing of political importance, it's no fucking wonder those of us who actually talk about things of political importance and are able to critique others who talk about these same things incorrectly. No fucking wonder we threaten you so much. Holy fucking shit, I couldn't imagine a better example of the substanceless garbage that BreadTube is. Pomp and ceremony, using big words and trying desperately to sound like you're some sort of philosopher while you're talking about the Nazi furry movement. What are we doing here? The entire time that people like you are making videos about Nazi furries and in defense of cuck porn, the entire reason why something like the Gaza genocide could happen is because rather than focusing on issues of global importance like imperialism, war, resource extraction, global oppression by your country for your benefit, what you were talking about was that sort of thing. Do you not see the connection? Oh, it's painful. It hurts. Now, we're going to look at her final critique of me in this video, and this is actually probably the funniest part of it. Oh my god, she's literally just a massive treatler. Let me show you.
Some of these people are more subtle than others, while some are literal white Argentinians who go on rants about the Jews.
Okay, let's see your argument here. You are white, you are Argentinian, I'm not, but What the fuck does that matter? You're a white American. What the fuck does any of that matter? And let's see her example of me supposedly going on rants against the Jews. Me saying, Jews aren't massacred for being Jews, Jews aren't being raped for being Jews, Jews aren't being starved for being Jews, Jews are massacring Palestinians for not being Jews, Jews are raping Palestinians for not being Jews, Jews are starving Palestinians for not being Jews. That's literally just true. Israel is a Jewish supremacist state where Jews, regardless of how uncomfortable it makes you, people who are Jewish massacre Palestinians because they are not Jewish and they want an ethnically solely Jewish land. That is why they do that. Does that make you uncomfortable? Would it make you uncomfortable if I was to tell you that during World War II, Germans massacred Slavs for not being German? Would that make you uncomfortable? Would that be anti-Germanism? This is fundamentally, these people cannot argue for their beliefs. She just makes statements, and then she finds some tweet that makes her uncomfortable because she's never interrogated what she believes before, and I'm perfectly capable of explaining it. She can't engage with a single fucking word I've ever said. That's incredible.
Like criticizing Israel, you know, the nation state that's doing a genocide and committing atrocities, but like the Jews.
For one, no one said the Jews. You have to change what I actually said to fit your dumb little argument here. For two, nation states aren't fucking disconnected entities. A nation state isn't like a god, a fucking massive god that just does things by itself. No, a nation state does things for people, by people. What group of people? Israel is specifically a Jewish ethno-state that does things for Jews. Its atrocities are carried out by people who are Jewish. Does that make you uncomfortable? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just fucking stupid as hell. It's pure Jewish exceptionalism. She could never engage with anything I've actually fucking said. This is just liberal Zionism in
One thing to criticize the nation state of Israel, which is a valid...
This is just so behind the times. This is 20-year-old discourse, 20-year-old liberal Zionist slop discourse. We are past this. People now know what Israel is. It's a Jewish supremacist colonial ethno-state. We say that because it's true. It makes me uncomfortable if you say that it's Jewish. I don't give a fuck. Like, you would have no problem with us saying that the colonial USA was a white supremacist ethno-state full of whites killing non-white people for not being white. How dare you do this? What you're doing here is specifically why we got the Gaza genocide. Because you make it impossible. You try to make it impossible for people to talk about what is actually really happening. You spend more time doing PR for Zionism, policing the speech of anti-Zionists, than you do denouncing Zionists. That's how we got to where we are today.
Criticism. We probably shouldn't have nation states in the manner that Israel exists at all.
Oh, wow. Really a radical statement. What you're saying, broadly, is the sort of rhetoric that ensures that we will have nation states like Israel. We will have Israel specifically, and the Palestinians will probably all be killed eventually. That's why I'm against it. That's why we need to correct what you're saying here, because it's wrong.
That kind of state shouldn't exist at all, because all they do is consume resources and produce atrocities.
So brave. You managed to say something that is so surface level at this point that I honestly can't believe that it's being presented as if it's something profound.
That's the main function of...
Oh, so she can't say, oh my God.
Nation states. We shouldn't have them.
She can't say we shouldn't have Israel specifically, which is an ethno-state, specifically an ethno-state for Jews, by Jews, for the benefit of Jews, that massacres non-Jews for the benefit of Jews, that steals their land for the benefit of Jews. No, she can only denounce Israel in this sort of white anarchist way, which is like, but we shouldn't have nation states in general. All nation states are equally bad. Fucking hell.
And saying that is a very reasonable position. But what I'm seeing is a literal white Argentinian ranting...
Wow, incredible fucking argument.
...about the Jews. And other people don't seem to notice this.
He's white, Argentinian, and he says that Israel is Jewish supremacist and that Israel's crimes are carried out by Jewish people. You shouldn't be allowed to say that. He's white and Argentinian. Doesn't matter how factual it is. You just shouldn't be allowed to say that.
I guess if a Nazi confirms your biases and...
She calls me a Nazi. I have news for you, my friend. You are a Nazi. You know why you're a Nazi? Because you're an American, and your fundamental concern is not with the fact that billions of people around the world are oppressed for a system that ultimately gives you a higher standard of living than the vast majority of people in the world. You're more or less okay with that. What you're not okay with is people like me who remind you of that. That's why you're a Nazi. Someone like me will never, ever, ever, not in a million years, be as close to being a Nazi as you are. Because fundamentally, your logic is very similar to the Nazis. I want maximum benefit for myself, and I'm happy to ignore or outright help with the oppression of other people to get those for myself. You are a Nazi, fundamentally a Nazi. And people like me make you uncomfortable because we remind you of the fact that that is how the structure of the global capitalist system is. You're at the top of it, even if you don't think so. You are in the top 5-10% of global standard of living. And the reason for that is because you happen to be born into the imperial core. And that doesn't make you a bad person. What makes you a bad person is that you're arguing here against someone like me who acknowledges that, who brings that up, who points out these things, and basically making an argument for why I'm like Adolf Hitler, when your mentality that these things should basically just be ignored on the basis of, oh, marginalized people throwing out identity politics and isms, how you shouldn't be allowed to critique people who uphold this system that oppresses billions of people, as long as they advocate for treats for you and yours. That is a Nazi mentality. That is an actual Nazi mentality.
Tells you what you want to hear, it makes it a lot harder to spot that he's a Nazi, because people don't want to believe that they can be tricked by a series of the correct buzzwords and the issues that
this person just like does nothing but make very confident statements with literally nothing backing them up. You're a Nazi. This guy said he hates the Jews. Oh my God, he hates the Jews. He's an anti-Semite. And her evidence for that is like a perfectly fucking fine tweet. I don't know, maybe my points would be more valid if I changed my outfit and move my camera to a different scene.
Angry, but I noticed.
Should I put a hat on as well?
I noticed.
That's an anti-Semitic dog whistle. You just said you noticed? You said you're noticing? You fucking anti-Semite. That's how these people operate.
People kept putting a white Argentinian ranting about how much he hates the Jews right in front of me. It was hard not to notice.
A white Argentinian ranting about the Jews. Could you imagine these people having to directly engage with anything I've ever actually said? Like literally reading it out, just trying to accurately describe my arguments and then trying to refute them. Or at least watching my fucking videos and trying to refute them. Without throwing out isms, without just screaming Nazi, without saying, white Argentinian, ooh, I don't know how to make a fucking argument, so all I can do is talk about identity categories. Can you imagine her trying to do that? I couldn't. That's why she doesn't do that.
And while the creators here are far from the only ones that I see seeding this kind of ideology on the online left, they are pretty big, and let's break down some of their messaging. Dismantle welfare.
This is pretty big. I'm the only person who ever says something like this, and it's very funny.
Unions. No treats for first worlders.
That's so funny. For one, this is obviously a joke. But honestly, you cannot fucking complain about this. You're like the Nazis of the world. You're an American. You are the Israel of the world. Someone posts a joke tweet, frustrated with people like you for just ignoring the people who are oppressed for your benefit the world over. And you dare to be offended at that. There is an entire world of people who suffer so that you can be in the top 5% of global standards of living. And you see someone making light of that. I'll say it in terms that make sense for someone like you, okay? This is like a white person being called a cracker. It's the same thing. White people are at the top of like a racial hierarchy, and like making fun of them for that isn't serious, right? Like calling a white person a cracker, it's not serious. There's no meaningful bad effect of that. You know, they're not oppressed. Me saying, no treats for first worlders. You're not oppressed. You're a fucking first worlder. What are you talking about? You're on the top of the global hierarchy and you're getting offended at jokes at your expense, taking them super seriously. Ultimately, yeah, this is what I've been saying the entire time. This is what it's about for her. I make these people uncomfortable. I remind them of things they would rather forget, like that they are at the top of a hierarchy, like a socioeconomic hierarchy that benefits them, and they're happy to ignore this in order to extract benefits for themselves. She wants treats, but she doesn't want to be reminded of who dies for those treats. Thank you for demonstrating that.
You know when Fox News anchors say, we can't have welfare because people might get it who don't deserve it? That's what this tweet is saying.
No, the reason why I think you should not have welfare is because the welfare that you have is fucking covered in the blood of the vast majority of the people in the world. And it's fucking disgusting that the American supposed left, people like you, ignore that and just advocate for benefits for yourselves without even addressing where the benefits come from. The unequal exchange, the imperialism, the resource extraction, the genocide. That you are happy to make a bargain with like the Democratic Party where you say, okay, you give me more welfare benefits, you give me more treats, and I will be happy to ignore what you do to the rest of the world. I will call that out. That's what you do. You're trying to frame this like, I'm a poor oppressed person. This is just like Fox News. They really don't like being reminded of what their comfort comes at the cost of, and they especially don't want to even think about doing anything about it. I don't even ask you to do anything about it, just not to fucking get pissed about people who dare to call it out. That would be nice. Oh, God.
It's saying people who don't deserve welfare might get welfare.
It's saying precisely what I just said, that this welfare is not in a vacuum, right? It's not just money that comes out of the fucking American money tree at the cost of no one else. There are people who suffer to make America the richest country in the world. There are people who suffer to enable your standard of living. And the least that you could do for them in exchange for that is to advocate for them before you advocate for yourself, or at least equally with you advocating for yourself. You don't do that. That's my problem with you. That's why I think you don't deserve the treats. This is like no different to saying, oh, I don't think Israelis should have welfare because they get it from killing fucking Palestinians. I don't think Nazis should be able to do National Socialism and give Aryans free college and extra welfare payments because they have to fucking massacre people to get them. Yeah, true. That's what you're complaining about.
The first worlders are the people he says don't need the welfare. But the people who use welfare where I live are poor Appalachians who've experienced hundreds of years of state repression.
They're still in the top 5% of global wealth, global standard of living. That's something that you guys have to reckon with, right? Even if you're poor in the USA, you still have it better than most people in the world. The reason for this is this thing called imperialism. So you have to sort of reckon with that rather than just endlessly doing this woe is me thing, right? This is like not all men, but for like people in the imperial core. Not all men, you know, I've been through shit as a man. I have problems as a man. This is the same sort of thing. But for people in the imperial core. How about instead of misconstruing the message and trying to self-victimize because it makes you uncomfortable, as those men who saw that message did, how about you do something to fucking change it? You alter your behavior to not be a fucking beneficiary of this while doing nothing about it. That's the message here, right? It's people who are on the top of the world who are like trying to negotiate exceptions and special things about themselves that absolve them of any responsibility for the fact that they advocate for things like welfare for first worlders without acknowledging what that comes at the cost as and not doing anything about who that comes at the cost of. She's uncomfy. I remind her that other people in the world exist to give her the comfy life that she leads. That is the problem here.
This is anti-worker, anti-union sentiment, which is right-wing ideology. Just straight up. It's also what the Nazis believed.
No, it's fucking not. I'll tell you what the Nazis believed. The Nazis believed that in-group should have good public services. That in-group should have free college. That in-group should have free healthcare. They believed that that in-group should have free land. They believed that that in-group should have free housing. They believed that that in-group should have great welfare. There was a spectrum of Nazis, but there was those who didn't really care about what this came at the cost of, and those who were happy to kill other people to get this. You are just like that. There's no difference between that Nazi mentality and you. So for you to call me a Nazi, when what you're doing is the equivalent of a Nazi saying, what? Or like you made a joke about Aryans having welfare that comes at the cost of stealing land in Poland and stealing resources from Eastern Europe? That's just like the Nazis. That's you.
This kind of ideology is ubiquitous from these kinds of creators who pretend to be left-wing using left-wing buzzwords, but what they're clearly pushing is right-wing ideology and right-wing policies.
Do you think that, like, no treats for first worlders is an argument that, like, the American right-wing is going to make to push against welfare? What the holy fuck are you talking about? The American right-wing is fundamentally in agreement with you regarding imperialism. You're happy to ignore it. They're happy to do it while you ignore it. Another scene change, by the way. Great. Good work. It's funny how she talked about buzzwords as well. This whole video is buzzwords. There's no evidence, there's no facts, there's no arguments. It's just her throwing out a bunch of buzzwords to tell you why you should just offhandedly discount anything that I've ever said without even engaging with it, as she doesn't either.
And I'm not the only one who noticed it. Here's a comment from user Marty McFlone.
This is potentially the greatest fake source ever. I don't need to provide evidence for my claims. Here's a comment by user Marty McFlone. Are you fucking joking? Let's see what she says.
All of this is true.
All of this is true. Okay, let's see.
Said that victims of an anti-Semitic hate crime deserved it because they
provide evidence
to a synagogue that supports Israel.
Provide evidence of this claim. What I do say, factually, is that most synagogues openly support Israel and Israeli genocide. They fundraise for Israel. They fundraise for the IDF. They literally recruit settlers to go to Israel. In doing that, they turn themselves into political institutions. Do you disagree with that? Or does it make you uncomfortable that I acknowledge that? How about I provide evidence for this? But here's just one synagogue, for example, that is promoting Birthright, which is a program to recruit people to go and colonize Israel and colonize Palestinian land. Religious institutions aren't special. They don't have limits. If you do politics in your religious institution, you literally get people to go colonize other people's land. Then you should be ready to be considered a political institution. What about a great example of this? Protests recently outside the synagogue in New York that was selling Palestinian land. She thinks it's anti-Semitic to even point this stuff out. It's just substanceless garbage. So she doesn't even provide any evidence for her claim there. Let's see what else she says.
He called Holocaust education a psyop.
I mean, I have an extensive argument for why Holocaust education exists as we know it for Israel. Yeah. Are you going to argue against that? Are you going to explain to us why that's not the case? Or are you just going to say it in a condescending voice as if it's self-evidently wrong? Why can you not argue for what you believe? That's how these people operate. They just describe what you say in a biased way, often things that you've never even said, in a condescending voice and act as if it's just self-evidently wrong.
And engaged in so much Holocaust denial.
Where has that ever happened? What the fuck are you talking about? I know more about the Holocaust than you, and I've educated on the Holocaust more than you. And it's something that actually matters, by the way. You just make claims with no evidence. I have fucking 2-hour-long videos specifically about the Holocaust. This one right here, half of this video is about the Holocaust, what happened, what we can learn from it, how it links to previous genocides. What in the holy fuck are you talking about? You're just a fucking liar. Oh my God. Oh, so much Holocaust denial, which you can't prove.
He's also denied other genocides, like the Bosnian and Armenian genocide.
Bosnian genocide. I have entire videos on my fucking channel about the Bosnian genocide, where I investigate it in depth. I go over all the legal rulings on the case and explain why they failed to find a finding of genocide in Bosnia. You know why they didn't? Because the US intervened and prevented the courts from doing so to avoid legal responsibility. You are an American. This is the sort of thing that your country does that you just want us to ignore. I have entire fucking videos about the things that you claim I deny. If anyone wants to make stuff up against you, honestly, they're warranted with how much you're making stuff up against me. What kind of level of research is this? You put way too much effort into changing outfits and changing scenes. Put more effort into research, into thought, into actually arguing for what you believe, rather than just stating it as if it's just self-evidently true. I prefer neoliberals. I can't stand these people are basically neoliberals. I don't know what I'm talking about, but arguing with a neoliberal on economics is so much more fun and engaging than this, because at least they make arguments, man. Come on. These people are just lobotomized.
And has remained completely...
She said I denied the Armenian genocide based on a joke tweet, an obvious joke tweet, when I said when the Turkish officials got there, the Armenians had already killed millions of their own people. They tried their best to stop the massacre, but they wouldn't stop killing. Now these Turkish heroes are somehow blamed for the Armenian auto-genocide. That's the most obvious joke imaginable. It's playing off the ridiculous ways that Turkish nationalist genocide deniers talk about the Armenian genocide. It's a joke. If you had ever engaged with anything outside of your own, further than your own nose, global politics, issues of global historical importance, you would be able to spot this as a joke instantly. But you don't do that. You talk about why cuck porn is good and the Nazi furry movement of the 2010s. People like this should not be trying to educate others on anything. They don't know anything. They are fundamentally just morons. And while I think social media is great in one way because it enables the dissemination, the democratization of the dissemination of information, on the other hand, you get so much trash slop like this that you get a lot of white noise. People presenting themselves really condescendingly as know-it-all experts. And they don't even understand basic, obvious sarcasm. How do you read a word like the Armenian auto-genocide and not immediately recognize that's a joke? I'm dying here.
Other genocides, like the Bosnian and Armenian genocides, and has remained completely silent on the genocide in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Have you actually checked that? Did you check that before you... For one, why would I have to talk about the genocide in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of the Congo? I don't know about those countries, and they're not really related to the things that I talk about directly. For example, the reason why I think people who support the Democratic Party should have to talk about Gaza is because the Democratic Party did genocide in Gaza, okay? Have I ever talked about anything regarding, like, supported anything regarding, like, Sudan and the Congo that you think would make those things specifically relevant to what I talk about? I'd love for you to see that. Nonetheless, did you check this before you talked about this? You could have typed Bad Empanada Sudan into YouTube, and you would have gotten a video on my second channel called Sudan Genocide. You are just a lying moron. Because you can't deal with my actual arguments, so you try and change what we're talking about here to, oh, he's just angry they didn't talk about Gaza. No, I'm actually more angry they talked about Gaza and did it in a liberal Zionist way. I'd prefer they didn't. Have you talked about the Congo and Sudan? No. Like, what are you even talking about here? You don't believe this.
He harassed Lindsay Ellis after she made a video about Palestine. The thing...
Harassment. What the fuck does harassment even mean? How is you making this video about me where you just lie about me endlessly, not harassment by your own standard? It meets all the criteria, a million times more than anything that you're claiming was me harassing her. So you're harassing me. This trash discourse is a harasser. She's harassing me.
That he was complaining people weren't doing.
No, I wasn't complaining about, I've already just explained this. I wasn't complaining about them not talking about Gaza at all. I'm complaining about them spreading harmful liberal Zionist rhetoric that will result in more genocides. I've already been over this. I don't want to repeat myself too much.
But it wasn't good enough. He made a video holding a big knife in the thumbnail and harassed her after.
She harassed me. Lindsay Ellis objectively harassed me. Lindsay Ellis, I went over the screenshots earlier. Her reaction to me critiquing her for 2 fucking seconds in a video where I refuted a claim that she made with actual data. A 50 fucking minute long video. That if you want to debunk my video, you have to actually refute that. Her reaction to that was to claim that she was being harassed and claim that I was an internationally wanted pedophile. That's actual harassment. And for her, the harassment is me responding.
And yes, he did in fact say that he supported the sterilization of Ethiopian Jewish refugees by the Israeli state.
Ethiopian Jewish refugees, you say. Ethiopian Jews in Israel are literal fucking settler colonizers who are there because they're given special privileges by the fucking Israeli state. Do you know who this person is? This is Salim. My friend Salim. My good friend Salim. He's a 48 Palestinian. He's seen what Ethiopian Jews do to his people firsthand. He's seen how they are a part and parcel of the Jewish supremacist genocidal Israeli project. What he said was, I wish they were actually sterilized, which he's saying they weren't actually sterilized, because then there would be less settlers. Then there would be less people killing me and my people. Less colonizers massacring me, raping my family, for no reason aside from the fact that we aren't Jewish like they are. And you try and turn this into some identity politics thing. This is anti-Semitism. Oh my God, he hates Ethiopians. I hate colonizers. I hate colonizers who aren't refugees, who are voluntary colonizers to Israel, who rape and fucking murder Palestinians for their own benefit. And if they get sterilized, I don't fucking care, because the fewer colonizers, the better. But they want, which is what Salim was saying here. Salim, a Palestinian, saying, I wish there were fewer colonizers killing me and my people. And your reaction to that is, this is problematic discourse. He said that he doesn't give a fuck about poor repressed Ethiopian Jews colonizing Israel and massacring Palestinians who are sterilized. Holy shit, watch this.
This is a refugee population within...
This isn't a refugee population at all. What are you talking about? They are a colonizer population. They make refugees. Palestinians are refugees because of them. What the fuck are you saying?
In Israel. And they are forcibly sterilized and living in an apartheid state.
Ethiopian Jews are living in an apartheid state? Ethiopian Jews do apartheid! Israel isn't an apartheid state against Ethiopian Jews. Israel is an apartheid state for Jews, which encompasses Ethiopians, at the cost of Palestinians. You are framing Ethiopian Jews as victims of Israeli apartheid? What the fuck? This is like framing Italians as fucking victims of Jim Crow. What the hell are you talking about?
And Bad Empanada said he supports that.
I said beast mode in response to my Palestinian friend who has seen what Ethiopian Jews do firsthand for their own benefit in Israel. That he wishes there were less of them, so there would be less Israeli settlers oppressing his people. I said beast mode. Yeah, and I will say it again next time.
Wants them to be forcibly sterilized by the Israeli state, because it will mean that there are less Jews in the world.
Holy fucking shit. She frames literal Israeli colonizers who massacre Palestinians. Like, if you think there should be fewer Israeli settlers massacring Palestinians, you want to genocide all the Jews. Oh my God!
Again, I feel like we're giving a white Argentinian man too much.
He's white and Argentinian, everyone! Holy shit!
Sometimes if something walks like a Nazi and talks like a Nazi, it is a Nazi. And I believe, based on facts and belief,
The condescension is insane. She's the dumbest person alive.
that man is a Nazi. Like a literal Nazi. Maybe not a...
I've already explained how she is actually a Nazi by what Nazis actually believed, way more than anyone could ever claim I am. Holy
member
fuck.
of the Nazi party, but someone with the same beliefs as the Nazi. The literal Nazi.
Okay, this is too... I can't stand this anymore. This is her conclusion, okay? Another outfit change, another scene change. What does she have to say for herself as a conclusion? Is there a substantial argument? Is there anything about the actual facts and the evidence, or is it just substanceless ID poll? Like, you should offhandedly discount people because of their identity.
Intersectionality is a material concern. And also, never trust a white Argentinian who wants to talk to you about the Jews.
What does that even mean, by the way? What does that even mean? There's a massive, Jewish population in Argentina. Here is the most popular TV presenter in Argentina, Eduardo Feynman. He's Jewish. He's extremely pro-Israel. His reaction to people calling the Gaza genocide a genocide was to wear a fucking Nazi Star of David and put an Israeli flag on his desk and act like he's oppressed. This is actual Nazism in Argentina. And this dumb motherfucker who doesn't know the first thing about the rest of the world has the gall to be like, white Argentinian? I don't need to make any arguments. I don't need to actually show anyone what we've actually said. I don't need to even try to understand what you're saying. I can just call you white. You're an American. You're a fucking American. The entire world is oppressed for your benefit. You are the Israel of the world. Where do you get off? An American saying this about anyone else. About Argentines, for one. Argentina was genocided by a dictatorship installed and supported by you. Argentina has a far-right government currently brutalizing people economically. You know why? Your government gave it $50 billion to help it do so. And you, as an American, dare to do identity politics, dare to act like Argentines are the ones who should be offhandedly discounted, rather than you, the most privileged population in the entire world, the most privileged nationality in the entire world, aside from perhaps Israelis. I don't like to do identity politics, but I will do it here. Maybe you should never trust an American who's trying to talk to you about imperialism. That's wrong. Often you should, because there are plenty of Americans who have accurately diagnosed the problem of imperialism and who do a lot to fight against it. But it simply shows, the fact that those people exist shows how substanceless her idiotic identity politics game is. Because all that she can do is point at you and throw out ad hominem, strawman what you're actually saying, and never even engage with what you're saying. Because if she did, if she showed everything that you said to her audience, God, she would do more to bring them to my side than I could ever do. So yeah, what more is there to say about this claptrap, this garbage? I was so enthusiastic when I saw that. Like, I got home and I immediately was like, okay, I gotta stream now. I gotta stream early. I want to talk about this while I have it all fresh in my head. That was great. This might honestly be one of my most exasperating but best videos on the second channel, just because it's just so bad. That video encompasses all the shit that I've been talking about lately. Like substanceless bread tube garbage, and the complete lack of ability to engage with people further to your left. The lobotomized American left.
Hello and welcome to MEE Live. I'm Matilda Mallinson. It's Thursday, 27th of November, 2025. Today, can the UK's Palestine action overturn its terrorist ban? But first, here are the top stories of the day. The United Nations Humanitarian Affairs Office, or OCHA, said last night that its partners in Gaza managed to distribute over 5,000 tarpaulins after heavy rains and winds destroyed thousands of tents over the past week. Oka also said that 2,000 blankets were given to residents in Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis. Officials in Gaza had previously said that Israel has only allowed in 30,000 tents since the ceasefire came into effect. Yet harsh weather conditions have meant Gaza's population now needs 300,000 tents, 10 times the amount. The Muslim Brotherhood has called US President Donald Trump's bid to ban chapters of the group as foreign terrorist organizations, quote, detached from reality. In a statement on X on Wednesday, the Muslim Brotherhood said Trump's terror allegations against them were unsupported by evidence. The ban focuses exclusively on the Muslim Brotherhood's chapters in Jordan, Egypt, and Lebanon. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE agents, are holding the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew in custody, multiple media outlets reported on Wednesday. Bruna Ferreira, aged 33, is currently being held at an ICE facility in Louisiana after she was taken into custody in Massachusetts earlier this month. Ferreira came to the US from Brazil as a child in 1998 and has an 11-year-old son with Michael Leavitt, Caroline's brother. Now, on to our main story, the Palestine Action Judicial Review. And yes, thank you to my producer. Legally, I have to preface this by saying Palestine Action is prescribed as a terrorist organisation in the UK, and any expression of support for the group is illegal. Although on that, a legal challenge is currently underway against the government's decision to prescribe Palestine Action as a terrorist organisation, a decision that has led to months of nationwide protests and thousands of arrests. It's the first time any group has been granted the right to appeal its prescription in a judicial review. Huda Amori, the group's co-founder, brought the case before London's High Court on Wednesday, arguing the ban interferes with freedom of speech and protest. We spoke to Ms. Amori on MEE Live the day before MPs voted in favour of the ban. That vote, in July, considered the collective prescription of Palestine Action alongside the neo-Nazi Maniacs murder cult and the white supremacist Russian imperial movement. Amori told us she was shocked but not surprised.
And I don't think anyone should expect to be labelled a terrorist. Am I surprised? Not necessarily, but it's still really shocking that they would go this far to attack, people's rights in this way, in order to protect a foreign genocidal regime. And that's exactly what's happening here. But I think what they're doing is really exposing how far they are willing to go in order to protect the Zionist regime.
The group's ban, led by Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Labour government, followed an incident in which two members of Palestine Action broke into the RAF Bryce Norton military base and sprayed red paint on Voyager planes that activists said were used in Israel's genocide in Gaza. In a separate incident in 2024, members of the group broke into the Bristol premises of Israeli defense firm Elbit Systems and reportedly destroyed quadcopter drones the activists also linked to destruction in Gaza. For this incident, 24 people linked to the group remain under arrest. Today is the second of 3 days of hearings over Palestine Action's prescription, with a final day scheduled for the 2nd of December next week. MEE reporter Arib Allah is currently inside the courthouse, but I spoke to him earlier this afternoon to find out what arguments and challenges have been laid out so far.
For a day and a half, and the kind of key arguments rest on 4 grounds. 1, that this is having effect on freedom of expression. 2, that the government didn't really consult relevant parties properly enough when they decided to prescribe Palestine Action. A 3rd one is they didn't account for the level of public support that Palestine Action has. And a 4th one is that the Home Office failed to kind of do the kind of relevant internal checks to determine whether or not Palestine Action met the threshold to be prescribed as a terrorist organization. And over the last few days, what we've seen in terms of the arguments that the lawyers representing the co-founder of Palestine Action, Huda Amori, has been that Palestine Action is inspired by the tradition of direct action in this country. So yesterday we had arguments from Raza Hussein KC, saying that Palestine Action effectively models itself from the suffragettes. And if the suffragettes existed in today's kind of legal climate, what would have happened is that this government would have potentially prescribed them as a terrorist organization based on their tactics and what they use to kind of pursue their cause.
And yet this is the first time in British history that a direct action group has been branded a terrorist organisation. It's also the first time that a prescribed group has been granted a judicial review. How did we get to where we are now?
So typically when an organisation is prescribed as a terrorist organisation, Parliament has a mechanism in place called the Prescribed Organisations Appeals Commission, POA. Now, the problem with that process, so this year actually, Hamas used that mechanism to try and be prescribed as a terrorist organisation here in the UK. Now, what typically happens with a process like POA is that it can take between 12 to 24 months. And the kind of key argument that Palestine Action's lawyers, Amori's lawyers have been pursuing is that that's too long. And because of the fact that the genocide is ongoing in Gaza, that there is an immediacy to have this kind of conversation and have this kind of judicial review on whether or not Palestine Action should be banned as a terrorist organization. Now, Palestine Action has been around for a number of years. It's a direct action group that targets factories that are owned by Elbit System, which is an Israeli arms factory. And the kind of key trigger event you could argue that led to the prescription of Palestine Action in July this year was when activists from the group broke into RAF Rise Norton, and their argument, or their justification rather, for deciding to break into RAF Rise Norton was that it's a base that's used by the RAF to send planes to Cyprus, which are then sent to Gaza to do spy flights over Gaza on behalf of the Israeli government. And their argument is that the RAF and the British government is complicit in the genocide in Gaza. And one of the ways that is complicit is by facilitating these flights over Gaza.
Now, transparency issues have been raised. Obviously, these are sensitive national security issues. There are also always legal reporting restrictions with trials in process. And perhaps that's partially why there's been relatively little coverage given the significance of this case. But it also appears that a chunk of the trial will be done in secret itself. What exactly does that mean?
So a key part of this, of the 3-day hearing is that a portion of it will be done in secret. So the official name of this is closed material procedures. And what it is, it's an opportunity for the government to present evidence that is deemed classified to the judge to kind of justify why it's pursuing this prescription of Palestine Action. Now, the kind of controversial nature of this process is the fact that the evidence that will be presented against Ms. Amori in the court will not be seen by her and her legal team, meaning she'll have no idea what the government is actually arguing in terms of its case. Now, Amori's legal team can appoint a special advocate, but another twist in the kind of process is the fact that that special advocate won't be actually allowed to say what he or she may have seen during those closed proceedings, meaning if the ban is upheld against Palestine Action and it's based on this secret evidence, Amori will have no idea what was said against her or the group Palestine Action.
And not just Amori, but the British public. And one has to ask how that will sit with the British public, given that this has already been a very tricky issue for the government in terms of public reaction. Crowds were gathered outside the court on day one yesterday. Can you just tell us what the dynamic was like?
I mean, yesterday at 1 p.m., and so basically this time yesterday, what you saw behind me was over an estimated 200 people stood outside the Royal Courts of Justice. Majority of them very elderly, pensioners, some of them couldn't even walk, you could say. And they simply sat down in front of the court and they held a cardboard sign and it wrote the following words: I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action, end quote. And what ended up happening was for approximately 4 to 6 hours, you saw the police one by one arresting approximately 140 people for holding this sign, because under the Terrorism Act here in the UK, any form of kind of support or anything that's deemed as supportive of a proscribed terrorist organization can lead to you being arrested by the police and for you to be treated as a terror suspect. And since the prescription of Palestine Action, a group called Defend Our Juries have been mobilizing against this ban, and they've been mobilizing across the UK. And what we've noticed is that we've seen a pattern of mass arrests of these individuals who've been protesting for Palestine Action, number one. Number two, in some cases, for example, in South Wales Police, we've seen house raids in the middle of the night, in the morning, of individuals arrested under Section 12 and 13 of the Terrorism Act. And one thing I'd like to highlight as well is that from our reporting at Middle East Eye, we've found from analyzing the figures that have been produced by the police and the Home Office is that there have been 4 times more arrests since July to now, as opposed to the whole war on terror period from 2001 of individuals being arrested under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act for terrorism. And that just goes to show the scale and the level of kind of opposition and campaigning against this ban on Palestine Action.
Now, that was Arib Allah speaking outside the Royal Courts of Justice earlier this afternoon, and a really remarkable figure that MEE reporters pulled up there with the arrests under the Terror Act over the course of the so-called war on terror. Now, this Court of Appeal granted the review as it found reasonable grounds to argue that the ban of Palestine action interfered with rights to free speech and protest in the UK. But it also pivots around specific criticisms here relating to the UK government's alleged complicity in Israel's genocide in Gaza. Here to talk about those wider implications of the case is prosecution solicitor Mutahir Ahmed, who is head of legal at the International Center of Justice for Palestinians, or ICJP. Welcome to MEE Live, Mutahir.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, I do not work for Crown Prosecution Service anymore.
No, you're a former prosecutor with the Crown Prosecution Service, right? Can you just then explain for us what actually happens if Huda Amori is successful in overturning the ban of Palestine Action? I mean, there have already been thousands of arrests, and a number of people associated with the group are currently in prison. Would de-prescription result in their release?
Okay, yeah, so the current proceedings are judicial review proceedings that are available for any person or institution or group to take against a public body in this country. So Palestine Action is judicially reviewing the Home Office decision that has prescribed them. And the High Court is there to examine the legality of Home Office decision to prescribe Palestine Action. And it's not the court's function to test the merits of the decision itself. So it is suggested that the correct procedures were not followed when Palestine Action was prescribed by the Home Office. They did not follow their own policy, did not follow their own guidelines. And whilst it is difficult to assess the likelihood of success, because the arguments are still being presented in court, we can see what will happen if Palestine Action is successful in these proceedings. The first point would be the lifting of the ban. The High Court could issue an authoritative judgment and order which would determine that Home Secretary's decision to prescribe Palestine Action was unlawful, and that would effectively and immediately lift the ban. As a result of that, what we will see is the action taken against those people hundreds of people or thousands of people who have been arrested and charged with criminal offences under the Terrorism Act because they have supported Palestine Action and they have raised voices in opposed to genocide. Now, all these charges that have been brought, Crown Prosecution Service will have to review their decision to charge them. It is likely that they will offer no evidence to drop all these charges. And those people who are awaiting any charging decision may receive a letter or a decision that suggests that no further action will be taken against them. Finally, I would like to mention that a government loss would be seen as a significant victory for civil liberties and the right to protest, potentially having a chilling effect on the future use of broad counterterrorism powers against the direct action groups in this country. You would have noticed by now that human rights groups like Liberty and Amnesty International UK have intervened in these proceedings. And the point they are arguing is exactly the same, that if the prescription is upheld and if this prescription against Palestine Action is not overturned by the court, then it sets a very dangerous example for the future activist groups in this country.
So the ramifications of this review are pretty significant either way. We won't know the outcome until next week. However, already on day one of the trial, concerns have been raised about a complication that occurred. That was at the last minute. The judge who was expected to preside over the trial was removed without explanation. The Ministry of Justice and Judiciary both declined to comment when approached by The Guardian. Now, the trial is instead being heard by a panel of 3 judges, but the judge who was removed, Mr. Justice Chamberlain, is the person who granted permission for the case to go ahead. And while these last-minute replacements, correct me if I'm wrong, are unusual, the same thing happened to the same judge earlier this year, also on a trial relating to Palestinian protests. This was the legal challenge over the UK's sale of F-35 fighter jet parts to Israel. So people have questioned this, among them your colleagues at ICJP. What's the problem here?
So it's a very significant issue here that the government cannot duck. For instance, it is a sudden and unexplained shift from a single judge who had already had conduct of this case, managed the case from the very early stages, managed the timetable of this case, to an entirely new panel, and that judge has been replaced by 3 judges, which is deeply concerning. Not because it has happened, it is known to have happened in previous cases as well, but particularly without any justification or explanation coming from the decision makers of this decision. In a matter as sensitive as this one, involving allegations linked to Palestine and public interest activism of significant constitutional importance, the integrity and transparency of judicial process is extremely important and must be beyond any question. At the very least, the court should provide a clear and credible explanation of such a change. You are absolutely right that we have seen a similar change in the past. This appears to be systematic now, as it happened in the F-35 case, in which ICJP was involved by providing evidence to support Al-Haq and Glan in their judicial review proceedings. And once again, we see what I would say is a dark art that is applied in these cases. And the executive branch, by changing the panels, are interfering with the legislative process of this country. And it is even more worrying when this is applied to the wider context of the Justice Secretary calling for the scrapping of the juries. We've seen David Lammy has been in the news quite recently for not satisfied, for suggesting that we should scrap the jury system. Now that system, that process goes centuries back. It is enshrined in the justice system of this country, and he wants to scrap it completely.
Mutahiri,
and what we are seeing is hell-bent.
Just a little press for time, and you've rightly pointed, like, there have been a series of attacks on protest rights in the UK over the past years. Yeah. You know, we had the massive protests over the policing bill just a few years ago. Juries are now coming under, so you're seeing attacks on the judicial process. However, there is something potentially quite particular about this ban, this judicial review, and that is to do with the subject of Palestine. I mean, your organisation is an organisation for justice for Palestinians. If you're weighing in, presumably you see this as a particular issue of justice for Palestinians. Can you just lay out the implications of what's happening now for Palestine?
Of course. The prescription of Palestine Action represents an alarming overreach of the state, which has designated a non-violent direct action group as a terrorist organization. And what happened is that it is marking an infringement on the freedom of expression in the UK. These laws, the terrorism laws, are intended to prescribe organizations like ISIS and National Action as terrorist organization, not the activist groups like Palestine Action as terrorist organization. What we have seen is ICC handing out the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant. The ICJ in January 2024 issued a publication where it suggested that there's a plausible risk of genocide in the last 2 years. We have seen for the past 2 years, since October 2023, the live coverage of mass killing, bombardment of Gaza, destruction of healthcare system, and breakdown of infrastructure in Gaza. And what Palestine Action was doing is taking non-violent activist actions which were purely aimed to prevent further harm to the civilians and innocent Palestinians. And government action reflects that they are hell-bent in supporting Israel and its genocide. I want to take you back a little bit that we should not forget why the government prescribed this group at the first place. The group broke into Briz Norton Air Base. They targeted specific airbase because there are direct flights from that airbase to Cyprus, another airbase, where RAF Shadow R1 aircraft have been conducted surveillance operations on Gaza to support Israel and providing Israel intelligence. And this is where the government is complicit in the Israel's genocide. And what government is doing is, rather than defending the right to protest, defending the freedom of expression, they are hiding behind these actions to complicit and distracting the public from their own complicity.
Mujahir Ahmed, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Now, I think probably legally wise just to reiterate that Palestine Action is a prescribed organisation, and Middle East Eye is not encouraging any support for the organisation that would be illegal. But these questions of free speech, free protest, complicity in genocide in the case of the UK government, these are all being fought out not just in the courtroom, but also unfolding dramatically in the public sphere, where thousands have been arrested under the Terrorism Act for holding signs reading the words, quote, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." It's a charge that carries a potential sentence of 14 years in prison. Yet it hasn't deterred protesters who have been mobilizing in coordination with the judicial hearing now underway. Tamara Himani reports.
The judicial review is being accompanied by 2 weeks of nationwide protests, coordinated by a group called Defend Our Juries, in which over 140 people have been arrested. Demonstrators have repeatedly protested against the ban since it first came into effect in July, and over 2,000 have been arrested by police.
In the 60s, during the civil rights movement, people were beaten off the street by police, but people still kept going and kept marching because the cause was too big and too important to be told that it was illegal by any government. And the idea that the British government have banned an organisation and made them a terrorist organisation for protesting a genocide is utterly ridiculous.
But the response of law enforcement has differed across the country. While arrests in Scotland and Northern Ireland have been minimal, their counterparts in England and Wales have taken a much more sweeping approach. For example, in Cardiff earlier this year, South Wales police reportedly raided arrestees' homes and seized belongings, including that of 2 elderly Quakers. London's Met Police arrested 532 people in a single day in the wake of the ban, over 100 of them in their 70s and half aged 60 or older.
It's absurd that being here with these signs, these really simple and peaceful messages, can now potentially label you a terrorist along with Hezbollah and any other. It's so absurd.
This week alone, police in England and Wales have arrested demonstrators at every site, but no arrests appear to have been made in Scotland or Northern Ireland. Given the protests are largely non-violent and feature similar signs, the varied response seems to be a result of local police discretion in the absence of clear guidelines on what violates the law. Section 13 of the Terrorism Act prohibits displaying clothing or articles in a public place if it raises reasonable suspicion that the person is a member or supporter of a prescribed group. But legal critics argue the breadth of that mandate gives police considerable leeway in deciding how to enforce it, amid widespread support for the right to non-violent protest and solidarity with the Palestinian cause. In Northern Ireland, where no arrests have been made during this week's demonstrations, dozens attended protests in the cities of Belfast and Derry, carrying the same placards and making similar statements as their counterparts arrested in mainland UK.
The Terrorism Act was used against us in the 1970s here because of opposition to internment. And the Terrorism Act has been introduced again, a new Terrorism Act passed through Westminster half a century after we thought we were rid of all that type of thing. We've got a new Terrorism Act sort of introduced, and people carrying these placards around here, they are at the risk of fairly long terms of imprisonment for standing with a placard. Where is freedom gone?
We'll now turn to the situation in Northern Ireland, where policing has been drastically different to mainland UK. Why is this the case, and what questions does it raise about the law's enforcement as a whole? I'm now joined by Northern Ireland political editor for BBC News, Mark Devonport. Mark, thank you for joining me today.
Good to see you, Matilda. I'm the former political editor for BBC Northern Ireland.
That's the BBC's loss. But what is so distinct, just tell us, about how police in Northern Ireland are implementing the Palestine Action Law, and what explains this distinction?
Well, there's a clear disparity, I think, in the tactics used by the PSNI, which is the police force in Northern Ireland, and other forces elsewhere in the UK. And this is clear from the figures because there's been more than 2,000 arrests of Palestine Action supporters, the vast majority of them in England or in Great Britain, whereas in Northern Ireland it's been something like 3 arrests and 6 files sent to the prosecution service, so much smaller number. And in the most recent wave of protests, the PSNI didn't make any arrests. They simply monitored the situation. I think the reason for the difference there is that what we have is a situation in Northern Ireland where we have a number of homegrown prescribed groups, about 14 of them, and that's the legacy of Northern Ireland's troubles, the conflict that we had here over whether this particular part of the world should be a part of the UK, which it is now, or should join together with United Ireland. And there was a long and bloody war called the Troubles, which was fought, and there was a peace agreement about 25 years ago. But we still have some factions that are linked to armed groups, and they still exist. And generally, the government's approach has not been to have arrests of people responsible for acts of support for those factions. You still see in certain areas of Belfast murals featuring, for instance, masked, balaclava-clad fighters for one or other of these groups. You still occasionally get events where people will carry banners commemorating one of these groups. And so the difficulty for the PSNI is if they come in a heavy-handed way against Palestine Action supporters and don't do anything about these other more homegrown groups, they'll be seen, I suppose, to be guilty of double standards.
Thank you. The PSNI, just for viewers, is the police service of Northern Ireland. You said double standards could be identified if the police apply a more heavy-handed approach to pro-Palestine supporters. I think, firstly, we just need to understand what those what the two sides of that double standards are. You know, the troubles in Ireland go back to this dispute between Catholics and Protestants, or Republicans and Unionists. To what extent are Catholics disproportionately associated with the pro-Palestine sentiment? Because I'm sort of assuming that that would be the double standard that would come into question. And why? Can you just quickly explain the roots of those affiliations?
Well, I suppose the sort of basic charge of double standards would be simply applying the law in relation to the new ban on Palestine Action rather than pre-existing bans. But you're right that there is a historical context to this. During the Troubles, by and large, although not every supporter of Palestine is a Catholic and not every supporter of Israel is a Protestant, by and large, Catholic Irish nationalists tended to associate with the Palestine case. They saw themselves as oppressed people battling colonialism together. And the Protestant Unionist side, which is pro-British, tended to instead associate themselves with the Israeli cause. They saw themselves as a misunderstood settler population who was battling terror. So that kind of historic leaning is seen now in the streets of Northern Ireland, where if you're in, say, a Protestant part of Belfast, you might well see Israeli flags flying in the streets. And if you're in a Catholic and nationalist part of Belfast, you could quite easily see Palestinian flags flying there.
And now the second part of my follow-up is, what are we to take away from the fact that this is posing such difficulties for policing in Northern Ireland? Either they're inconsistently applying terror law within Ireland, or it's being inconsistently applied between Ireland, Northern Ireland and the UK mainland. Does this point to a problem with law enforcement, or is the problem with the law itself?
Well, I mean, I think that obviously there's a difficulty on a tactical level. And
Here we're going to be looking.
And we